Year in about 3 hours. Welcome back to Hanger 51, our New Year's Eve edition. Who's in the room? Look at there. Rich M. First in the room. Good to see you, buddy. Wow, Bill. Jeff in Lower Alabama. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Oh, that's funny. Hey, Jerry. Good to see you, man. Argued in. Still love that name. Happy New Year, man. Oh, that's hilarious. Right, so what's up? Tim, what's up, buddy? Good to see you, man. I've been getting your messages. I've been busy. Haven't been able to respond. I haven't totally figured out, did you do all that work to your car, or you're gonna do all that work to your car? What's up, Shadow Ops? Happy birthday. Oh, to you? Is that what you did? You bought yourself a birthday present? George Watts, good to see you, man. Welcome, guys. Dennis Farley, good to see you, man. So what's everybody doing tonight? Anybody go flying today? I did. It was a horrible day for flying. Super, super windy. I mean, really bad. 20-mile-an-hour winds. Gust in the 25. It was just... the owner of our field, Bo, they bought him a Christmas present. They bought him a turbine jet. We had 5 turbine airplanes at our field today. We've never had 5 there before. Five jets. Only 2 flew, but we had 5 there. Including Bo's new one, which did not fly. On the maiden takeoff, one of the main gear collapsed. And so it didn't make it to the air. No real damage, just the mounts for the main gear came out of the wing. Yeah, it's a balsa wing, so just needs some repair and probably a little reinforcing, but looks like an easy fix. So, no, I'm not going to build it tonight. This particular airplane is very complicated to build. So I'm not going to build it tonight. Jeff's Custom, what's up? Good to see you, buddy. JCB. Who else is in here? Pilot Ryan, what's up? I'm trying to catch up on the chat here. Who did I miss? Hey, Ping Pong, what's up? Good to see you, man. So, we had the one they bought Bo was a, oh God, what did they call that damn thing? Crap. I was all prepared to answer that question too, and now I can't remember. Twin boom. It's got, regular nose canopy, but then twin boom, and the elevator's on the top of the 2 booms. Oh, crap. We had a Stinger, giant Stinger, that was there. Boomerang, that's it, George. Thank you. I knew you would know it if I described it. Yep, so we had a boomerang, we had a Stinger. We had the guy brought his, I think it's a, what is it, a P-183 or 163, the German rocket wing that would go up after him, and it's high-speed pass on the way by and then glide back down. He put a turbine in one of those. He's got that out there. And what else? He had something in the trailer that looked like it had canards on it. It might have been a Mirage. I don't know. Wasn't a Griffin or anything. It was a regular Delta. Yeah, ME163. Yeah, Comet. That's it. Yeah, so we have one of those that comes out regularly. Well, semi-regularly. Whenever he comes out, he brings it. So, yeah, let's see. And then there was one Viper. You know, one of the big HSD Vipers. So, well, I guess it was an HSD. Does HSD make a fiberglass Viper that's got the red Ferrari paint on it, or is that made by somebody else? It was the red Ferrari paint job, giant Viper jet. So that was fun today. Only, like I said, only two of them flew. The 163 flew. He always flies that. And then the Viper flew. And then they almost flew the Boomerang. They tried to take off, and I think it was the left main landing gear broke out of the two wooden mounts broke loose from the wing spar, and the gear collapsed. So it didn't do any real damage other than it coming out of the wing. So I think it'll be a pretty easy fix. Glue it back in, maybe reinforce it a little bit, and it'll probably be fine. So other than that, no damage, you know. And yeah, so that was fun because we haven't had we don't have a lot of turbines at our field. As a matter of fact, I'm sure that's all the turbines we have at our field. Those 5 at this point. I'm imagining next year that's going to grow, but for now. So snow, rain here. Oh yeah, no thanks. I forget what mods he did to it, Shadow. I didn't think he mounted this plane. If he did, I don't remember what he did. Yeah, that's their annual no excuses. You have to show fly-in, right, George? Hey, Barry, what's up? Good to see you, man. Matthew McQueen, welcome. You must be new here. I haven't seen you here before, I don't think. I think I would have remembered the McQueen name. No, I have not tried the Twin Otter. There's one out at the field. I haven't, actually, I take that back. I have flown it. Yeah, that flies pretty good. That's a nice airplane. Yep, yeah. Bo has when he let me fly it. I just remembered that. Yeah. Yeah, it's a nice airplane. I love the stripes on the props. I think that looks cool. Really, Jerry? Well, that's cool. You guys have a rich club. So anyway, this is just this is the YF-23 from Northrop, and I guess I'll show you that. So I opened this box, I don't know, 8 months ago. I think it was before COVID, and it's just been laying in my living room. I haven't been been too busy doing other stuff to put it together. So I've had it forever, but I decided I'd at least show it off tonight. I'm not going to put it together tonight, but I may put it together. I'm starting to think like I want to put it together. So I just have too many other projects going on that I want to build more than this one. Mostly, guys, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not even sure I'm going to fly it. I love this airplane so much, and they're the only ones that make it, that I think I'm just going to build it, hang it up. I don't know that I'm going to fly it. I was going to buy just the foam kit, and they sold out of them. I was just about to pull the trigger on it, and they sold out of them. But this was so cheap. You know, right now, Banana's got the cheapest prices they've ever had on these airplanes. So I bought it because it was just so damn cheap. They've been charging out the ass for this particular airplane. I guess that they think it's going to be a collector's item, I guess. I don't know. I just know they've been yeah, I know, Dennis. I'll probably fly it. I fly everything, but it's just this has been on my want list forever, and so I finally have fulfilled my want list with everything that's not brand new. You know, if it's a brand new model like a Draco that we're hoping to see or something, I haven't got those brand, or possibly the FMS Corsair. Eventually I'll probably get it, but since it's brand new, it's going to be around for a long time. So I got plenty of time to buy that one. Mostly what I've been buying are the LX models that I've been wanting forever. And the price has been too high. But right now, man, they've got them on sale pretty damn cheap. So so I've been pulling the trigger on some of them. And the last one was the Corsair, which will be here Monday. I had the Corsair once. I don't know if you guys remember me telling you that the guy, you know, I bought it from General Hobbies, and he wouldn't fix it. He wanted me to tape the broken flaps back on with packing tape, reinforced packing tape. And I told him no. So he wanted me to send it back instead of fixing it. And I'm like, fine. And so I got my money back from PayPal, and he got his plane back, and good riddance. So, and it turned out to be a blessing because I paid $430.15 for that plane 8 months ago. 10 months ago, something like that. And Banana had it on sale right now for $359. So from $430 down to $359. So I pulled the trigger. I wanted it. I've been wanting it forever. So I finally spent the last of my UPS money and bought it. So it's on the way. It'll be here Monday. In the meantime, I'll probably build this and go fly it, and you guys will see it. There's some issues with this model, like any of the LX models. You know, I think it only has 5 bladed fans in it, which are, it's going to have that shrilly, horrible sound to it. You know, am I going to update the fans? Well, you know, if it flies good, and all I need to do is, you know, put good fans in it so it sounds good too, yeah, I might. We'll see. You know, it's you know, these planes are expensive enough. So when you have to, like I had to do on the LX810, you know, I had to replace all the landing gear in it with the FMS gear. That was $188. I think that's what it was. Yeah, I think it was $188 to buy all 3 gear to put in the LX model, and I'm glad I did. As far as, you know, it did beautiful, and it worked out beautiful. But oh hey, these don't have 5-bladed fans. Holy crap, this might actually sound pretty good. It looks like a 12-bladed fan. No kidding. Wow, I wasn't expecting that. So, yeah, that's pretty cool. That might work out pretty good. So, now I have to at least run the motors because I want to hear it. So, here's the nose on it. Somehow my nose cone got crushed. Not real bad. Easily fixed. I can dial that back up. I mean, I'm sure it's not showing up on camera. I'm sure it looks fine on camera. It's not that bad, but... And then this has got a really unique battery bay, guys. This canopy... just the canopy comes off. There's no, like, hatch. The canopy has 4 little slide snaps that you slide the hole. You slide it forward until the holes line up with the reliefs, and then it's got the narrow slides to hold it on, and then just the canopy comes off. It doesn't have a hatch, so you gotta wiggle it a little bit. It's not the easiest thing to get off, but this come off easier on this side. Let's try this. Oh God! There we go. I got the front off. There we go. So that's the battery bay door hatch. And it's the canopy. You unsnap you slide the canopy to the keyhole shaped holes, and it comes off. And then you've got a battery bay in here that's not very big. A lot of batteries aren't going to fit in there. It's a pretty small battery bay. So, yeah. So, we'll see. You know, I remember RC Informer, you know, Rich did do some nice build tips that I'm going to use. I remember him standing it up on, like, to put the I think they refer to it as a pelican tail on this, as well as they did on the Boeing plane, but to put these tail feathers on, the V-tail type feathers on, he had to put the plane at an angle, you know, and station, you know, get it stationary at an angle, and then glue them on so that they were straight up, so that they would stay in place while they were drying. So I remember him doing that, and yeah, I'm going to do the same thing there. But as far as modifying anything, I don't remember him modifying anything. I don't think he did. I'll probably reinforce the nose cone, you know, the fuselage to the nose cone area, either with the bamboo sticks, or I might actually use some carbon fiber rods this time. I have the B2. EQ. Yep, I already have the B2. I haven't reviewed that one yet, but I've had that one for, God, 5 years. I tried to take it out and fly it. That one does have 5-bladed fans in it, by the way. Yeah, I tried to take it out and fly it, and the day I took it out, I think one of the ESCs overheated in my car. So when I went to fly it, the one engine wouldn't spool up. So I just said, okay, this is a sign not to fly this today, and I just put it back in the car. So, and I haven't tried to fly it since. It's up in my rack in the house. Yeah, I've had the B2 for quite a while. And I have some build tips on that one too that I recorded, but I haven't aired that one yet. So yeah, I'll have to get busy on that one too. So, but yeah, that one's it looks cool. Of course, the LX instructions were horrible, so I ended up putting the you have to install the hinges for the gear doors, and the hinges are spring loaded, and not paying attention to what I was doing, I put them on the wrong way. So the springs are trying to close the doors, and there's a string that LX likes to use to pull the doors closed. So the springs were supposed to hold the doors open. So I put them in backwards. Not a big deal. It doesn't hurt anything. They just sit up against the landing gear, which isn't a problem. They're not. It's not rubbing anything. It's going to be a problem. But actually, I think they actually look better that way because they're tight up against the landing gear. Whereas if they'd sprung them the other way, because there's the strings they use have no give. They have to be the exact length. Otherwise, if they're too short, they just start tearing a hole through the door itself. And if they're too loose, then the door doesn't close all the way. It doesn't have any elasticity to it. It doesn't have a spring on it. It's nothing. So it's got to be exact, or they don't close right. And so yeah, we'll see. My door's closed good with the springs on the wrong way because the springs are trying to close it and the string. So, but anyway, that was the B2. We're not doing that one tonight. We're going to talk about the 23. So yeah, it's got ailerons and flaps. It's got real hinges, not foam hinges. It's got the round with the pin. You drill a hole and push the pin in, and then make sure it's 90 degrees type. And they're already installed, but it has those kind of hinges on all the surfaces. There's no foam hinges on this one. And it's got, this one doesn't have thrust vectoring. And the thrust, I don't know if you guys are familiar with this, but that's the bottom of the plane. Okay? There's this was what made it so stealthy, is there's no engine exhaust from the bottom of the airplane. It's all on the top here. So you can't get a heat source from the ground because they have special heat tiles in the exits to absorb the heat and everything, and all the heat comes out the top of the airplane. So there's no heat source that they can detect from the ground. That was one of the reasons this plane was so stealthy. Yeah, I know the F-22 had the tiles also, but the exhaust was visible from the ground, and this one's not. And that was one of the differences between the two planes. So, yeah, Barry, I want to talk to you about that. Which brand is your steamer? I tried. Yeah, I've ordered it twice now on Amazon, and they won't ship it. I don't know why. I didn't, guys. I've never had any luck on Amazon. So I have a credit card there, and it says no expiration date on it. So I keep putting the stuff on the card, and it doesn't go through. And so I tried to order the steamer that you had, Barry, but I'm not sure if I'm got the right brand or not. There's only two that look like the one you had. They're very similar, and I think I ordered the right one. Alan, thank you so much, buddy. You are my hero. Thank you, buddy. Happy New Year, buddy. Thank you so much. That is awesome. So, EQ, what plane is this you're talking about? Yeah, mine's a plug and play too, my B2 EQ. Now, did yours come with 12-bladed fans or 5? I know mine are 5. I bought it a long time ago. They may have updated it since then. Check phone. Okay. Check. What am I getting here? What I got nothing. I don't have a message. No messages. What am I checking my phone for? It's here. Present. I got mine. So anyway, yeah, I can't, Barry. I can't open a link. My computer won't let me open a link. If I'm in the chat and I'm not hosting, I can open links. But when I'm hosting it, I get the 404 snap. Something went wrong. Blah 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 blah. I don't know. I think it possibly has something to do with. I'm guessing. But I think it has something to do with my AVG antivirus. After I opened that link that Love RC sent me, and it put one of those stupid screen popper thingies, and I had 3,700 windows open. Ever since I deleted that stupid thing and got my computer back on, because it killed the show that night, I haven't been able to open links anymore. So I think that might have been something. I don't know. But I can't open links. So if you just tell me what it is. Pure Stream. Okay. Yeah, all right. I think that's the one I ordered. The other one was a brand name like Sunbeam, I think, or something like that. And it looks similar, but it didn't. I'm pretty sure the one I tried to order, was that one. Yeah, I'll try it again. I think, Amazon doesn't take PayPal, which pisses me off, and my no expiration credit card doesn't seem to work, so it won't let me order it on my credit card from Amazon. So I don't know what's going on. We'll have to keep investigating that. Yeah, that's the one I ordered. Yeah, Mike just sent it to me, the Pure Stream. Yeah. So, maybe I'll try to get somewhere else. I don't know. We'll try. We'll see. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll look up Pure Stream and see if I can find it other than Amazon. Yeah, I got a couple of models I want to steam. Now I got to steam this nose cone. So that's another candidate. Like I said, it's not bad. To you guys, it looks fine. I'm sure you can't see the damage on it, but it got crushed in my living room. I think it got underneath something while I had it out of the box. I think everything else is okay, though. Roy, what's up? Good to see you, buddy. Rando, what's happening? Yeah, I know. They know me. I'm a cheap ass. Yeah, but I'm good for it. GB, what's up? Good to see you, buddy. So I've been doing everything I bought so far in the last year I've been using the PayPal 4 payments, no interest, and just to build my credit back up. And I haven't been denied yet. Everything's been perfect, so no soup for me. Will you just try the soup? Aha! Aha! Oh yeah, there's 100 different ones out there. TNRC. Hey, welcome to the show, by the way. Haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, I looked it up. There's a shitload of steamers. But Barry already has one that he likes, and it works great. And so, you know, I've got a less than random review. I've got a better review from a trustworthy fellow of the group here. So, yeah, I'm not going to search around. I'm going to buy the one he's bought, you know, since he says it works great. I'm going to go there. I'm not going to order something else. Yeah, when I did a search for steamers, it's like, oh my God, you know, there's 100 of them, at least. So anyway, yeah, we'll try that again. Mike, are you lurking that you sent me a message? Obviously you're here, but I haven't seen you actually in the show. Did I miss you? I'm looking. I don't see you. But you're obviously watching because you sent me a text on my phone. So, anyway. There you are. Oh, Tim. Holy crapo. Damn it, buddy. Thank you so much. Holy crap. Round of applause for Flying Time Tim. That is freaking awesome, buddy. Thank you so much. That is just unbelievable. Thank you. That's fantastic. Wow. Getting a little choked up here. What was I saying? I got thrown for a loop here. So anyway, so these, you know, for you guys that aren't familiar with the YF-23, these are the tails, and then these are actually the wings. Okay, so this isn't a four-poster like the F-22 where it has, you know, two, you know, rudders and then two elevators. This is this just has like a V-tail kind of situation of the tail pieces, these and regular wings. So it's a very different design, and that's one of the reasons it was, you know, the lack of those other two surfaces helped it be stealthier. The engines being exhausted on the top of the plane. There were a lot of reasons why this was the better airplane, even though it didn't win the contest. This was the better airplane, and it's. I mean, as a matter of fact, they're talking about the 6th gen that we're going to have to build next being this plane, because it was so far advanced that it could actually be used as our 6th generation to replace the F-22. So I don't see that happening anytime soon, but that's what they've been talking, you know. And of course, Northrop, I'm sure, will update this even more than they already have in this design. So right, Shadow. It's just like a V-tail Bonanza. Same thing. You know, the elevators and rudders are combined, and it's a so there was two less tail surfaces to deal with. So that, you know, again, it was much more stealthy than the F-22, You know, and even though the F-22 was like, you know, the size of a bumblebee, I guess this thing was like the size of a flying ant. You know, it just, you know, ridiculous how much more stealthy this was than the F-22. And so, and I just love this airplane from the very beginning. I still watch that competition on YouTube because it's up there all the time, and I'm constantly going back to rewatch it again and again. I just really love, I just love this airplane. That's why I bought it. You know, I wanted to have it just to have it. Like I said, I was originally just going to buy the foam kit and hang it up. I wasn't even going to fly it. And it sold out before I could pull the trigger on it. So then I pulled the trigger on the plug and play because it was a better deal. I think it was only like $70 more. And it came with everything. The fans, the speed controls, servos, everything. You know, ready to fly it. Just put a receiver in it. So it was a screaming deal. And I think that deal's still going on, guys, right now, I believe. Just like the Corsair was 8 months ago or a year ago when I bought it. It was $430 from General Hobbies, and then right now it's $359. So yeah, that's the cheapest I've ever seen it. You know, and this is the one that's got the full. It's a 1600 millimeter. It's got folding wings, a 3-bladed prop. It's a Hamilton standard. It's got all the decals on the prop blades and everything. It's one of the most, I think, scale-looking, detailed Corsairs on the market, and I absolutely love this particular paint scheme, the triple color, where it's a off-white on the bottom that goes to a lighter blue and then a dark blue on top. And I just love that scheme, and this is the one that has that scheme. So yeah, it's just a really beautiful bird. And so I've been wanting it for like 6 years, and I finally pulled the trigger. So that ends my entire oh my god, that's the best price yet. $278 ARF? Holy crap. That's a great price. Wow. Yeah, they've been asking $369 for this plane for years. You know, and that's why I hadn't bought it, because, you know, as much as I wanted it, I wasn't going to pay that for it. But holy crap, $278. Man, that's a screaming good deal, guys. I mean, it really is. That's a really good deal. Oh, the ARF is sold out. Well, there you go. Nathaniel, how you doing, buddy? So, and that's why, guys, it's $278. Of course it's sold out. Yeah. Yeah, Banana's got some screaming good deals on right now. So the other one I bought, and it's been in the box in my living room forever, and it's a big box, is the B-25, the LX B-25, the gigantic one. I also pulled the trigger on that one months and months and months ago. That's been a long time. Because it was finally under $500, and it's never been under $500. So and that's another video. I've probably watched Rich's, you know, tips video on that plane, I don't know, probably 20 times. I watch it. I love watching his intro, you know, where the Mustang's chasing him, that cool music he's got playing. It's that kind of big band, you know, Glenn Miller kind of music, and the plane's darting around, and there's a P-51 chasing him, and yeah, I love that video. So I watch that thing all the time. And oh. Yeah, ARF, almost ready to fly, which that's a plug and play at Banana Hobbies. You know, on a foam airplane. So, and they say that in their description. If you go down to click on one of the tabs and they describe what their terminology means. But to everybody else, foam airplane, that's called a plug and play. But Banana calls it an ARF, almost ready to fly. And it's everything but the receiver, just like a plug and play. So now on a fiberglass plane, it's totally different. That now it's just an airframe, and you have to put everything in it. So it's a little confusing at Banana Hobbies. But their ARFs on their foam planes are really a plug and play. So, yeah, Jeff, it's confusing. I know. I've been dealing with Banana for so long because I'm one of those guys that's not necessarily not a fan. I know there's a lot of people like Wes, the boozers, hate Banana Hobbies, and then that's okay. They like Hobby King. I hate Hobby King. I like Banana. They hate Banana. They like Hobby King. So there you go. Different strokes for different folks. So I've been treated very well from Banana Hobbies. They haven't been perfect by any means, guys, but they're always very courteous. They try to be helpful, and they try. They don't always succeed, but they try to get you what you want. But when they fail, and you file a claim with PayPal, you get your money back, and you never hear from them. They don't call up and call you names or anything. They just they just take it on the chin. Okay, we screwed up. We'll have to do better next time. And so I'm still in good standing with them. I just bought like 1, 2, 3. Well, including the P-40, I just bought 4 airplanes from them. F you, Air Marshal, and Happy New Year to you too, buddy. So, yeah, Alan, have you had any personal with the B-25 from LX, or are you just in general? I know the FMS one. A lot of people complained about the landing gear on the FMS B-25. I hadn't heard any problems with the LX one. Rich never said anything bad about the ground handling of landing gear on it, so I don't remember him saying anything about even fixing it. I know he made a lot of changes to some stuff on that plane. Well, not so much changes, but build tips. Like how to sand all the extra paint off the foam where it goes together, and how to tape all the wires up, and how to tape off, where you don't want to get, the glue when you're going to glue it together. And, he did a lot of that, but I don't remember him modifying anything on that plane. He reprogrammed the ESCs, I think, to advance the timing, I think he said. I guess there's retarded timing, standard timing, and advanced timing, and he reprogrammed it for advanced timing. I remember him doing that. But a lot of good build tips, and but yeah, it's so I hadn't heard anybody complain about the LX model's ground handling. So I don't know if you're just talking about B-25s in general, or this particular one, or if you're confusing it with the FMS one, which I have heard has terrible landing gear. Of course, not from a reliable source. I will say that. The guy that was crabbing mostly about the landing gear on the FMS model was not what I would consider a reliable source. So I took it with a grain of salt. The Big Banana? Is that right? How you doing, Ricky? Good to see you, man. The Big Banana. All right. Greasy black banana peel. Retard timing, my favorite. Yeah, the Jimmy the Doolittle raid for sure. Yep. Yep. I've seen all kinds. I follow all that stuff on YouTube, Alan. I love all of that crap. You know the birdcage Corsair. There's another guy besides Juan who's been there a couple of times, going over the birdcage and the salmon colored primer, the zinc chromate that's salmon color instead of the green like they did on all the rest of them, and that was unique to the birdcage only, and yeah, all that stuff. I love all that stuff, Alan. I watch it constantly. It's better than regular television. I watch all those documentaries on YouTube. Man, they are awesome. I can't get enough of them. I just binge watch them. You know, click, click, next, next. Oh yeah, you got a job? It's about time, you bum. What kind of job? Congratulations, man. That's fantastic. What kind of job did you get? Yeah, are you a delivery boy for Domino's? Or what Papa John's? Is that what you're doing? LJ! Happy New Year, buddy. Good to see you here. Mike SSI, good to see you, man. Hey, Raptor Cam is working tonight. I will demonstrate for you. There you are, man. Look at that. I finally got this shit figured out. Why it works sometimes and why it don't. And so, yeah, I don't think we're going to have any more issues with Raptor Cam. Boom! So, yeah, got it all figured out now. We're really getting it figured out. I was playing around with some other stuff too. Look at this screen for a quickie. I'll just show you. I kind of just again playing around. I put this screen together just to see how that looks. So you know, again, just playing around. Now I can add all kinds of type in all those areas above my window, below my window, next to the plane. I can type in all kinds of stuff in there, and yeah. So, yep, been playing around, trying to, get in the 21st century, as Barry said. So, anyway, but yeah, I'm working on it, guys. Definitely working on it. Trying to bring you guys better content by the day. So, is this time, hang on a minute, let me back up for 1 second here. A surveillance company. Wow. So you're going to keep an eye on all the kiddies there at campus. Who's going to keep an eye on you? Oh, that's great to hear, Dave. I'm glad you got that. That's fantastic. Is the pay good? What you think you should be making, or are you just taking what you can get for now until something better comes along? What's up? F-16 on the bench? Nope. Guess again. Okay, I'll tell you. It's a YF-23. There's one of the tail fins. So, yep, not an F-16. Well, there you go. They gave you what you asked for. You know, awesome, dude. That's fantastic. Congratulations, man. That is freaking awesome. You need an apprentice? I could be a... What do they call them? I was going to say a floater, but that's not what I'm talking about. Not a candy striper either. What do they call the... Oh, I don't know. Anyway. Thank you, EQ. Yeah, I work very hard at that. But I do loops and rolls, too. I mean, it depends on what I'm doing. But even then, I try to do it as scale as possible. You know, I do some 3D stuff now and then too, but I always go back to the scale flying, and I get a lot of comments about that. And I'm pretty proud of it. I mean, I've worked very hard to be smooth and scale, and a lot of people like it. So thank you. I appreciate that. It's nice that you you notice, because I work very hard at it. The Midget King, yeah, that's it. When do you start? You say you start Monday? Is that what you said? Yeah, that's it, bitch. Yeah, I can be your bitch. Yeah, I'm sure for Amy it's just not soon enough. Yeah, the LXB25, dude, I'm telling you, that thing is freaking huge. The box would not fit in here. I'm not kidding you. The box is like this square, like this, and it's got to be, it's 4 feet long. You know, it's probably 2.5 feet by 2 feet by 4 feet. I mean, it's just an enormous box. So, if I did an unboxing that plane, I'd do it like this one. I'd bring all the pieces out here and put them on the table, because there's no way I could even get the box in here. It's just way too big. So, but I've already opened the box and went through it. Everything's in good shape, no damage. Everything looks really good. The only thing... I think I took the decal out of Apache Princess, which is, by the way, Kermit Weeks, Fantasy of Flight, owner of Fantasy of Flight. This airplane, the B-25 from LX Models, is copied off of his real airplane that he has right over here at Fantasy of Flight. So it's the exact scheme, including the picture of what the picture on his airplane is a picture of his wife, the face. That's Kermit's wife that's laying on the side of the fuselage as the Apache Princess. A lot of people didn't know that. So, and I took that decal out of the box, and I had it out here. I think I showed it one night. So, I think I had it out here anyway. So, but yeah. So then that was another reason I've been wanting this plane. Not just the, not just the fact that it's a beautiful B-25, but it's also Kermit's plane, and he's, you know, less than an hour away from me. So, and Wes and I have talked about it a little bit, about maybe going over there, because he also wants to get a picture of the Storch. Take his Storch over there with the B-25, because he's got one too, the LX B-25. And take him over there and maybe get Kermit to sign them for us. So I'd really like to do that. You know, I'd like to go with Wes and go over there and tag team Kermit. Find out how that came to be. I asked him that one day in one of his chats. And hopefully on his next email roundup show where he answers all the questions, he'll pick that one out and answer it. I'd like to see what the answer is. How was he approached about doing a model of his airplane? Yeah, Alan, you got that right. You know, inheriting an oil company, and yeah, that's fantastic. He's definitely got it made. Yeah, there's fireworks going off all over the place. I guess you guys can hear them. Yeah, they go pretty crazy around here. There's not a lot of money in this area. I don't know where these guys are getting the money to buy fireworks as much as they do, because I mean they buy a shitload of fireworks, and so yeah, it's going to be like this all night. And it's going to get worse, as the night goes on. At midnight, you probably won't be able to hear me talk for a few minutes anyway. Oh, really, Jeff? Are you telling me you didn't like your FMS B-25? Don't mince words or anything. Just tell us how you really feel. Beanie weenies. Oh my god, that was funny. Yeah, moon pies. Smitty! Wow, we haven't seen you in a long time, buddy. Welcome back. Happy New Year for you, too. Absolutely. Victor, what's up? Yeah, Alan, he's a very accomplished pilot. He won the Olympics way back in the day with, on our aerobatic team, and he won a bunch of medals, and he designed and built his own plane that he ended up winning with. Yeah, the guy's quite the pilot. Yeah, there might be some gunfire too around here, So yeah, there might be some tracers flying through the room. I'm going to check something real quick, guys. I'm just curious. So I won't be able to see the chat for a second, but I'm hoping not to be gone too long. just want to look something up real quick. I have a question for you guys while you're in here. These new planes that are on Banana's site, these 1100 millimeter planes, the P-40 and the Spitfire, do you guys know who's making these planes? You know, they're under the Blitz RC Works name, which is just Banana Hobby's name to put over whoever really makes them. Do you guys know who's making these 1100 size airplanes? And is ROES RC going to get the same airplanes? So what I was looking up, guys, just so you know, I wanted to know what the wingspan was of the B-25. And it's 2,000 millimeters. It's the same wingspan as my P-40 or the T-28, you know, the Carbon Z. So you've seen me holding mine on the wingtip and how much taller it is than me. Yeah, I know I'm short, but still. Now, can you imagine a twin-engine B-25 with that wingspan? How big overall that plane's going to be? Being a... Well, not exclusively, Ricky. HSD has made some stuff for Banana that was labeled the under the... Blitz RC Works, but they label all of their planes under that. It doesn't matter. You know, I bought a J-Power P-38 Mustang. I'm sorry, P-38 Lightning from Banana, and it was under the Blitz RC Works, but that wasn't an HSD plane. That was a J-Power company. And I also bought what was the other thing I bought from them? That was not an HSD, but another brand again. So, yeah, it's not an exclusive HSD label. Banana puts Blitz RC Works on pretty much all the planes they sell. Not all of them, but, and you know, they must make a deal with the company when they're agreeing to buy them. And some of the companies will agree to let them put Blitz RC Works on it, and some companies won't. I have several FMS airplane models where the instruction manual, like this, says, you know, FMS on it, and then, like down here, it'll say Blitz RC Works. Right on the manual from FMS, it'll say Blitz RC Works on it. The latest one I got was the Furious Frankie Mustang. And it was a version 7 that I bought new. So that was back when Banana was still selling FMS planes. And yeah, the manual itself actually had FMS and Blitz RC Works on it. So that was a deal that they made with FMS back in the day to, you know, put their label on the instruction manual. So uh-oh. My screen went out? Uh-oh. Is it back? This isn't an April Fool's joke, is it? It's not April. Okay, thanks, Jeff. Yeah, I see me. I just want to make sure you see me. You know, I'm watching the same stream you guys are, so. And we have almost zero lag tonight. I mean, it's really, you know, I'm watching how far off my hand movements are from when I move them and when I see them, and it's right on there. I mean, it's close. A few seconds, you know, 5-6 seconds maybe. Yeah, it's probably one of the fastest streams, least lagging, least buffering, least you know, lag of any of the shows I've done so far. So whatever YouTube's finally doing to getting it right now. So somebody just mentioned that name today out at the field, Alan. I have never heard of this Nick Zarelli or Zarello. I have never heard of this guy, but somebody mentioned him out at the field today, and he was talking about the kits are built-up kits. You know, bare fiberglass. You got to paint them. You got. Is that what you're talking about? You know, you just get the fiberglass bits and you got to paint it and do everything. And I've never heard that name. I told him it. You know, he said way back in the day. Well, way back in the day, you know, it was either Byron or Bob Violet Models. You know, is who the big names were that I dealt with back then. So I've never heard of this Nick guy, but it's funny you mentioned that because it was just brought up today at the field when we were looking at all these turbine jets out there today, and his name came up. So yeah, they asked me if I'd ever heard of him. I said no, never heard of him. So well, that could be too, Shadow. That's a good thought. I hadn't thought of that. You might be right. Although there's some live shows going on tonight. YouTube's putting on their own show. I'm not sure exactly how that works, but YouTube's got a live show going on tonight. And I don't know who's, you know, are the creators going to be the entertainment? They're going to, like, do a round robin with us? I don't know. I'm not going to watch it, but I saw the premiere for it. And I didn't know how that was going to work. That's funny, Ricky. Yeah, our weather's not going to be terrific this weekend, but yeah, hey, Dave's here. Dave's RC, what's up, buddy? It's good to see you, man. Hey, how about an update on Delaware? Did he tell you what he got his kids for Christmas? What did they do? You got any anything you want to share with us? Man, I'd love to hear how he's doing. Zarello Warbirds. Okay. Yeah. Don't know them. I'm assuming these are big birds, you know, 80 inches or bigger type kits. They're not small, inexpensive kits. They're big dollar, big airplane kits. Oh, he's going to be on the show tomorrow night? So okay, we can wait then. We'll hear all about it then tomorrow. That's cool. That's great, Dave. Thank you for that. That's awesome. Thank you for telling us that. That's freaking awesome. I can't wait. You know, it's there's no greater gift, man, than to give. It just, I love it. Yeah, I wish I could win the lottery so I could give it all away. I wouldn't give it all away, but I give a lot of it away. So, boy, they're firing off mortars right now, guys. I'm hearing all this big stuff going off. Wow. So, Alan, how big is your B-25? (1301-2020). No shit. That's funny, Ken. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, I backed up in the chat here for a second. Just looking at some of the stuff I missed. No, I haven't made an RC Noah's Ark yet. Yeah, sometimes this stuff goes by so fast, I miss all the good stuff. I don't know, David. You've been in the show recently. I mean, you've seen the difference from when I finally peeled the protective lens cover off of it. I think Fred said it best when he said, BAM! Yeah, the picture changed drastically when I pulled that little clear plastic screen protector off. That really sharpened things right up. It looked so clear when I was looking at it. I just didn't think it was doing anything. I finally decided to try it, and man, what a difference. But when it was on there, it was absolutely clear. I could see the camera lens inside perfectly. I didn't think there was... I thought it was one of those perfectly clear lens protectors, but no, it wasn't. Need more space. What are you talking about? My shop here, Tim? Yeah, call up TransUnion and tell them I didn't get my free radio. So, yeah, you need to put a bad mark on Dave because I didn't get my free radio. Wait a minute, you didn't pay anything for it? No, no ticky, no washi. Yeah. Oh my God. Oh, good point, George. By the way, guys, um, all 5 uh, turbine jets out at the field today, all 5 of them flying Futaba. Nobody had a Spectrum radio in any of those turbines. I'm just saying. I'm just Walter Cronkite reporting the news. That's all. No, Dave, there is not even room to fly a Vapor in here. There really isn't. Listen, I'm touching the wall here, and I'm touching the wall here. That's how big this is, okay? That's it. That's all the bigger it is in here. You know, you're almost seeing it on camera, wall to wall. It's that small in here. There's no you couldn't fly. I could barely hover that little drone of mine around in here. There's just no room in here. It's way too small. But when I get the garage built, we're gonna have room galore. So. Oh, Deuce is wild. Good for you, man. Take another one for me. Hey, George, set Air Marshal straight for me, will you? The garage, county's being assholes. I'll just say it. I mean, they've had my plans for months, and now what have they been doing with my plans for months? Now they want to know where the building's going to be on the property. They want me to draw them a little diagram of my property with the measurements and where the building is on the property. You know, all of the plans they got were all certified and notarized and everything. So there was nothing wrong. Engineering drawings, they got all of that. So there was nothing for them to approve of that. It was all done. All they had to do was look at it and say, yeah, they've got their paperwork in order. We're good to go. So for 2 months, they just looked at the emblem, and now they want to know where the building's going to go so they can approve it. Okay, so what have you been doing with it for 2 months? I mean, you know, there was nothing to look at. You know, all the structural building and everything was all, you know, engineered and everything, and all the I's were dotted, all the T's were crossed. It was nothing for them to do with any of that paperwork that they made me bring them, and they charged me $190 for already. And now, 2 months later, oh, we need a diagram of where the building's going to be on the property, and it can't be within, I think they said 5 feet of a fence, and it can't be any closer than 100 feet from the road, and it can't be, you know. And I'm like, okay, well, it meets all that criteria, no problem. And then I have to sign a paper that says I'm the contractor, and I understand that I'm responsible for everything that goes on there. If somebody gets hurt, workman's comp, blah blah blah. Okay, yeah, well, I'm doing all the work myself. Not a problem, but okay. And then, yeah, just a bunch of stupidness. And I'm like, what have you been doing for 2 months? So, anyway. So, and I'll be honest, it wouldn't have mattered anyway, because when I fell and broke my back, I wouldn't have been able to work on it anyway. So, I mean, the fact that it's taken this long, you know, I would say at least 30 days of it's my fault. But that was like after their 2 months of nothing. So, but no, Ryan, it's not built yet. But it's going to happen soon. I mean, I should be getting the okay, my permit. Well, I'm hoping any day now. And then as soon as I get it, I'm going to schedule it. So, I'm going to get it on the book for build, and whatever I got to do to make it happen, that it gets done on their schedule. If I have to hire a crew to come in and dig the footer, I will. I don't care anymore. Once I get it on the schedule, it's going to happen regardless, even if I have to pay somebody to do it. So, oh, you meant the plane? No, it's not built yet. Hey, smartass. We've all asked you to build planes on your show, too. I haven't seen that happen yet. That's funny. Yeah, that's a good one, Shadow. Get back to work. No, Jeff, because I didn't send it in yet, because for the last 2 days I've been fighting putting in a new well pressure tank. For you people that have wells, that big holding tank that you have to pressurize, that puts the back pressure on the system so that your water works correctly. I actually finished it about 4 o'clock this morning. So, yeah, I was going to take the plans in, I think, yesterday or the day before, I forget. And I've been, when this thing let go, I had to start searching around. Who's got a tank? Where can I get a tank? And then get it put in. I did it myself. I mean, I had to put it in, but I finally finished it last night. Well, this morning at 4 a.m. this morning. My water was back on, and everything's good. So yeah, probably Monday. I'm going to take them down there Monday and get it submitted. So and then hopefully we'll hear something pretty quickly. Oh yeah, they want to know how many trees I need to cut down, and they want to know, all this crap I got to check off. And I asked them, I said, well, do I need to have an engineering company come out here and tell me where the runoff goes, no, you just have to sign that you're aware of it, that you're taking responsibility for it. So if there's a problem, it's on you. Okay. So I don't have any flooding issues here, so I don't see it being a problem. I don't think I have to dig a retention pond. I don't have any. My property never gets wet until they turn the fire hydrant on at the corner and let it run for a month. My property was underwater when they did that, the north end of the property, but that's nowhere near where the garage is going. So, but yeah, they did that to me once. So, but yeah. So anyway, I don't foresee any problems. Everything's fine. I just have to. I have 3 stumps I have to finish removing, and then dig the footer. So, and if, like I said, if I have to hire some guys, or hell, I'll go down to that labor place, and You know, who wants to make $100 for the day? You know, come on over. You know, I'll feed you. You know, come over here and dig a footer for me. You know, so yeah, if that's what I got to do, I'll do that. I don't care. So anyway, yeah, just show them where the lightning rod will be. That. So yeah, that's. So anyway, that's where we're at. We're gonna, you know, I'm shifting it into high gear now. I'm ready. I need my building. So we're gonna, and that's another reason why I haven't been working on these planes. I mean, I've still been working in the yard. I mean, the trees are down and most of the stumps are out or gone. All the ones that are in the way are done. Yeah, George, there's only a 12 by 12. They're 12 foot deep, 12 foot wide. I'm sorry, 12 inches. 12 inches deep, 12 inches wide, all the way around the perimeter. Slabs 4 inches thick. Not that big a deal. I'm not going to have to dig out. I'm gonna put walls up and just float the concrete straight up. You know, to get the at least 4 inches. So I only have to dig the footer and then put my walls up to, and then I'm going to put some commercial grade plastic down and then call the cement truck and says, you know, bring it. And yeah, so that's how I'm going to do it. We're just going to, you know, and I'm going to float it myself. I'm not hiring anybody. I've already, you know, listen, it's a garage. It doesn't have to be perfect. I don't need somebody to come out here and, you know, polish it and broom it or whatever. You know, it just, you know, we're just going to, you know, scrape it off level and, you know, good enough. It's a garage. It's, you know. So, yeah, George, it's not bad at all, you know. Dennis. Who told? 3 inches is as far as he goes. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'm just building a doghouse. You know, I don't know what you guys are worried about. It's a big dog. So, anyway. Hookers? I thought he said hookers. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Get back to work. Right, workplace. Yeah, Waffle House. Yeah, we actually have. They're all over the place here. They're something labor. Can't think of what they call it. It's an organization down here that, you know, if you want to work, you go hang out there. You know, you sign up with them, you hang out there, and, you know, when somebody calls in or sometimes they just drive up in the parking lot where everybody's standing and says, you know, who wants to dig a ditch today, or who wants to, you know, and they just jump in the car and go, and, you know, go make some money. Is that true? Dennis, is that true? You know, 3 inches is enough to satisfy? Is that... You guys are going to get me demonetized. Yeah, that's it. Across, not length. Right. Oh, God. So anyway, so what do you guys got going on? Anybody got something cool you want to share? Another new plane? By the way, the new HSD 182 is doing great. You know, that thing's fantastic. Everybody loves it. You know, the guys, you know, I had it out of field today, and, you know, they just can't, you know, they just, everybody, what a good-looking airplane. Man, that's a good-looking airplane. I hear it over and over again. Boy, that's a good-looking airplane. So even though it's not a Corsair or a Mustang, it's just a Cessna, not a Cessna, but a Cessna. It's, you know, they just love it. Everybody loves that airplane. So, you know, it's, I'm surprised there's not more videos up. There's a few out there, but there's not a lot. It's not getting a lot of airtime on YouTube, and I'm kind of surprised. I know I'm not the only one that bought one. So, GB, there's some really good footage on YouTube of it flying. RC Informer Rich has one of these and flew the shit out of it. So, if you really want to see one fly, queue up Rich's video of it. I'm sure if you do a search for YF23, you're going to see Pete from Banana Hobbies flying it. And, yeah, and his video is good. He's flying the crap out of it, but it's you know, it's like my videos, pretty far away, not close up, because he doesn't have a cameraman, or a good cameraman. But Rich is, you know, I mean, it's right there, you know. So yeah, go watch Rich fly it. It flies great. So. Did you really, Tim? That's funny. Hey, Sawyer, what's up? Good to see you, buddy. The Boston Dynamics video? No, I haven't seen that. What's that? You know, fill us in there, Sawyer. What's that video? Oh, yeah, they still make them. Sure they do. Yeah. Joe Pellegrino, good to see you, buddy. Happy New Year. Oh, there you go. Way to go, Air Marshal. Captain Buttplug. Roach Coach, what's up? Good to see you, man. All right, Eric. Do you live here? Are you close by here? You know Graves Hobbies? Are you in the Orlando area? Where are you located? Uh-oh. How bad is a Hawaiian clink? They have hula girls in there. I mean, are there palm trees out the window? Really? So you buy planes from Graves Hobbies from South Carolina? No kidding. Wow, that's interesting. Hey, are you any relationship to Kevin Quinn by any chance? One of the flying cowboys. Just wondering. Quinn's not a super it's not Smith, so I was just wondering how rare that name is and if you're any relation. Yeah, me too, Joe. I'm glad this year's over. Holy crap. Yeah, sorry, I can't open a link. It won't let my computer won't let me open a link on my show. If I'm in the chat with you on somebody else's show, I can open links, but if it's in my own show, I can't open links. The key it won't let me do it. I don't know why, but it won't let me do it. Yeah, Alan, it really looks good. I'll tell you that new 182 is beautiful. They did a really, really nice job on it. And the lights are so freaking bright. The other night it was dusk, and I was flying, and oh my God, those lights were so freaking bright. Man, I'm telling you, it was unbelievable how bright those things are. Beautiful in the sky, just beautiful. Tui, what's up? Happy New Year. Do you know who I'm talking about? Are you familiar with the Flying Cowboys on YouTube? The whole group of them, full-scale pilots that fly around really cool airplanes. Really? Is Quinn a common name? Okay. I wasn't sure. It's not a name I've heard. I actually, until I saw Kevin Quinn on the Flying Cowboys, I'd never heard the name before, other than Quincy Jones or what was that Tom Selleck movie? Wasn't his name Quinn in that movie? That old Western movie? What the hell was that thing called? I forget it. But I think his name was Quinn in that movie, I think. Okay. Do you watch? Do you like watching anything on YouTube? Full scale stuff. These guys are all flying STOL planes. Cubs and the Draco. I imagine you've heard of that one. Mike Patey is part of the Flying Cowboys. Trent Palmer has the Freedom Fox. Oh, is Colin's last name Quinn? Quigley. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's it. Quigley down there. I knew it was Quig something or other. Yeah, the Kit Fox. Hey, Keith, what's up, buddy? Good to see you, man. All right, Eric. Have a good night, buddy. Yeah, yeah. Rest up, buddy. You gotta get back on the horse. Rest up. Have a good night. Happy New Year. Fred, what's up? How you doing, buddy? Happy New Year. Got 41 in here, 30 likes. Awesome, guys. Welcome. Glad you're here. Glad we could share our New Year's Eve together. Out with the old for sure, man. We got to get rid of this 2020 crap. Man, I'm over it. Next year's got to be better. Christ. Unless we have a nuclear meltdown, I can't see it getting any worse. Matt! Happy New Year, buddy. Good to see you, man. Your dad was in here earlier, unless he's still here. He might still be here. So you're old enough to drink now, huh, Dennis? Awesome, man. That's great. Cheers. That's funny. He's sort of there. Okay. Oh, you just switched over to the PC in the hobby room. There you go. Yeah, Ken, I wish I was working on my second Casendo. That was a good glider. I like that plane. Hi, Christy. Happy New Year, girl. Glad you could make it. Fred, you are correct. Well done, sir. Yes. So, I'll update all you guys. So this is... I've had this plane before COVID even started. I just haven't gotten around to building it. Don't have room to keep it anywhere. But I did take it out of the box because I just had to look at it. So this is the YF23 from LX Models. These are the wing panels. Okay. And then these are the tail, the pelican tail or V-tail. Rudders, rudders, I don't know. Elevators, rudders. You know, V-tail kind of, you know, pelican tail, V-tail configuration. And then the fuselage is in two pieces. Well, three actually. The nose cone comes off, like all of them, but this is just a shell. It's a hollow foam shell. You know, it's got magnets in it to hold it on, but it's just an empty shell. You know, it literally weighs nothing. And then the nose section here, and the canopy itself is the hatch. It's a keyhole with 4 rivets. The canopy has keyhole holes in it, and the rivets. So you actually put the canopy over the holes and then slide it back to lock it on, and the rivets slide up in the keyhole slot, and that's what holds it on, and that's your hatch. You just slide it forward, and then you have to lift it off the rivets, which is a little tricky. Well, you got to be very careful, or you're going to mar up the, you know, the fuselage. So there we go. Okay, so I got the front one off. Back one. There we go. Okay. So, you know, so the canopy is the battery hatch. Okay, you just, there's no interior in here, no pilot, no place to put the pilot, because the battery sits right here where the pilot would be. You know, and it straps right there, so you're gonna look through the canopy and see your battery pack. There's, you know, I suppose you could probably, depending on how big a battery you put in there, you might be able to put a false floor in and just a bust, or maybe just a neck and head pilot in here. But and I may do something with a magnet and a pilot head and just like stick them to the top of the battery. If I glue a magnet to the top of the battery strap, I might be able to pop a head, you know, with a magnet in on the strap after I put the battery in, so that at least there's a head. But that's about all you're going to have room for. So that's a little different. I do kind of like the way this goes on. I mean, it looks really cool, and it, you know, it's going to stay on because, you know, air pressure pushing against the canopy, pushing it back, locks it in place. So there's no way the canopy's going to come off. I mean, unless it pulls the rivets off. But otherwise, yeah, the canopy's going to stay on, and it locks in place. So it, yeah, and it looks really good. I mean, the finish on that's really nice. So yeah, that looks really good. And then the fuselage has some good detail of the, you know, it's a lifting body. I mean, it's the whole bottom of this fuselage, you know, it could easily fly on this. It's just one big smooth, you know, flight surface. So, you know, it's definitely gonna, you know, and then the and one of the things, I don't know if you guys know about the F-23 or not, the YF-23, but, you know, one of the things that was stealthy about this as well is that, yeah, it's got wing spars. They're not what you would, so there's a spar inside the fuselage, and then I think there's a spar in the wing. And then all you're going to do is put a tube in there to connect the two spars together, like a sleeve. You know, the sleeve goes inside this tube and that tube, and, you know, it's probably about maybe 6 inches, you know, roughly. So yeah, it doesn't have big long spars. It's a short spar that connects the two permanent spars, the one in the fuselage to the one in the wing. And then there's those famous, we all know and love, plastic connectors that you glue in to the fuselage and into the wing. and then you slide the one into the other and attach it with those set screws, and that's what holds the wings on. And then there's just 2 servo wires here to plug in for your for the ailerons and the flaps, because the landing gear is actually in the fuselage. Okay, so there's no landing gear in the wing. The mains are actually in the fuselage. And then, of course, the jet exhaust is on the top, which is what made it stealthy from the ground as far as, you know, getting a heat signature. There is no heat signature from the bottom. It's all on the top. You know, all the heat came out the top. And, of course, they had ceramic tiles and some fancy paint and crap in here to keep, you know, to absorb most of that heat on top of it. So not only was the heat, you know, absorbed in the exit, but it was also shrouded from the bottom of the plane by design. So that's one of the things that made this so stealthy. So, you know, like all LX planes, guys, it's not the best quality, but, you know, the stuff, you know, pretty much everybody agrees that the LX stuff flies good. You know, there's sometimes issues with some of the stuff. I think there might be issues. Well, I know there's issues with the main gear. This gear collapses when you put the gear down and then you set the plane on it. The mains just collapse like the F-18 from, I think, E-Flite. I think it's the E-Flite F-18 that you know, when you put the weight of the plane on the gear, the main gear, they just collapse all the way down until they bottom out. And the gear on here does the same thing. So I'm probably going to be looking at doing something with that. And since I'm flying off of grass, and I don't think these wheels are scale anyway, I think they're too small, I'll probably be putting bigger wheels on it. Because I'll be flying it off grass. So, and we'll see. I'll have, you know, once I get to that point in the build, I'll, now this did come with brakes, by the way. It has wheel brakes. It came on it, you know, from the factory. It wasn't an upgrade option. It came with brakes. So, so yeah, it's an airplane. I'm a big fan of this airplane, guys. EQ, what do you? I missed it. What are you saying? Has none. B2 has none. MiG-29 has none. F-22 single 70mm twin has none. None what? What did I miss? I don't want to scroll back. Yeah, Robert. It's hey, how you doing, Robert? Good to see you, man. Yeah, it's smooth. It's got, you know, body line detail that I could maybe I'll airbrush some of that. You know, make it, you know, look a little more scale-ish. But it's got all the body lines and all the access panels and all that foam, you know, molded into the foam. It's all there. And, yeah, it's a cool-looking airplane. And, you know, I watched RC Informer's, you know, how, you know, help build video, and, you know, it was good, and he flies the crap out of it. So, you know, and I'm just a huge fan of this airplane ever since, you know, Northrop made the thing, and I been wanting it forever. And, you know, like I said, I bought this thing before COVID, so it was, you know, March maybe, somewhere around there, and it's just been sitting here. I haven't had time or room to build it. So, but I thought I'd bring it on the show tonight. You know, it's New Year's Eve, special show tonight, and this is a special airplane, so I thought I'd share it with you guys tonight. Just something new to talk about. Oh, that's sold out right now? Yeah, that's, somebody just said that on these. Yeah. Yeah, Fred, I always wondered that too. You know? Um, I mean, they were supposed to destroy all the documentation and everything and the two airplanes. And that didn't happen. So, um, those two planes sat out in the desert for like, I think 7 years. The two were parked together in a fence enclosure out on the tarmac, and they just sat there for like 7 years. And then finally, they said, you know, let's go get those and clean them up and put them in museums, and that's what they did. Now the one is still outside all the time. It's at that museum in California. That's what the hell's the name of that place? It looks cool, David. You know, the L39. Yeah, it looks really good. You know, I just yeah, it's kind of pricey. I mean, unless you're talking about the little one. You know, they've got a couple of them, but that big one, um, I think it's just for the airframe. It's like $600 or $700, and then you have to put all your stuff in it. So, and I don't remember, is that a turbine airframe or is that a ducted fan airframe or either? You know, maybe it could be either. Um, it looks good though, and then the little one looks really cool. I mean, for like $97 or whatever it is, you know, and it comes with a gyro. Shit, you can't hardly go wrong with that one. I'm sure that would be fun to just, you know, toss out there and fly around. Yeah, the 105 EDF. Okay, yeah, so that's the big one. Yeah, yeah, it looks really good. Looks nice. Yeah, a little pricey, especially for banana hobbies. I've got their page open here. Let me look it up here. Yeah, 749, depending on the color scheme, or 799. So, you know, I guess that comes with everything, though, right? It's an ARF, you know, which by their definition is a. Wow, they actually have the 749 one in stock. That's the one that's got the same paint scheme on it that the Freewing put on their L39. That military camo with the yellow nose and wingtips. It says it's in stock, 749.90. So yeah, yeah, it looks good. I mean, it's a good looking plane. Um, it's probably a 12 cell, I'm guessing. Let me open it here. Let's see what it says. I'm betting it's two 6 cell packs. So speed control not included, 105 EDF not included, in motor not included, brakes, gyro, controller not included. Okay, so if you want to get this thing all equipped out, let's see what the price is when you add all that crap. Okay, so you can't add the speed control. But I added the power system and the brake gyro controller, and that brought the price up to $1,043.90. Still don't have an ESC. I don't know if it includes servos or not. So yeah, it's now I saw one of those at Jet Jam. This particular one, the camo one. It was at Jet Jam. It looked good. I mean, they weren't. I didn't see it fly. No, was it? No, it wasn't Jet Jam. It was Florida Jets. Not this Florida Jets. This is Florida E-Jets. Not to be confused with Florida Jets. So there was one of these there, and I got to look at it. It looked good, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not ready to spend that kind of money on a plane yet. $1,043, and we're not done. I mean, you still have to put an ESC in it, and I don't know if that servo's included or not. So yeah, it's just too pricey. I'm not going to put that many eggs in one basket. It's just too much for me. Not at this time. You know, if I get a if I get a nice job like Air Marshal, where I name my price and they say, okay, yeah, well, I might get one. All right, what did I miss? Hang on, let me back up a second here. Mr. Keller, what's up, buddy? Happy New Year, man. Yeah, Victor, it's a little price. Yeah, ARF Plus. Yeah, I guess kinda. Um, I mean, it doesn't come with. Well, so I guess that's kind of. Yeah, same thing. It's an ARF Plus, so it doesn't come with the ESC. It doesn't come with the power system, the fan and motor, and it doesn't come with the brakes or the gyro controller. So, which I'm sure other ARF Pluses don't come with either. So yeah, I guess when you look at it that way, yeah, it's an ARF Plus. But by the time you outfit it with what you need on something this big, it gets real pricey. So that's when the $749 goes to over $1,000 pretty quickly. And it's $749. That's already a pretty pricey ARF Plus. So yeah, just not. I'm just not ready to pull the trigger on anything that expensive. Yeah, it's just. And it was funny today out at the field. I was telling everybody about these turbine guys that HST sells, ready to go plug and play foamy jets that are big and for like $299, $29.99, almost $3,000, and they were talking about all the airframe. This airframe's like $3,000, and then the jet, and I'm like, you guys can buy one ready to go for $3,000. You can, from where? And HST, who's that? Never heard of them. All right. What planet are you guys on? I mean, I don't know. They just, I guess when you're flying big stuff, big expensive stuff, and we're flying the cheap foamy stuff, I guess we're just in different worlds. They're on websites I don't go to, and I'm on websites they don't go to. So it's so the one guy looked it up. He goes, "Wow," and I'm like, "Yeah, you know," and they're really nice. So Dennis, are you thinking about a Draco, or is that not your kind of airplane? I don't know. George, what's the wingspan on that HSD? It's big. I mean, it's probably at least 80 inches, if not bigger. I'm guessing. George Watts has one, so he can tell us exactly how big it is. I can try to look it up real quick. Okay, so let's see here. One of you guys are probably going to find it before I do. I see some new offerings. That's interesting. All right, so let's see. So it's yeah, it's 79.4 inches. Yeah, 80 inches. Yeah, it's the same. Um, so it's the same size as my P40. It's pretty big. Um, it weighs. Hang on a minute. Flying weight is 23 and a half pounds. Wow. So that's substantial. That's a pretty hefty airplane. So oh god, here we go again. The chat's just running away. I can't keep up. Hold on, I gotta go back. Da 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 da. No Draco, sorry, but it's just another a cub to me. Okay, no problem. Um, the rumor mill is it's going to be a 2,000 millimeter plane also, and it's going to be in the 549 range. I don't know if that's even close in the ballpark or not, but that's what I heard. And yeah, I'm all over that. If that's what it is, if that's how big it is, and that's how much it is, I'm all over it. There's a couple other airplanes I want, guys, but they're not immediate gotta haves because they're brand new airplanes, so they're going to be around a while. Like the new FMS Beaver with the clear windows, and the E-Flite air tractor. That's brand new, so that's going to be around a while. And what else? There's a couple more that are the new FMS Corsair might be on my down the road list, but these are all planes that are brand new. They're not going anywhere for a while. Oh yeah, the FMS Tiger Cat. That's another one. Yep, that. So, I did a lot of thought processing to pick out what I should get now. The prices are right. They're on sale. They're cheap, and then the planes I still want that I can push off, I did. So I'm pretty much done right now. There's nothing else I'm buying for a while until we finally find out what Draco's going to be and how much it's going to be, and then we'll go from there. But I'm pretty much going to hold off until I know what Draco is or isn't going to be, and then I'll make decisions based on that. So, but yeah, the 550 range is my max. I'm just not, if it's in that range, I'm good. But anything over that, I'm just not gonna do it. I just can't see spending that much money for an airplane. I just can't. So which plane? Yeah. It was on my radar for quite a while, Dennis. The flight line, but it's off my radar now. Yeah, I've already got the one coming from LX, and if I buy another one after that one, it'll be the FMS one, the new FMS. So yeah, the birdcage is no longer on my want list. Oh, that's funny. Oh, Mike, that's not fair. You can't get it out of the tree. You can't crash it again until you get it out of the tree. Congratulations, buddy. That's awesome. I'm glad you haven't done any more crashing. That's great. That's good news. Good to hear it. be 25, or is it gone? Yeah, Airvex, I get you. That you know, you gotta set limits, and I set mine a little higher than $400, but not much. You know, the MiG-29 was definitely off the radar. Too much. I'm not spending that. So that big MiG-29 I didn't buy. The big A-10 I didn't buy. It wasn't just the price of the airplane. It's the fact that you have to put 2 giant 6-cell batteries in it to fly at once. Those were 2 huge strikes for me that made those off the list. Just too much money. So, yeah, one guy in the chat, I don't know, and I'm not picking on anybody. I just made the point that, well, you got a lot of 6-cell batteries now. You know, batteries aren't really a problem anymore. Not true. You know, that big A10 takes big batteries, and I only have just now. I have 2 6500 6-cell packs. Everything else I have is under 5,000, and you know that would fly that big A10 for what, 3 minutes maybe. You know, a 4500 pack. You know. So yeah, so batteries are an issue. I don't have any big batteries for these big airplanes, and so yeah, it's yeah. So the batteries are still an issue. I mean, I could buy it and I could get it in the air, but it would be like when I bought my Avanti, and the only packs I had to fly the Avanti on were my Turnigy Hobby King 3300 30C batteries, which are definitely not jet batteries. Okay, so but I was able to fly the Avanti around, but we're talking about, you know, just cruising it around. You know, that's why I was getting long flight times, because, you know, if I throttled that thing up at all, that battery was gonna explode. You know, so I had to just take it really easy on that airplane. And I enjoyed it. I gotta say, you know, I did not like flying it. I did, you know, but, you know, when you can't afford the right batteries for the plane, it definitely changes how you fly the plane. And you know, if I'd have bought that big MiG or an A-10, you know, I'd be putz-assing around and probably still only getting 3 minutes. So yeah, it's just. Yeah, I agree, Robert. You know, I mean, the batteries have come a long way, guys. I mean, a long way. It's amazing what we're getting out of batteries now. You know, and the efficiency of these new engines, the new motors and stuff. You know, and right to this day, right now, the plane that impresses me the most is the EC 1500. You know, it's a twin-engine prop plane that can fly for 34 minutes on a 5-cell battery. That's just freaking crazy. A 6-cell battery, I'm sorry, but a 5,000. 4S. It's a 5,000 milliamp 4S battery. It'll fly 34 minutes on that. That's just insane. So yeah, I'm really shocked at how far we've come, and can't wait to see where it goes from here. It's gonna be really cool to see how we progress from here. Yeah, Robert. So, yeah, it's just, you know, that's why I'm selling my MiG-29 from Arrows. It's a nice airplane, but the flight times are just not good enough for me. I don't like the 3-minute flight times. That's just not my gig. Um, so, you know, so that one's got to go. It's beautiful. I love the look of it. You know, and it flies nice. I mean, when you get in the air and fly it around, but it just doesn't fly long enough for me. And putting bigger batteries in it doesn't help. You know, that plane doesn't have enough wing to support bigger batteries. You know, you put a bigger battery in it, you got to throttle up to fly it. You throttle up, and the run time goes down. So it just, you know, we're at that, you know, diminishing returns area right there. It just, you know, so but it's a nice flying jet. It's beautiful, but it's just not for me. You know, I want something that flies longer than 3 minutes. So, Mike, what plane's eating props? All right, Fred. Hey, thank you, buddy, for everything. Really, for everything you do for us, guy. Thank you so much. Happy New Year. We'll catch you next week. And stay safe. No amateur night tonight. And you have a good night, man. I have no idea, Jeff. I don't know what. I haven't flown it yet. Obviously, it's still in the bags. But you know, RC Informer was flying it. You know, I don't know. He seemed to be getting some pretty good flight time out of it. So I don't think it's a. I don't think it's horrible. We'll find out, but you know, I think it's probably not going to be too bad. I think they've improved them over the years. Like I was saying earlier, you know, I bought the B2. I don't know how many years ago. It's been a while, like 6 years ago, and that one still has 5-bladed fans in it. So I'm not expecting any kind of long flight times on that one. Yeah, Alan, that's true. You know, the risk reward is, you know, do I want to, you know, like today for instance, you know, and I'm at that point now, guys, where, you know, before I didn't care if it was windy or not. Fuck it, I'll fly. I want to fly. Screw it. And you know, it just takes one downdraft, one you know. You leaving, Brian? Or did you just get here? What's up? Um, I wasn't going to fly my new Cessna today. No way. I mean, it was 20-mile-an-hour winds gusting to 25, 30. I was like, I'm not putting that in the air. You know, I'm just, the risk reward's not worth it. I'm not putting it in the air. So I didn't fly that today. But I did fly my 150. You know, I'm used to that plane. I know what it'll do in the wind. And, you know, if I break it again, you know, I'm getting ready to redo it anyway, so it wouldn't have been a big deal. I'd just fix it and then paint over it, which is what it's going to get soon anyway. Um, so, yeah, so I flew that today. I didn't fly the jets. I took 2 jets today. I didn't fly either one of them. I did fly the EC 1500. That does great in the wind. No problem in the wind. So I flew that today. So, yeah, the only planes I flew today were the Carbon C150 and the EC 1500. because I had 10 airplanes in the car, but I only flew 2 of them. You know, and I just wasn't going to risk the rest of them. You know, I've gotten to the point now where I'm tired of doing stupid daredevil stuff with these airplanes, and then something goes wrong and I got to fix it. I'm not going to risk it anymore. So, and that's one of the reasons I like to take a lot of planes with me. So if conditions are favorable for one plane over another, I'll just fly that one. What's up, Shay? Good to see you, buddy. Well, thanks for stopping by, for the wishes. Thank you. Happy New Year to you too, to you and your wife and your kids. Be safe. Don't go anywhere tonight. Amateur hour, amateur night. And we'll see you next week in your show. All right? So, Happy New Year, man. Yeah, I would, Alan, I agree. You know, sometimes you just have bad luck, you know. After really going over what happened to my my Futura, I think that one was probably partially pilot error on my part for not really paying attention to the conditions that were changing. And the crazy winds we were having that day. But I think, you know, because I was probably 10, 12 minutes into that flight, I hadn't touched the throttle. I've been flying the entire flight in formation with my 2 friends, and I hadn't touched the throttle. Now, as your battery voltage depletes, as you're wearing the pack down, your thrust depletes ever so slightly. Over a 12-minute period, it had gotten to the point where I probably was flying just a little too slow for conditions, and then I had an immediate 180 wind gust that came in. All of a sudden I was only flying fast enough for a headwind, and when I got an instant tailwind, I didn't have enough flight speed to keep it in the air, and it fell out of the sky. And you know, so yeah, that one just caught me off guard. You know, and if you want to call it bad luck, probably some bad piloting on my part. I should have been paying more attention to my speed. But yeah, that led to a crash. And you know, I don't like crashing. I don't do it very often, and I don't like it. So yeah. So I mean, on the good side, I mean, the only thing I have to buy is a fuselage. Everything else is fine. You know, so it's a $97 fuselage. But I've got an extra canopy. I've got extra everything. But the only thing I actually broke was the fuselage. Everything else is fine. So I'm going to be able to reuse my wings, all the landing gear, you know, all the tail surfaces. Everything is reusable except the fuselage and the canopy. But I already have a canopy. So yeah, so it's going to cost me $97 to fix that one, which is still, you know, I mean, that hurts. You know, $100 just for, you know, bad luck and some bad, you know, piloting on my part, I guess. Yeah, it sucks. So, yeah, so today I didn't risk nothing. I flew 2 airplanes that I knew would handle the wind just fine, and everything else stayed in the car. I wasn't going to risk anything else. And my brand new, never flown yet, turbo timber, the rudder fell off. It was sitting in the front seat of my car, just sitting there. And I went back into the car to get my sunglasses, I don't know, a few hours after I got there. And there was like no tapes, you know, the control tapes that they use on those for the control surfaces. There was like no tape on it, and the rudder fell off. It just fell off, you know. So great, now I got to fix this. I haven't even flown it yet. I got to fix it. So Oh, God, I hate those storms, Fred. Man, I've been there. Holy crap. Yeah, that just sucks. Well, and that's just it, Mike. They're coming out with giant foamies now. So, you know, you can go big and still stay in a foamy. You know, you can even go turbine and stay in a foamy, which I think is awesome, personally. Um, but yeah. Yeah, Roy, and that's what I'm talking about. You know, that's one of those bad luck kind of situations where, you know, who'd have thought? And then boom, you know, regardless how it happened, you still have a broken airplane you have to fix or pay to buy parts or whatever, and that sucks. So, oh, I wasn't even implying you were, Mike. I'm just saying that I'm excited that they're coming out with bigger and bigger airplanes that are still staying foam. You know, I think that's freaking awesome. You know, and now we've got real turbine jet airplanes, big giant turbine airplanes that are still foam. I think it's fantastic. I love it. It's just, you know, I just think that's great for the hobby. You know, keep the prices down, way more affordable, way more repairable, and yeah, I'm just super excited to see what. I can't wait to see what they come out with this year, 21. You know, I'm expecting some really cool stuff this year. I think Horizon's going to release some really cool stuff, and I can't wait to see what it's going to be. And HSD as well. You know, these new planes at HSD just came out, like the 182. I think we're going to see more of that on the horizon. You know, these big airplanes in foam from HSD. I think they're going to. It wouldn't surprise me one bit if they didn't come out with their own version of the T-28 or a parody to it, something else in the same realm of a Warbird 2,000 millimeter, you know, to compete with the T-28, if not replace it. And so yeah, I'm really looking for good things there. I'm hoping they stay on these bigger foamy airplanes because I really like them. I have so many little foamy airplanes. I don't need any more. You know, how many 1,400 millimeter World War II planes do you need? Because I've got like 30. You know, I don't need any more. You know, I'm all 1,400, 1,450 out. I want something bigger. Yeah, Robert, that would be sweet. A 3-meter T-28 would be super sweet. You know, I'd be all over that one. Yeah. Do I hear a little sarcasm in your in your voice there, Jeff? Oh That's funny. Yeah. So anyway, guys, I'm looking forward to next year. Yeah, Robert, absolutely. The that T-28 is awesome in high wind. That's the go-to airplane, man. You know, I wish my nose gear wasn't in back order, because you know that today would have been a great day to take that to the field. Yeah, I love flying that plane. Windy, not windy, I don't care. I love that plane. Yeah, Fred. Mine have been kind of on hiatus lately, only because of all the new stuff that I bought that I want to fly. The jets, the new jets that I had gotten, and the and now the 182. The EC 1500's fairly new. Um, the Viper jet was new. Yeah, so all those have kind of pushed my 1400 planes back to the. They're just in the racks. But you know, I'll get them out. I mean, I did go fly my Mustang recently, the new one I got, the Furious Frankie. Um, I did go fly that a couple times, and then put it back in the rack. Um, but yeah, I definitely got to get my 1400s back out, get them back in the air. Yeah, yeah, waiting for 2020 to go away for sure. 15 more minutes here on the East Coast. Yeah, 14 more minutes. Yeah, and we can kiss it goodbye. Airvexed, where do you live? Where are you at? What part of the world are you in? All right, Dennis. Hey, thank you, buddy, for everything, man. You're a gentleman and a scholar. Thank you. You have a wonderful night. Happy New Year. Can't wait to see you next year. Maybe down here at the same field. Maybe the February fly-in. If not, the Boozers show. I'll see you there. Maybe Joe Knoll. Maybe we'll get lucky. But have a good night, man. Yeah, somebody blew their hand off. I hear the ambulances are rolling. So either somebody blew their hand off or they caught their house on fire or something, one or the other. Oh, all you left coasters. That's funny. Yeah. Yeah, we're about to count the ball down here. Over here. You always get lucky with Joe's balls. So you're in Massachusetts. Interesting. Very interesting. Probably more over there, honestly. Oh, that was good, Tui. And he agreed. That's hilarious. Who's that, Mike? Twisted Hobbies? Is that who you're talking about with the slick? Yeah, where I'm at here, a lot of this is probably gunfire. You know, there's a lot of, you know, this is considered county, rural. So, yeah, it's okay to shoot guns here. So, it wouldn't surprise me one bit if half of what I'm hearing is gunfire. Bledsoe! What's up, David? Good to see you, buddy. Happy New Year. I was using my Bledsoe knife today, earlier, and thinking of you. Yeah. Yes, it is. It's a damn good knife. It came from a damn good place. Thank you, buddy. So what have you been up to? What are you doing? You doing any flying? Just playing with trains? Just trying to stay out of trouble? What's going on? Air Marshal. What the hell? TMI, TMI, TMI. Oh my God. Someone was still wearing it. Oh my God. Oh God. Oh man, way too much TMI there. Holy crap. Yeah, Robert. He could just see a crack of light. Yep. Oh yeah, the first electric planes were crap. I mean, there's just no other word. They were crap. My buddy brought me one of those over here, wanted me to fix it. And I just looked at him and I said, "You're kidding, right?" He goes, "No, man, I want listen, all right, first of all, you know, I'll make it pretty. I'll fix it, make it pretty, but you aren't flying this thing. Okay? Just go put it on the shelf. Enjoy it, look at it, but don't fly it. It ain't worth flying. I'm telling you. It's just going to turn into a big pile of crap on the ground if you try to fly this thing. So, don't fly it." Nike had batteries, and I'm like, no, don't fly it. Just put it on the shelf. I ordered the parts to fix it. I got it all prettied up. Here, just put it on the shelf. Look at it. It's fine. You know, there's way better airplanes to buy to fly. Don't try to fly this thing. So, right up your alley there, Dave. He wants a signed banana hammock. There you go. Hook him up. Oh my God. Yeah, Alan. Right. I mean, you know, I'll be honest, guys. I missed the beginning of the electric. I was too heavy into electric cars at that time. So I didn't see the transition when we went to the electric planes in the beginning. Once we'd gone to lipos is when I started flying electric planes. I was still flying gas planes and racing electric cars. You know, I didn't see the electric plane until we were into the better stuff. So I missed the real crappy stuff. And when I saw some of this crappy stuff, I was like, oh my God, I am so glad I missed this part of it. Yeah, I've got a squadron. There's no doubt about that. Yeah. Yeah, it's like Mike's still in here. I'm sure he's hanging out. I'm sure he's lurking. Mike Pickler, or Pickle. He's I keep calling him Pickler. I don't know why I do that. Pickle. You know, he keeps sending me texts. Wait, what do you think of this airplane? What do you think of this? He's got the, it's so bad. He's got to buy something. He's got to buy anything, something. I want an airplane. I want another airplane. I don't care what it is. I want an airplane. So he keeps finding these airplanes that are hilarious. They're usually out of production, discontinued, no parts available, kind of stuff. And I'm like, you know, okay, you know, so here's what you got. You know, do you want to take a chance on, you know, crashing this and then you're done because we ain't gonna be able to fix it. And so the latest one is he's looking at a mule, you know, from Hobby King. The oh God, what they call that thing? Something mule. I have one, you know, and he found one for sale that looks, it's a good shape. Okay, yeah, we got 2 minutes. So yeah, so he found this mule and I looked it up to see if they still have parts for it. So they discontinued the plane. They're not making the plane anymore, but Hobby King still shows a bunch of parts for it. So I told him, yeah, the Sky Mule. That's it. Thanks, Robert. So I told him, I said, yeah, you can still get parts for it. So, you know, and I have one. So it's, you know, and it's a pretty good flyer. I like it. It's a decent airplane. That's one of the better ones I've gotten from Hobby King. So, but yeah. So he keeps looking on, you know, OfferUp and Facebook and Marketplace and all these places trying to find deals on airplanes. You know, it's just kind of funny. He's really got the itch bad. So who's got a countdown for us, man? Anybody? I only have seconds. I don't have, you know, hundredths of second. You know, tenths of second. I only have seconds. We're under a minute. Somebody count it down. I know one of you guys is watching the stream on television, so count it down for us. I didn't bring my Swizzly toy. There it is! Happy New Year, everybody! We are here. 2020, or I'm sorry, yeah, 2020. 2020 is gone. We're out of here. It's done. Thank God. Oh, Christy, that's hilarious. Thank you for that. That's funny. Oh my God, that's funny. Yeah, it's going pretty crazy now. I mean, there's stuff off in the distance I know you guys can't hear, so there's more going on than what you can hear. So yeah, I'm sure it's beautiful out there right now. So and earlier somebody had mentioned I was in short sleeve shirts. Yeah, it's very warm out here tonight. It's in the 70s. So, but it's going to get cold tomorrow, and then tomorrow night we're going back down into the 30s again. So, but yeah, it's 73, but I think it's hotter than that. It's very comfortable out here tonight. There's no chill in the air at all. This is a beautiful night. So, yeah, no problem tonight, guys. Wow. It's 40 there tonight, Nate? Really? Wow. Damn. Yeah, no, this is a normal you know, January 1st weather for us, you know. we had a cold snap there last week, and then we're going to have another one next week. But generally speaking, this is the kind of weather. You know, it was in the high 70s all day today. We're still in the low 70s right now. I think they're only forecasting 68 tonight, maybe. But I think we're supposed to get cold again. I think Saturday night, I think. Or next week. So that's, yeah, it's going to be, but right now it's beautiful. Georgie, out of here? All right, buddy, have a good night. Thank you so much, George, for everything you do, man. Just thank you. Thank you, thank you. Oh, my phone just powered off. Yeah, it's dead. I don't think I have a charge cord right here handy. I don't believe. Actually, oh no, I took that and put it in the car. Yeah, no, I don't have that charge cord. Oh well, I don't need it tonight. I gotta go check something, guys. There's something crying out here, like an animal of some kind. I gotta go. I want to go see what it is. I'll be right back. what it was. It was, I thought it might have been my dog, but it wasn't. It stopped, whatever it was. So I went and got a cold refill while I was looking. So, alright. So what's going on? What did I miss? I'm sure there was some zingers while I was gone. Yeah. There's some big fireworks, guys. This is that, I mean, show quality stuff. I mean, there's this guy over here and the guy way over here, man, are just sending up some huge stuff. You know, stuff you go to a show to see. I mean, man. You know, I don't know if you can hear them when they did the you know, as they're firing them out of a, you know, bazooka or whatever. But wow, it sounds like mortars going off. Taking you where? To the... out to look at the animal that was going to attack me? No. Well, you're welcome. God, that stuff sounds like it's on my property. Holy crap. Oh, that's funny. I can't believe how good the microphone is that I'm using. You know, you guys have all got those, you know, Dave's RC, and I think even Air Marshal has those, you know, professional microphones. And I think the microphone we're using is the one that's in the laptop. You know, that tiny little hole in the front of the laptop. And that's how good the sound is. It's just amazing how good that thing works. I can't believe it. It might be the cheapo one in my, you know, $17 new camera. There's a mic in that too. I'm not sure which one I'm using, but either way, it ain't nothing fancy, and yet you guys can hear everything. It's amazing. Yeah, I did that one year, Fred. I put my drone up and I videotaped it. It was cool. Yeah, I got, and the drone got a lot of people were driving by and they're like, "What the hell is that?" They thought it was a UFO. They didn't know what it was. You know, because it was this one. My as Dave would call it, my Blair Witch Project. So this has green LEDs that run all the way down here. I'd light it up, but they're broken right now. I got to put new lights on it. But they go down here, around here, back down here, and then all the way down the side here, out this leg here, and stop right here with one light on the back. And then the other side's the same way. So it's all green. in the night, and you can see it from all angles. And because of the V tail, it's super easy to tell what the orientation is. So I'm up there flying around with all these green lights on it, and people are freaking out. You know, what the hell is that? You know, so it's just kind of funny. And then I've got its companion one, which is, I can light that one up actually. Where is it? I set it up. Oh, I think I put it over here. Yeah, there it is. So this is the tricopter version of it. And this is all blue lights. And I think I can light this one up. I think I have a battery pack right here that I can light this up with. Hang on a second. Let me try this. Maybe. No. Not enough juice in there to light the lights. Hang on. Maybe this one. There you go. So there you go. This is my blue monster. So you can see, you know, very easy to see the orientation. You know, it's a big flying T. So that one's all green. This one's all blue. And, you know, it's super easy to see at night. Super easy to see orientation. And it really gets noticed. People just freak out when they see this thing. Because they have no idea what it is. You know, they're like, you know, what the hell is that? Nope. Did you just erase your whole transmitter? So the guy that lives over there, who's probably my closest neighbor, and he's probably an eighth of a mile away, is a pretty expensive house. But everything else, all of the stuff behind me, way over here, way over behind me, all of this, they're all just trailers like mine. And nobody lives north of me. There's no houses there. Well, not for quite a while. And south of me is the church. And then no houses past that on this side of the road. And then there's a subdivision over there way in the back, and there's some nice houses there too, but most of the noise is coming from, I think, him and all the guys back here that live in crappy trailers like mine. So, obviously I know where they spent their money. I spent it on airplanes and they spent it on fireworks. You know, none of us are spending them on our houses. Hence why we live in trailers. Oh, wow, Alan. Really? It's 40 there? Yeah, tonight's a beautiful night here. Holy crap. It's just beautiful here. Yeah, 73. No humidity. Yeah, it's beautiful. It's not even a little bit chilly. It's wonderful. So... So which radio did you do this to, Dave? -10. Oh, Jesus. You poor guy. Sorry, Robert. The IX-12? Oh, really? Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Yeah, Fred. uh, so most of my models in my radios are copies of an original. So I went to the trouble of making a source 6-channel, flaps, ailerons, all that stuff, which switches they're on, because I put them all the same, and then activating all the voice, notifications for, battery voltages and all that stuff, and then I just, every time I have a new airplane, I just copy that file and rename it with a new airplane and a new picture. And so, basically all my airplanes are the same. There are exceptions, but very few. Mostly it's just the same. The files are slightly different if it's a Spectrum plane than if it's a Free Sky plane. There's a few differences. But other than that, if I'm adding a new Spectrum plane, I use a Spectrum file to copy, because it's got the different things I need for Spectrum versus Free Sky and vice versa. And yeah, so if I ever lost everything, I have that file and several planes backed up to my computer. So I would only have to do is grab that base file and then just recopy. But I'm going to have to rebind everything, though, for sure. Ew, Free Sky. I just grossed out ping pong. Yeah, he had a template for everything. Now, Alan, let them come. It'd be a quick ending. And I wouldn't even be upset. This last year's been hard on a lot of people. Especially Air Marshal. So uh, Pilot Ryan, come tell your hot dog water joke. It came up in the chat, and everybody is asking. They don't get it. Come tell your story. Make a bunch of people laugh. Well, I guess we'll just leave it to our own imaginations, but it's a good story. He tells it well. The nookie. Yeah, welcome, Jet Tech. Welcome to the show. Noon's Airborne. Hey, welcome to the show. You're new. Good to see you, man. Happy New Year. Hey, all right, Roach Coach. Man, we'll talk to you later. Happy New Year, buddy. We'll catch you tomorrow probably in Dave's show. Oh, you got 4 flights on the Hunter? Sweet. How you like it? I don't know if it was a long year, but it was a sucko year for sure. All right, Airborne RC. Hey, thanks for stopping by. You know, come on back. You're welcome anytime. Happy New Year. No, no confetti. No party hats. No, no midget strippers. They have the night off. Yeah. Yeah. You got to admit, Christy, it's entertaining. Ooh, that was a big one. Cheers. What are you talking about? My Coke? Here, I got my Pepsi Zero right here, but I ran out of cold ones, so I had to get a Coke. Oh God, Christy's trying to start the Coke Pepsi fight. That's like the Ford Chevy fight. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, Matt, it's gone. It's over. It's done. We're over it. It's history. Literally, it's history. Gone. And the Dodge will win. Pudding. Right after the Dodge, Ford, Chevy, Coke, Pepsi, RC Cola fight is over. Wow, that 45 minutes went by fast. Holy crap, it seems like us just a minute ago we were celebrating the new year. Damn. That went by really fast. Yeah, I'm good with it, Fred. I'll take a cherry 7-Up, Don. I actually like that one. That's a good one. Pepsi with a burger, Coke with a taco. Well, that's interesting. I've never heard that before. Huh. Very interesting. Oh, God, that's funny. Cranberry 7-Up. I've had cranberry ginger ale. Yeah, that's good. I haven't had cranberry 7-Up. I haven't found that yet, but I did find cranberry ginger ale, and that is good. A Billy beer, yeah! What about Billy beer? Somebody burnt down another house or blew off another hand. One or the other. Ugh. Yeah, no, they don't run the siren for the plane in the tree. They didn't even put the lights on. You know, they just drove down very calmly. No, somebody either lit their house on fire or blew their hand off or something. Who knows? So the Billy beer wasn't worth nothing, huh? Yeah, yeah, there was a big bang. Yeah. Who knows? You know, that might have been the big hand. That might have been somebody's hand blown off. I don't know. Hard to tell. Oh golly. EQ, I think I saw that. Wasn't that? What the hell's the name of that show? Like 66 auction or something? Auction 66 auction house. What the hell is the name of that damn show? Oh, I think I saw that episode where the guy brought in that Billy beer. They were laughing. All right, Happy New Year, Ping Pong. We'll see you later. Auction King, that's it. Yep. Yep, I used to watch that show all the time. Yeah, I remember that episode where the guy brought in the Billy beer. That was funny. Yeah, Gallery 66. Yeah. Yeah. That was a funny show. GB, what plane can't you fly in the rain? No, I'm not slowing down. I'm fine. All right, Alan. Thanks. Have a good night. Happy New Year. Thanks for your messages you send me about the YouTube stuff. I'm on all of it, but I'm still glad you send them. It's nice to hear from you. So keep it up. Hell, I was flying my P-40 in the rain up at the show down here at the Boozers Toys for Tots show. I was flying the P-40 in the rain. I got caught in the rain. It started raining. You know, so... I've only had one motor fail from getting wet. The motor in my Valiant got wet and it screwed it up, but everything else that's gotten wet's been fine. It was one of those cheap ass motors from Flght, the one with the plastic end bell. You know, I mean, it's a real piece of crap. It doesn't have bearings. It's got bushings. It's got a plastic end bell. Yeah. Well, the ESC. Why would your ESC get wet? It's inside the airplane. Right. Oh my God. Yeah, well now that would suck, you know, but you can waterproof your ESCs too. If you go to Flight Test and search for it, they'll show you how to do it. Yeah, when Peter was on there, he took a small RC helicopter and he sprayed it with these waterproofing oils or something. I don't know if it was oil or I don't know what it was. But he put the helicopter in a fish tank underwater, and he flew it out of the fish tank. You know, the prop brought it to the surface, then the rotor got air and pulled it right out of the water, and off it went. And it flew it around the room. So, you know, the motors are usually a problem in the water, but an ESC, but he shows you how to waterproof it, you know. And there's several different ways. There you go. See, Roy's had his underwater. Nah, I don't think it was WD-40, but it was along that line. I mean, it looked like some kind of oil. I forget what the product was. But it's on Flight Test's, you know, YouTube channel. Just go there and search for waterproofing ESC. I'm sure that video will come up. They did a bunch of different stuff. You know, I think they had a quadcopter that they put in a tank and flew that out the same way, and they even show how to waterproof servos. That one of the chemicals they were spraying, they actually filled the servo up with this, whatever it is, if it's an oil or whatever, but they just literally filled it up so it was actually running wet. It was everything in the servo was submerged in this chemical, whatever it is. And then they put the servo underwater, and it kept working, no problem. Well, again, Flight Test had a fix for that as well. There's a plastic, I don't know what you would call it. It was like a bag, I guess. You know, that you put your radio in this bag, and then you reach in from the sides with your hands through an elastic, you know, like a glove kind of thing, but you're not putting your hand in the glove, but your wrist is acting as the sealer, and you put your hands in the bag with the radio, and you can rain all over. The bag protects the radio, and it also keeps your hands warm in the winter, the same bag. So yeah, John, I agree. I'm, you know, I mean, if I get caught in the rain, you know, it's like going riding on my motorcycle in the rain. You know, these guys will schedule a ride, and then it's pouring rain, and they want to, you know, listen, I'm not going to leave my house to go ride in the rain. Now, if I'm out and I get caught in the rain, no big deal. I've got a rain suit in the back of the bike, no big deal. I just put it on, and we just deal with it. And I'm fine with that. But I'm not going to start a ride in the rain. That's just not, I ain't doing that. You know, it's one thing to get caught in the rain. It's a totally different one to leave a perfectly dry house, a warm, dry house, and put on all my rain gear so I can go out and ride in the rain. No, I ain't doing that. You know, I don't want to ride that bad. You know. Yeah, exactly, Roy. Rainy days are for real Flight 9. You know? Yeah, just throw it up in the YouTube chat. You know, let everybody know, hey, I got a room open, come fly with me. You know, yep, that's the way to do it. But you know what? If you use a super thin, like a trash bag, for instance, and make it really loose, and you stick your radio in there, you wouldn't even have to put holes in the bag. You could work that sticks through the plastic. You know, just make them, you know, real loose around the sticks, and just grab the sticks from, you know, hold the radio and grab the sticks on the outside of the plastic bag and just fly the damn thing in with the bag completely covering the radio. You don't even have to put holes in it. Yeah, GB, you've got a quad gate right there on your back wall. Just move it out to the middle of the room and go for it. You know, you're all set. Yeah, there you go. It's a good idea, right, sir? Get started on that right away. Let me know how that goes. Yeah, yeah, tiny whoops. They're a blast. My buddy has 8 gates. Yeah, 8 gates he sets up in his house. And we race around the living room, through the kitchen, through the dining room, into the bedroom, out the bedroom onto the patio, the pool patio deck, and then back in to the living room. And that's one lap. And we just keep lapping around through the house like that. It's pretty fun. We have a good time over there. I haven't done it in a while, but when we did it, it was fun. There you go. That's it. You have your people call my people. We'll do lunch. uh, hey, Jeff, what's up? Did you just go tap something else for New Year's, buddy? Oh, Jeff, I get that one. So when does your back hurt? When you're standing up doing nothing, or when you're laying down doing nothing? Uh, EQ, I have no idea. Let me see if I can look it up. So let's take a look. Specifications. It says here 2100 kV. Yeah, they're 2100 kV outrunners. Oop. Wrong switch. Let's try that one. Much better. Okay. Yeah, Jeff, I'm like you. I've had back pain. I've got arthritis in my back, and I've had it since, God, I don't know, like when I was 12, and I've just learned to deal with it. You know, it's not it's not operable without just deadening the nerves in my back, which the doc said we can do that, but he says I don't recommend it for like me. He says you're too active. He says you could hurt yourself and you'll never know it because you won't feel any pain. And then next thing you know is your paralysis. You're paraplegic. So he strongly was against deadening the nerves in my back. But that was many years ago. I've slowed down some, but I'm still way too active. I hear that, Matt. Way ahead of you. I hear that. Wide open, buddy. I know. I need to stop. It's freaking. You know, this is more addictive than cocaine, for crying out loud. Oh my god. I have no idea. I wouldn't know, but I'm just saying. God. I see this stuff and it's like, oh man, I gotta have that. I gotta have that. I gotta have that. Oh my god, I gotta have that. It just never stops. It really doesn't. It's just crazy. So, Oh. Alright, so what do we got? Sorry guys, I can't see the chat. I'm looking something up. Interesting. Very interesting. Hey, John. Good morning, sir. How you doing? Grab your coffee and have a seat. Happy New Year. Whoop. All right, don't start that again. Why are you doing this? Yeah, Joe. Yeah, I'm starting to get tired now. I'm fading. Furball! Happy New Year, man. Yeah, I'm working on 4 hours sleep. I was up till 4. Well, yesterday mornings now. So, yeah, yesterday morning I was up till 4 fixing the my holding tank for my well. I had to replace the tank. And then I got 4 hours sleep and then was at the flying field at 9:30 this morning. So I could see them give Bo, the owner of our flying field, his new turbine jet. And And of course, it was so windy that I wasn't going to fly anything right then. But the guy that put the jet together for Bo was there with his jet. He had a Viper jet, and he flew it in the strong wind. It was 20 mile an hour with 25, 30 mile an hour gusts, and his jet flew perfect. No, it didn't care. So several hours later, we finally tried to put Bo's jet in the air, and one of the main gear, I think it was the left gear, I think. No, I think it was the right gear. Yeah, the right main gear collapsed. It actually tore out of the wing. The mounts tore loose from and it was a balsa construction wing, so it scrubbed the maiden on the new turbine, and so was there till 6:30ish. Got home here right about 7. Got my camera stuff all ready, set up, and then had a quick dinner, and then came out here. So yeah, I haven't been to sleep. We're getting real close to 24 hours. I don't think I'm going to make it to 24 hours. So yeah, no gyro in these jets. Well, I take that back. There's no gyro. They didn't put a gyro in Bo's jet. I don't know if the other one had a gyro in it or not. The one that flew. I don't know if it was a Viper, and I don't know if he had a gyro in it or not. But there was no gyro in Bo's. But it didn't get in the air either. So yeah, Fred. I love it when people tell me I'm a young man. Yeah, 60's the new 20, right? Is that how it goes? I've looked at it. The LX F18. I don't know. It's let me relook at it right now. I got the page open. I don't remember exactly, but there was something about the F18 I didn't like, I think. And I don't remember. So let me go back and look. I think it's on this page. No, it's not on that page. Now the F16 from LX models, I think, is the one I've been looking at forever. And again, I wasn't sure I was going to fly it. I just wanted to have it. Okay, so there's the F-18. So what was it about this I didn't like? There was something about this plane. I don't remember what. Okay, so I think it's the slats. The way the leading edge wing folds down. I wasn't crazy about that. And I think the wingtips fold up on this, similar to the way the Corsair does. I'm pretty sure. Let me look at the pictures and see if they show the wingtips folded. I think they do fold. Yep, they do. So the canopy opens from the radio. The wingtips fold. It's got the leading edge of the wing folds down like slats. It's a Super Hornet. So, because it's got rectangular intakes. So it's a Super Hornet. You know, I don't know. I can tell you I don't like the plastic landing gear. I don't know. What's your thoughts? Are you considering buying that one, EQ? Hey Lee, what's up, man? Happy New Year, man. To you and your wife. Good to see you, man. Happy New Year. Ronnie, welcome. Good to see you, man. Yeah, yeah, Matt. Yeah, that's. Do you have any LX models? Do you guys have any LX? I know you got Fly and I can't remember if you have any LX stuff though. Yeah, the landing gear. I didn't look at that. Let me look at the landing gear. You know, right off the bat, the wheels are way too small, which is typical for LX models. I don't know where they come up with this stuff. Where on earth do they think that those wheels are even close to scale to the real airplane? I mean, it's just stupid. And that's typical for them. You know, they put the stupidest tiny little wheels on something. And they do it all the time, mostly on the jets. You know, the P40 I have, the wheels are great. They're nice, big, you know, scale size. They look great. The jets are ridiculous. I mean, absolutely ridiculous. That little tiny ass wheel, you know, that's just way too small a wheel. And they go the wrong way. I mean, if you're going to make the wheel, if you don't want to make it scale, you got to make it bigger than scale, not smaller. You know, so that we can take these things off in grass. Because most of us fly in grass. But no, they go just the opposite. They put these tiny ass wheels on it. There's no way you could fly off grass. You know. It's just nuts. It's one of the things about LX that drives me crazy. Yeah, I like LX too, Eric. I do. I've got. God, let me think a minute here. How many LX planes do I have now? One, two, three, four, five. Um, and I got one more coming Monday. Yeah, I think I have 6 LX planes. I think. B2, B25, YF23, Corsair, P40. And I think I've got 5. Yeah, I think. I'm trying to think what's in the racks. Huh. Nah, at 5, I can't think. I think 5 is all I have. Yeah. Which one has thrust vectoring, EQ? Did I miss something there? We're not talking about the F-18, or are we? Yeah. Well, that would be a good choice for sure. Yeah. Not there. Hang on a minute. Where were we? Let's go here. Hmm. Yeah. Well, I guess what I don't like about it is the wings from the straight on shot look like they're drooping, you know? Like the folding joints are too weak to support the wing, where they stand straight out and they're drooped. And I just don't like the look of that. You know, I mean, that I don't like the look of it, not because it doesn't look good or bad, but because it looks like it could be a potential problem in the air if something would fail on those hinge points. You know, so I don't know. I've never seen how the mechanism works. But yeah, so I don't know. It's not a bad looking jet. It looks good. You know. Hmm. Well, which pits are you getting, Lee? Bird of Time's awesome. I have that one. Love it. It's a great glider. Really like that plane. B2, B29, Park F4, F22, F117. I might get the F8. Wow, good job, Eric. You've got more LX models than I do. I think there's one more that I'm forgetting. Oh, I think it's this one. Yeah, I didn't count this one. So that's 6. Oh, the 810. That's 7. Yeah, the 810's the one I was forgetting. Yeah. Yeah, so I've got 7 LX models. Yeah, it's pricey. Damn. Yeah, they don't have that one on sale. Holy crap. They're proud of that thing. And I just don't know why. I mean, those shitty little wheels look stupid on that plane. Yeah, those look like the exact same wheels that came on my 810. That landing gear's right here. Yeah, here it is. So, yeah, this tiny ass little fucking wheel on an 810 that's going to land on dirt roads and off, off runway kind of stuff. And that's the, I mean, we're talking about a 1500 millimeter wingspan 810. Not some dinky little thing. And this wheel is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, I don't know why they want $500 for that plane. Holy crap. That's one of the most expensive LX planes I've seen. I mean, that's more than the B-25 right now. More than the Corsair, more than the P-40. Yeah, that's really pricey. Jesus. I don't know. I'd like to see one in person. Boy, I'd sure like to see one. you know, God, if we just want to buy a jet, you know, an 80 millimeter, the FMS Red Hawk, you know, the EAB Hawk, yeah, is that what? Yeah, for $349, I would buy that all day long before I bought that F-18. You know, that LX model F-18. The the FMS BAE Hawk is freaking awesome. You know, 80 millimeter. It's going to have great flight time. It's going to fly great. It looks great. Yeah, I mean, that's just a beautiful airplane. I'd buy that all day long for $349 before I spent $499 for that LX model F-18. Now, if you just want an F-18, you know, I mean, and you know, you don't want which brand to buy. I don't know. That one's a tough one. Um, uh, yeah, the BAE Hawk. Yeah. Um, oh, I got to fly the FMS Fox. You know, the 3 meter Fox glider. I got to fly that today. Boy, that's a sweetheart. Holy crap. And that big wind we were having today, the 20, 30 gusts, man, that thing handled it perfect. It didn't even wobble. It just flew. It was beautiful. Yeah, a guy put it up brand new, and he's not a very good pilot, and he got really nervous about trying to land it, so he starts, you know, yelling for me for help. So I went out there and I took it away from him, and you know, I flew it around a little bit just to feel it, and I was like, wow, God, this is nice. Man, that thing is heavy. And I'm flying it around, and then I, you know, landed perfect. God, it was so easy to bring in. It's only got a single wheel underneath it, but it just greased right in beautiful. You know, not a single bounce, just beautiful. And yeah, nice airplane. You know, that's a winner for FMS for sure. That's a really nice plane. Yeah, EQ. It's just the price of it, though. You know, when you have to buy, you know, you paid that much money for the damn airplane, then you got to buy all this stuff to modify it to make it what it should be. I mean, God, that just sucks. That's what I had to do with the A10, and you know, the end results were great. I mean, I love the plane with the new landing gear in it and everything, but you know, when I keep thinking back about how broke I am and how much money that cost me to fix that airplane, it was like, God, you know, it just sucks. So yeah, I just I don't like buying an airplane twice. I don't know how expensive the F-18 gear or wheels would be or whatever that you're going to put in it, but yeah, I think it was $188 to buy the landing gear for the A10 to swap over. So, you know, that just blew the price of that thing out of the water, you know. So yeah, it's yeah, my A10's got the same opening canopy, but mine didn't work right out of the box. You know, the canopy never worked. I don't think it's the... This has the exact same, I guess you'd call it a jack screw setup. It's on here. And, no, that doesn't look the same. But, yeah, it's a mechanism on the back side of the... I guess it's on the back of the seat, I want to say. But, yeah, it attaches to the back edge of the canopy, and they're using, because the canopy is so light, they don't have to have any torque. So they can use a lot less energy to make the canopy work. I wouldn't recommend it in flight, it'll just blow off. But after you land and you're taxiing, it's pretty cool when you can flip a switch and the canopy rolls back. It looks cool. Yeah, Arabex, we're gonna leave here pretty quick. I'm falling asleep. I'm pretty over it. You know, like I was saying, I was up till 4 a.m. fixing my water holding tank, and then I got 4 hours sleep and then went out to the field, and I didn't get my nap today. so I'm fading fast now. Yeah, that's true, Matt. I forgot about that. But yeah, there's two mechanisms on the A10. One to open the canopy, and then one to eject the canopy. And the pilot comes out on a parachute. And the canopy's attached to his leg, so it comes down with him so you don't lose it. But yeah, the canopy, the whole, let's just say the flight deck, the whole cockpit area, there's a scissor jack on the front. The canopy is got a tongue and groove, or yeah, I guess a tongue and groove that goes in the back, and then the canopy magnets down in the front, so it opens from the front backwards, and it's not attached on a hinge, it just comes off. So there's this scissor jack that goes like this and pushes the canopy off the magnets right into the airstream, and the canopy flies out of the plane, drags the pilot out with it, and as the pilot's coming out, the parachute starts to unravel, and about the time that everything's cleared the back of the plane, the parachute's open, pilot's hanging from the parachute, and then on a big long string, the canopy's hanging from the pilot's leg. So it's cool. I mean, I've ejected that several times. That part works, but the canopy doesn't open. But I think I know what might be wrong with it. I haven't tested it yet, but I think it uses the same technology as the landing gear. You have to use their sequencer because the landing gear only has a positive and negative. So the sequencer is the one that gets the signal from the radio and tells the power which way, positive, negative this way to run it up, and positive, negative this way to run it back down. And they switch the polarity and it goes up and down. And yeah, I don't know if Dave's thought that through, how he's going to handle it. But I think the retract, we'll just call it a sequencer. It does more than that, but we'll just call it the sequencer. I think that power sequencer that's in my P40 that makes the gear go up and down. It's got 3 channels for the 3 different gear. Left gear, right gear, nose gear. But I think if I plugged my canopy opening into one of those and used that sequencer again, the canopy might work. I haven't tried it yet. I keep forgetting to try it. I mean, I think of it like I just thought of it again tonight, but I'm gonna go take a nap or sleep or whatever. When I wake up in the morning, I won't remember. So that's just typical. So need a ring on both ends or it will lock. I need a ring on both ends of what, John? I'm not following you. Both ends. Yeah, Christy, what did you say? Yeah. I didn't even know the MiG-29 had an ejection canopy. Is that the LX MiG-29? Does LX sell a MiG-29? Oh, an O-ring on each end of the jack screw. Oh, okay. Oh, it's got thrust vectoring too. Wow. I didn't know that. I wasn't paying attention to the MiG-29. It's not on anybody's radar screen. I haven't heard anybody talk about it. That's interesting. All right, Jeff, buddy. Happy New Year. We'll see you later, man. Yeah. Yeah, I'm whipped. Stick a fork in me, I'm done. I don't want to be done, but I just can't. I'm just not hanging on here. I'm fading. It was a long day today. And I you know what? Let me see if this will help me stay awake one a little bit longer. Hang on, I want to check something real quick. A lot of times they put up on our Facebook page if anybody's flying tomorrow. So I want to see if anybody's flying tomorrow. I wasn't planning on it, but I do want to see if somebody's flying tomorrow. So let me take a quick gander here. Wake me up a little bit. So what do we have here? The caffeine in this Coke's not working. All right, come on, Paige. Let's go. All right, so what do we got going on here? That was 3 days ago. And oh, that's cute. That's a picture of my car with all my planes out. I didn't even know they took that picture. It's up on the page. That's funny. Yeah. Wow, that's hilarious. Yeah, that was well, that was last weekend. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I didn't know they took that picture. That's funny. So, yeah, nobody's... Yeah, they're making jokes. Everybody makes jokes about how I get all these airplanes in my car. So it says on here, Kenny should have been an engineer to get all those airplanes in that car. Yeah, nothing today though. Nothing about tomorrow. So yeah, nobody's posted anything up about flying tomorrow. So yeah, so I don't think anybody's flying tomorrow. Oh, Fred, thank you so much, buddy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's freaking awesome. Thank you, Fred. Man, that just, you know, you guys just don't know how much that means to me. Thank you, man. Mr. Drone from Orlando, Florida. What's up? Welcome to the show, guy. I'm trying to give myself a boost here. Stay awake a little longer. Working on 4 hours sleep. Not doing so well tonight. I'm way better at this. So what brings you here? Where'd you find this? Did you just happen to stumble on me there on YouTube, or did somebody recommend you, or what's up? You know what? I can promise you one thing for certain, EQ. You will not get laughed at. Most people have heard from others through the grapevine that LX models are this, that, or the other thing. My P40 got so much attention at the Boozer event. You know, that Toys for Tots show we had last month. I mean, everybody there came over to check out that P40. Everybody. They just couldn't believe how big it was, how great it flew. I got so many compliments and so many questions about that airplane. So everybody loved it. I mean, they just loved it. And it's a beautiful bird. It really is. It's just a beautiful airplane. So, yeah, I don't think anybody's going to be laughing. I think you're going to get you bring a lot of LX models to that show, and you're going to get a lot of questions, for sure. How well does it do this? Is it sturdy? Do you have problems with the landing gear? You're going to get a lot of questions. So I had to show a few people the mod I made on the landing gear on the P40 to fix the tail wheel. Because the tail wheel had these plastic pins that it pivoted on, for the mechanism to bring the wheel up and down. And the pins fell out, and then the thing cocked and jammed, and it wouldn't go up and down. And so I made a big, long aluminum rod, the correct size, and I eyeballed it and put a hole through the side of the fuselage and just slid it through the tail wheel and the tail wheel holder, and just slid it all the way in until it was inside the foam, but still at the foam. I didn't push it all the way through, and so nobody's going to notice it. It's got a So the pin's about this diameter, and it's going to be hard for you to see, but it's only about that big. So there's a hole in the side of the fuselage with an aluminum pin sitting in it, that big around. So it's hardly even noticeable. I mean, it's unnoticeable unless I point it out to you. You're not going to see it unless I say, you see that little aluminum pin? Oh yeah. Nobody's going to notice it otherwise. And that corrected the landing gear. I didn't have to take anything out of the airplane, which was unserviceable anyway, because they glue all that crap into the plane before they assemble the plane. So there's no way to service that tail wheel. So yeah, it was going to be a, you know, so my solution worked out perfect. You know, it works perfect now, and nobody noticed the pin, and you know, so it worked out great. Yeah, Matt's right. You know, the LX planes are different. You know, they do a lot more scale stuff on them. Um, Speaking of pins, yeah, I haven't got any farther on yours, Mike. Um, but you keep telling me you don't need them until next spring. So you know, if you're in a hurry for it, I'll just let me know. You keep telling me you're not, so I keep putting it off because I'm working on other stuff. Um, but if you need it in a hurry, let me know. Yeah. So anyway, that cured the landing gear problem I had. But yeah, I mean, everybody just loved the model, and I don't like. I like the paint scheme. I don't like the paint color choice. Um, the green is almost an aqua green. It's not the right color green. So I think I'm gonna get a more accurate green for the camo and then repaint the whole plane. Um, all the green parts. I'm gonna leave the tan alone. I don't. There's no. I don't. The tan doesn't bother me. But the greens, it's off. It's not the right color green. It's not olive drab. It's not even. You know, it's not aqua, but it's leaning more toward aqua. You know, it's got that kind of a. It's hard to say. You know, it just it has that like flavor of the aqua green, and I don't know if the sun is fading it into that color, or if that's the color it was when it came. I'm pretty sure it was that color when I got it. You know, I don't think it's fading. It just was, and it doesn't look bad at all. But you know, if you want to win a competition of any kind, especially if you're up against Matt, because they repaint their whole airplane, and they do a damn good job of it. And then if you're there with one that's stock, well, you ain't got a chance because the judges know whether you painted it or not. So if I want any chance at all, I got to paint my airplane. so yeah, I'm going to repaint my P40. Um, I hope I don't have to paint too much around the big mouth and the eye. Um, but we'll see. But yeah, I'm gonna have to repaint it for sure, just to make it different enough and that I can tell the judges, yeah, I repainted the whole plane, and yeah, so. Yeah, EQ. I've had a lot of good success with buying airplanes that don't need anything, but I've had my share of bad planes too. It's you know when you think about the value we're getting for our money, how much airplane we're getting and how good they fly and everything. You just got to kind of take it with a grain of salt. And that's why I've been buying from Banana and buying LX models. I don't mind the modeling part. I just, you know, the expense sometimes pisses me off. You know, if it's something like when I had to do the LX A10 and replace all the landing gear in it, yeah, that I wasn't happy about that at all. But the results I'm very happy with. The plane's awesome now with the new landing gear in it. It's freaking awesome. So, but yeah, but spending the money to do it, I wasn't happy about. You know, because that brought the plane from like $500 to almost $700. So, yeah, I'm trying to think which airplanes I've bought that I've never had any problem with. So, I'd say at least 50% of the E-Flight stuff I've bought, I haven't had any issues with. Um, yeah, it is. It's part of the hobby. It is, and I don't, like I said, I don't mind if I have to do some modeling. I mean, if I have to do something to fix an airplane, it's not a big deal, especially if it's just labor related, you know, and in minimum um, amount of money. You know, I don't mind doing the work if that's all it is. But like I said, the A10, you know, that was almost $200 worth of retracts. I wasn't happy about that. So, um, well, the FMS Cub, you know, the one that's got the blackbird on the side of it, the SS P8, I think they call it a P18 or something. Uh, yeah, no issues with that plane. It's fantastic. I love that airplane. Everything's worked perfect. I haven't had any issues with that one. My FMS Redtail Mustang, the 1450 size one, no trouble with that one. The Dallas Starling, no trouble with that one. Same thing, 1450 FMS. No, that was another P51. No trouble with that one. Um, yeah, the EC 1500 I have any trouble with. You know, not plane's fault. I mean, you know, I had a well, okay, I had a Spectrum radio problem, but it came in the plane. So are we going to blame that on the plane? Is a problem? Is that a chuck up a problem to the airplane or the radio? That's a tough one. It only happened once. It was the weirdest thing. It just took off by itself. And all of a sudden, it just went to full throttle, and I was like, "What the hell?" And yeah, it's only ever done that once. Yeah, EQ, I do the same thing about everything I buy. Not just the airplanes, but like, for instance, you guys wanted me to buy a heater. So I've done all this research, and you guys aren't going to believe this. But every single hey Nick, what's up, man? Thanks for the video thumbs up. Thank you, man. Hey, happy New Year. Yeah, it's good to see you, man. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed the videos. So getting back to these heaters, so every single heater on the market, and it doesn't matter if it's this size or it's the big oil one you guys were talking about, they all put out the exact same thing. 1500 watts, 12 something BTU. Every one of them. I watched a YouTube video, and this guy's showing us every box. Says it heats a medium-sized room, it heats a large room, but they all say the exact same thing. 1500 watts, 1200 something BTU. Every one of them. And I'm like, what the hell? So, and I learned something else. Maybe you knew this, maybe you didn't, but 1500 continuous is the maximum it's allowed to be. Now, a hair dryer is 1800 watts, but it's not on continuously. It's a quick on and off kind of thing. So, because I guess the wiring, your standard wiring, if you're a licensed contractor, whatever, can only handle 1800 watts. And it can't really handle it continuously. So you're allowed to run something that's 1800, a little over 1800, like a hair dryer, because you're only going to use it for a few minutes. But these heaters have to have a 20% safety. So 1500 watts is the max. And they're all 1500 watts, every one of them. So which one's the best choice? I got to tell you, I have a heater in the living room. It's one of those decorative, pretty box, glass lantern looking. It's pretty big. It's about this tall. And it's a big lantern looking thing with a hook on the top that we don't hang up because it's huge. It's got a big candle inside, and you can change the candle's color from a pure white to a yellowy white to an orangey yellow. And you can change whether it's on continuous, and I think it's got 3 brightnesses, or if it's got that flicker look to it and all that. But it's got a built-in heater in it, and with a fan. And that son of a gun works really good. Better than this. And again, they're all rated 1500 watts, but way better than this. The amount of heat that you actually get, And I think most of it's just about the blowing, the blower, and how hard it blows the air out. But that does a nice job of warming up the living room. So I started looking at, and all the heaters that are like that are, with that kind of like blowing system and the coils that heat up and blow air, and are $100 to $160. Because they're all decorative. They're not just a plastic heater kind of thing. So I'm still looking, but I just want to give you an update on what I'm finding for these heaters. And So anyway, and I came up with a new plan while I was been doing all this research and everything. My heater here that's older than me, I have a new. I'm going to try a new way to fix it and see if that doesn't work. What I'm going to try to do. So there's a solid. It's not braided wire. It's a solid hunk of wire, and it's pretty good size. It's about. It's a little bit bigger than this screwdriver. Okay, it's a solid piece of steel or whatever it is. Probably some kind of high tensile strength steel, I'm guessing. So I'm going to try hammering the end of that wire down flat and see how big I can make an eyelet. And then I'm going to drill a hole through it to put a bolt through it. And then I'm going to bolt the extension cord wire to it. Instead of trying to solder to it or crimp something onto it, I could take like a lamp cord, for instance, where a regular cord it would be on a heater, and just completely engulf it in solder, so that all the strands are just completely solid soldered wire, and do the same thing to that. Hit it with a hammer until I've beaten it flat and wide, and drill a hole in it. And then take a nut and bolt and put it through the two holes and bolt the two together. Because that's what keeps happening, is that connection keeps burning off, melting off, it coming off one way or another. So if I can beat it flat enough to drill a hole through it and put a bolt through it, and then bolt the two together, I think I'll have a winner. And I think that'll fix that heater for permanent. So yeah, Fred, it's funny you say that, because let me show you something. It's got to be a scrap piece of it here. There's got to be some scraps here. I'm sure I didn't use every bit of it. I'd actually bring the box. Oh, well. God, I can't get to it. There's an airplane on it. Shit. All right, so I'll tell you. I'll explain what I went to Lowe's and I bought a 4x8 sheet of this, like, I think it's a fiberglass insulation board that is silver on one side, and then it's got like paper on the other side. And the silver side is the reflective side. So it's only about a ½ an inch thick. It's got what looks like, it feels like fiberglass, the itchy crap you get, regular insulation in the wall fiberglass. I built a box that's big enough to fit over my 3D printer to keep the heat in it when it's printing on these cold nights. And if I want to run the 3D printer, I built this box to put over the 3D printer to keep. Man, does that thing work! Holy crap! Without pumping any heat into it, just using the heat from the printer between the heated head, that heats the filament, and the heated you know, the working tray, it got to like 96 degrees, even though it was freezing out here. Inside the box, only using the heat produced from the 3D printer, it heated itself up to 96 degrees. It's like, wow. So yeah, I was just blown away by that. So yeah, I could literally, like you said, I could go buy, and it's not that expensive. I could go buy a couple 4x8 sheets of that stuff, and you know, frame it in here. Have the front open, but put a over my head and around the sides, and you know, and then with one of these heaters inside that, it would make it really warm in here. So yeah, it's not a bad idea, Fred. Honestly, yeah. I couldn't believe how well that worked. I wasn't expecting it to heat up like that. Holy crap! I was amazed. You know, I thought I was going to have to, you know, get this like a little heater and put it in there with it to help it. No. Between heating the table and the heating the filament, it heated itself up to unbelievable. I mean, it was cooking inside that thing. I couldn't believe how hot it was in there. You know, it was freaking hot. So, yeah, not a bad idea. I could do that. So that's a thought we might do. You know, and if I wanted to just make the whole room, then I could bring the camera and everything inside, and we could make a full enclosure and just run the whole show from inside the little silver room. And then it would definitely stay nice and warm in here, for sure. And it'd be really easy to keep that warm. This little heater would do that. If I built that room out of that fiberboard, this little heater would definitely keep me warm. It would just warm the whole room. Yeah, Fred, it's a good idea. You know, it might just I might just do that. Be easy enough to do. So, I mean, I'd need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 10 or 12 sheets, I think, to build a whole enclosure, all 4 walls, roof, the whole 9 yards. I think it would cost. I think it would take about 10 or 12 sheets. I don't remember how much they were a sheet. It wasn't that bad. So probably $100, maybe. If they were $10 a sheet, yeah, be $100 and $120. And I could literally build myself a sauna room. Because it would get damn hot in there. I'd have to find a way to put lights in it. Yeah, I've got a freaking table lamp. That'd do the job. With all that reflective tape in there, it would just reflect all over the place. I'd probably have plenty of light. Just putting a lamp in, you know, behind the camera, or below the camera, but in front, you know, in front of me. I don't know. We have to play with it. But yeah, it's not a bad idea, Fred. We might look into that. But I just wanted to let you guys know that I have been looking for a heater. And I watched a video. It was almost an hour long. This guy was showing all the heaters and how they work and how they're rated and how they rate them and what the legal rating and all of that. And I'm like, you know, Well, what a bunch of crap, you know. Oh, this will heat a big room, and this will heat a little room, and this, and they're all the same thing. They're all exactly the same. Same watts, same BTUs. Every one of them. So... I'm fearless. Welcome to the show. Who you asking? What's your biggest plane? So you're asking me, my biggest plane. What is my biggest plane? I think... Well, it's a trick question. Biggest plane that I haven't flown yet, or the biggest plane that I have? I think it would be my... Thank you, GB. Man, that's awesome, man. Thank you so much. So I think it would be my T28, the Carbon ZT28, which is a 2 meter wingspan, and my P40, the LX P40, which is also a 2 meter wingspan. Now I've got a couple of gliders with much bigger wingspans, but I really don't consider them bigger. You know, they've got a bigger wingspan, but they're not bigger. You know, the T28's the biggest overall. I mean, it's got the biggest presence in the air. You know, it's a 2 meter wingspan with this gigantic fuselage. I mean, my God, the fuselage is like this big around. And, I mean, it's huge. So when it flies in the air, it just has this humongous presence in the air. So I would say probably the T28. Now I've got, I think it's an 82-inch Mustang. I haven't flown that. I haven't put that one together yet. So it's a top flight kit. It's balsa. It's not a foam plane. It's a balsa. But I haven't put that together yet, so do anything bigger than that. I got a big-ass AT6 Texan out in the barn that somebody gave me. It's an old school gas plane, but it's big. It's a big, heavy son of a bitch. But I don't think it's as... I still think my T28's bigger. I gotta say, that thing is... It's just a big damn airplane. So, yeah, I'm going to say that's it. What got me into what I do? Well, I started flying when I was 13 years old in 1973. So that's 48 years I've been in this hobby. It's a love for aviation. I just love airplanes. And I think Bob Hoover was a huge influence on me. I used to go to air shows and watch him fly, which made me just love it even more. And I always wanted to get my pilot's license, but that was just way too expensive to fly real airplanes. So I did the next best thing. I started flying model airplanes. And 48 years later and 100 airplanes And then, you know, and radio control. If it's RC, I have it. I mean, I have everything in the world you can think of RC. I just love RC. So, yeah, I got tons of surface cars, you know, toy grade and you know, professional grade. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. You know, if I like it, I buy it. You know, I just love this stuff. So I have some professional grade stuff, and I've got some toy grade stuff, and you know, I have just as much fun with either one of them. So, but the aviation's been my first love and still is. So yeah, so that's what got me in it. Still in it. And my biggest airplane's got to be the Carbon ZT-28. You know, in all, when you're looking at the whole picture. Like I said, I've got gliders that are bigger wingspans, but they're really not bigger airplanes. They just have bigger wingspans. So. I had to do something while I was in prison. Was that me you were talking about? Was that or was that directed at somebody else? I might have missed that part. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Yep, Matt, if you're looking at your future, you are. You know, if you seem to love this as much as I do. So yeah, when you're hitting 60, you'll still be doing it. And I'm telling you, man, it's a chick magnet. You know, women you're gonna have to beat them off. You know, to get them, just to get rid of them, because they just, you know, this hobby is just, you know, chicks dig it. Che's wife does. I tell you, man, he's the luckiest guy on earth, that guy. You know? His wife's totally into it. So, and I think that's awesome. So. Yeah. Tim, I'm still here. I have a little rejuvenation here. GB sent me some money, and that just woke me right up. So, but I still think we're probably going to be ending this pretty soon. God, we're back up to 30 people in here. Holy crap. That's freaking awesome. Unbelievable. Look at this. Jermaine, welcome, sir. Happy New Year. Were you out today, you know, tonight on amateur night and made it home safely? He was at Flght RC with the Wright brothers. Yeah, I showed him how to do it. Yeah, not quite, but I can tell you this. The two brothers that practically invented this hobby, at least the new digital proportional part of it, weren't the Wright brothers, but they were the Good brothers. And there's a video on YouTube you can go watch, and it's an awesome video. And it's the Good brothers. Just type in Good brothers and you'll find it. It won't be the only thing that comes up, but Walter was a friend of mine. I used to fly with Walter. And his AMA number is 11, if that tells you anything. So, You know, I didn't meet him way back when I started the hobby, but I did meet him along the way. And super nice guy. Him and his brother. And it's a great video. If you haven't watched it, go find it on YouTube and watch it. It's amazing where this started and where we are today. If you haven't seen it and you want to see some history of how this all started and came together, go watch that video. You will really enjoy it. It's a super cool video. But yeah, I knew Walt, so we flew together for years down here in Florida. He retired down here, and we met and started flying together in gliders. They were big into gliders, and yeah, so. Yeah, Roy, that was the point I was getting at. That's funny. Yeah, so John's been doing this for 50 years. So he's got me by 2 years. So John probably was building Heathkit radios. You used to get a kit. You know, well, okay, so here's what radios used to look like for you guys that haven't seen this before. This is my first radio. This Kraft 3-channel 1970 radio, Series 70. So 3 channels, no dual rates, no expo, no model memory, nothing, none of that. No, it's just digital proportional, 3 channels. I paid $150 in 1973 for that radio used. Okay, used. And today you can buy a 16-channel 200 model memory digital proportional radio that talks and does all that stuff with frequency hopping and all that amazing crap for less than 150 bucks. So that's where this hobby's come from, and how I mean, it's just amazing where we are, you know, from 50 years ago. So yeah, that's yeah, that was back then. That was high tech because it was digital proportional, you know. And that's what, if you watch that video I just told you about with the Good Brothers, they show you where, you know, their first radio was a box the size of a refrigerator. You know, a small, like this refrigerator right here. You probably can't see it, it's off camera. You know, one of those mini refrigerators. You know, a box that big with a remote on it that only had a button on it. You know, a handheld corded to the box, and the only thing it had on it was a button. And you would, if you wanted to go left, you'd press the button once, and and then it would come. The next time you press it, would go back to center. The next time you press it, would go right. And if you wanted to go left and then left again, you had to press the button 3 times really fast, you know, to get it all the way back from left to center, right back to center left, you know. So, and you had to be quick with the button, and that was all you had was rudder control. There was nothing else. And you just had to trim the plane out, the CG, to get it to fly on its own. And yeah, it was crazy where this started and where we are today. So yeah, it's a pretty cool hobby. And yeah, so John just said, yeah, his first radio was a Heathkit. So you used to get a kit, you know, circuit board, the metal case. This is all metal. There's no plastic here. This is a steel case. or it could be aluminum. Yeah, well, I don't know. Yeah, I think it's an aluminum case. So you get the case, you get a board like that, and you have to solder all the components onto the board. There's a diagram, a schematic, and you had to put everything on the board, solder it all on there. You could test it as you went along. There were test points. You take a voltmeter and you start pinning out, each little section and test it as you go. Make sure it's doing what it's supposed to do. And then when you were done, you had a new radio that you built. So that was a big deal. So I never built a Heathkit radio, but I helped a guy build one. I was over his house and, I was handing him parts and stuff and watching him build it. And crazy. Nice looking radios when they were done. It was a good looking radio. But yeah, Heathkit was a big deal back then. So you build your own radio. Yeah, the brick cell phone. Yeah. So, yeah, I did. Yeah, there was there was hundreds of YouTube videos back then. So yeah, I watched all these videos to buy this radio. Yeah, that's what I did. No, but that's what I do now though. But back then, no. But yeah, I do that today though. So. Well, again, and they'll show you in the video, but basically there was this little escapement that was just a little, kind of like what's in a clock, okay? Where the little arm, there's a wheel, and the wheel has like a trigger that catches it. And you would, wind the rubber band up, and then it would move and get caught on and then when you push the button, it would release it and let it go one more click, and then a click again, and each click it would either move the rudder left, center, or right, each click. And the little arm would move when you push the button. And that's how it flew. Again, you didn't have any elevator. The airplane was a high wing airplane, self lift, trimmed to fly up on its own. And then you would, if you want to go, and the trick was you had to remember which way you'd gone last. Because if you're flying along and you had just made a left turn and you want to make another left turn, and you're like, you're going to hit a tree, and you don't want to go right because you're going to hit the tree, and you forgot which way you went last, and you press the button and it goes right, you're in the tree. So you had to remember what you had done last, and so yeah, it's just just go watch the video, guys. The Good Brothers. It's an awesome video. And if you want to know where this hobby started, man, that's the video to watch. Dot 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 dot. Yeah, there you go. Yep. So no, it wasn't Morse code, but it's just a single button. And my first airplane, which is sitting right here, was designed to use that escapement system. This was a rudder only airplane. This is my first airplane. And here's the wing. Okay, this is what I learned to fly on. Cox 049 motor, elevator and rudder. These are sewn on hinges. You just take thread and you sew a hinge. That was big back then. That was before we had the nice Dubro nylon hinges. Now, you either did them with monocoat, which I didn't like, so I just stitched, sewed the hinges on. And these are 48-year-old hinges, guys. They're still on. Okay, so 48 years ago, I sewed these hinges on here, and they're still on here. So it works. But yeah, this was originally designed to be an escapement type, single rudder only. And stop you! I can't breathe. What are you talking about, Eric? Oh, I remember the Falcon 56, John. Yep. Yep. Almost time, Victor. 5 minutes away. You gonna make it? Oh, you. Hey, don't be sorry. Listen, Eric. It's. Listen, I got a funnier one than that, actually. I don't know if I can get to it. That's probably fall on my head again. I have a radio I want to show you guys, and I can't find it. It's driving me nuts that I can't find that damn radio. I used to have a 6-channel. Well, I still have it. I just can't find it at the moment. It's so funny. I found it finally when we moved here 7 years ago. I opened the box up, and there it was, in there with a bunch of other radios. So I took it out of the box, and I put it somewhere so I wouldn't lose it again, so I could show you guys. I haven't seen it since. I found the box again with all the rest of the radios in it. My old Futaba radios and everything. But that radio I took out and put it someplace safe so I wouldn't lose it. And I don't know where I put it. So I can't find the damn thing. It's driving me nuts. But, yeah, it's, so like I said, the leaps and bounds that have been made in this hobby to make it so much better than it was. It's just unbelievable, It's, and every year when they come out with this new stuff, and when these batteries keep getting better and better for the electric that we're flying, because the nitro stuff back in the day sucked. I mean, it did suck then because that's all we had. But now, do I want to go back to flying nitro planes? No, I don't. I go out to the field and I watch guys that have both electric planes and nitro planes, or electric planes and gas planes. And they go out there and they're trying to start their plane, and they're flipping the prop and flipping the prop and flipping the prop and flipping the prop. Yeah. You have an electric plane. All you got to do is throttle it, and it goes. Why are you still farting around with that stupid gas shit? It's just funny. I don't miss the gas at all. I really don't. It, I have really no desire to go back to it. I still have, that's not the only plane I have. I still have quite a few planes, gas planes around here that, I'm just not interested in putting them back in the air. I like the electric too much. It's clean, it's easy, it works. The flight times are getting crazy long now. 3 feet long. Oh no, it's way longer than that. It's probably 5 feet long. Yeah, that's well, it's 4 feet anyway, at least. Yeah, it's huge. It's a fishing rod. Yeah, look how long that antenna is. Yeah, that's at least 4 feet. So yeah. You're very welcome, Fred. Thank you for all you do, and I'm glad you're entertained. That's what I'm here for. So, thank you. Happy New Year, guys. You West Coasters. Vic, you in here? GB, you got some fireworks? Are you going off over there? It's nice and quiet here now, man. The fireworks were going nuts 3 hours ago. But yeah, it's quiet here now. Yeah, exactly. Nick, you could poke someone's eye out with that. Yep. Yeah, it's the good old days. Having to go get the clothespin with your frequency on it before you could get your radio out of an impound. Oh my God. The hobby has changed so much since then, for the better. I mean, leaps and bounds better. It's amazing. Yeah, Lee, that's um, we've pretty much decided as a group here, us as the people in my show and other shows, and definitely everybody at my flying field, that we don't give a damn what the FAA says. We're not changing anything. We're going to keep flying. We're going to keep doing what we do, and then kiss our ass. It's just, to lump us in with these drone operators that are being idiots, or the commercial drone people, and to make us put IDs in our planes, and we're just not going to comply. We don't care what they say. It's one of those laws that's unenforceable. They're going to make all these rules, and it's like it's against the law for you or me to put a little advertisement card. Hey, I've got a lawnmower service, lawn cutting service, or lawn repair service, lawnmower repair, whatever, and put it in somebody's mailbox. That's a felony offense. Can they enforce it? No. Where are the mail police? There are none. So it's a law, it's a rule, and it's a felony, but you can't. It's not enforceable. So why bother? Why put laws on the books that you can't enforce? You know, it's just stupid. And that's exactly what this whole thing with the FAA is going to turn out to be. It's going to be a completely unenforceable, you know, bunch of rules that nobody's going to follow. So we're not worried about it anymore. We're done, you know, we're done listening to the crap. You know, we don't care anymore. It's over. You know, they can do whatever they want. They can talk all the crap they want, and you know, it's worthless. It's pointless. It's not going to happen. You know, just like when they made a rule that you can't put anything in a mailbox, and it's a felony if you do. Good luck. Nobody's watching. Nobody's checking. It's unenforceable. Listen, if you really want a good laugh, look up some of the rules in your area. That the laws are still on the books. Like in Tampa, it's against the law to tie your elephant up to the parking meter. Yeah, it's on the books. It's a law. You know, like people are riding around on elephants anymore. But it's still, you know. Do you think they would have abolished that law, get it off the books, make the books a little smaller? You know, no, they just keep adding more laws. They don't take any of them away. They just keep adding more of them. And they're unenforceable laws. You know, I could go on and on. There's hundreds and hundreds of shit like that. It's just stupid. You know, and then what the FAA is doing right now is stupid too. I mean, there's millions of us out there flying these model airplanes. And, you know, how in the world are they going to enforce us? You know, especially if I'm flying on my own property. You know, they're gonna come in here and tell me I can't do that. I don't think so. So, and right now we're on private property where I fly. It's a private property site. It's not an FAA or an AMA or anything else. It's a guy's yard. You know, it's a 633 acre yard, but, you know, it's a big chunk of property. And, you know, if any police or FBI or FAA official showed up on that property, you better have a freaking warrant, because he's going to just get tossed. So, you know, so we like I said, it's crap and we're over it. I don't even care anymore. I used to watch all this stuff to see where it was going, and I think Flight Test is going to do something about it. You know, Josh seems to have a good handle on how to approach it in a way that they'll listen, and I think he's ready to pull the trigger on it. Basically, I think he's going to take over. Not take over. That's not a good word. Take the place of AMA. Because AMA is not doing anything to protect us. They don't even go to the meetings. You know, when there's a hearing about what rules and regulations they're going to impose on us, and you would think the AMA would be there on our behalf to defend us and say, no, it's not like that. We do this. We have these rules, blah, blah, blah. No, they don't even show up. They don't show up. They just, well, so, you know. Here's something else you don't know, but, you know, for you AMA member people, I bet you don't know this, because nobody, who reads the frickin' rules? Nobody, right? Or the, not necessarily rules, but your coverage, you know, and, you know, it's all this documentation. So, if you crash your airplane, and it doesn't matter if it's in an AMA event or an AMA sanctioned field or in your own backyard, okay? If you do bodily harm or property damage to a neighbor or whatever, the first line of defense is your own personal homeowner's insurance. Okay? That's what comes up first. AMA is a backup to everything else. So if you have homeowners insurance and you have a $2,500 deductible, you have to pay your $2,500 deductible first. Okay? Then your homeowners insurance pays the rest of it till your policy limits. And then from there, if it's still not satisfied, that's when the AMA insurance comes in that you pay your dues for every year. Not until the other two are satisfied. First you have to pay your deductible, and then you have to your insurance company has to pick up the rest of it. And then if, God forbid, you've killed somebody and they're suing for millions, well, that's when the AMA comes in, because then they go after the AMA for the rest of what you paid out of pocket and your insurance company paid to your policy limits. Then the AMA gets involved and they pay the rest. So if you have some small claim, your AMA is worthless, okay? And the reason I know this is because I crashed a plane in an event back in February of last year, now that we're past midnight. I don't have any homeowners insurance. So the AMA became first line of defense. I don't have any homeowners insurance. My property's paid for. I don't have to have insurance. So I don't have any. You know, it's because you don't insure a 30-year-old double-wide trailer because it's worth nothing. So if it burns to the ground, what am I going to get? Nothing. You know, because it's not worth anything. The insurance company's not going to pay me anything. They'll pay me for the contents if I did that. You know, but not for the structure because it's not worth anything. So that's the bad side of owning a old trailer. But anyway, so I had to pay a $250 deductible to the AM, you know, to the claimant. I hit a car. My plane, I lost control of it, hit a car. I actually hit two cars. But so I had to pay the first $250 to one of the claimants, and then the AMA covered the rest of it because I didn't have any homeowners insurance to start with. So yeah, GB, it's not illegal to live in Florida without insurance. What would I have insurance for? You know, it's a double wide trailer worth nothing. It's like a double wide trailer carries the same value as a car. A 30-year-old car in Florida ain't worth nothing. Okay? It's a double-wide trailer. It's considered a motor vehicle. Well, it's considered... You have to put a freaking tag on it to get it here, right? And a lot of people tell me they have to renew that tag every year, even though it's... I've never renewed the tag. There's a sticker on the front window from, I think, 82 is when they brought this trailer here. So it had the little sticker that's on the corner of your license plate. You know, that sticker's on the front window of the trailer, each half of the trailer. Because it's got a title like a car. The two halves that make a double wide have titles, just like a car title. It looks exactly the same. So, yeah, depending on where you live, I guess you do have to... I live in the rural county. I don't have to have, you know, if you're in town in Florida, and this is in Florida, if you live in town, okay, you have to have if it's not parked in a structure, in a garage, if it's out in plain view, it has to be tagged and insured. Okay? A motor vehicle, a car, anything with a title. Well, this has a title. But I don't live there. I live in the rural county. So I don't have to have insurance to keep... just to park it in the yard. It doesn't even matter if it drives or not. If you have a car and you park it in the driveway of your home when you're inside the city limits, it has to have tags and insurance. Period. I don't care if you drive it or not. It has to have a tag and insurance on it. Where I live, I don't have to have tags and insurance. I live out in the country, the rural area, different rules. I don't have to have. So my trailer doesn't have to have tags or insurance either, because of where I live. But if I was in the county, you know, in the city limits, and it probably varies from city to city too. I don't know. All I know is where I live now, I don't have to have tags and insurance on all my vehicles. But when I lived in Holiday, I did. So I had 9 cars in my front yard, and every one of them had to have, tags and insurance, and they all did. But now that I live here, they don't anymore. Back then they all ran and drove, and I drove them all. Now I don't. I still have the cars; they're here, but I don't drive them. Some of them are, in some state of disrepair. Nothing major. None of them need motors or anything like that. Just some maintenance, and because of my situation with losing my jobs and stuff and everything, and I'm not going to get rid of the cars. They're still, I want them, and eventually I'll fix them again. But right now, that's just not a priority. So I 4 of them run, So I have 2 motorcycles. Neither one of them are running right now. Well, one runs, but again, everything needs some service on them, and my job situation has changed my ability to keep them all running. So, but anyway, so that's what your AMA does for you. If you've got insurance, your insurance takes care of the bill. If you've got a $2,500 deductible on your homeowner's insurance, whatever accident you have, you're paying the first $2,500. And then after all that's said and done, that's when the AMA comes. So it's pretty worthless insurance. So I think Flight Test, Josh, is going to I know he's working on it. So he's going to come up with a better insurance policy and then be a better voice for us. And he's going to pitch it one day on YouTube. You're going to see it. That, instead of renewing your AMA, FTA, Flight Test America, Flight Tests, whatever, and, get on board with us, and we're gonna fight the FAA over these imposed rules to take our hobby away from us. So that's what that's what's in the works. I don't know when it's gonna come to, but that's what's going on. Josh is definitely working on it. He's already been to the Capitol building and talked to him. He did such a good job of it when the AMA didn't show up. But it fell on deaf ears. They're not listening. They don't understand our hobby. They don't understand what we do. And all we are is a nuisance. And and the AMA is not doing anything for us. So they don't even show up. So anyway, so that's a little tidbit about your AMA that you guys are buying. And I did this year too, because I went to 2 events this year, 2 AMA events. So I had to buy my AMA again. I haven't had my AMA card since '89, I think. When I moved to Florida, and I still had my AMA, and when I joined the club down here, and then that club went away, and I didn't go find another one. And so I let my AMA go because no AMA field, screw it. And then I started flying on private fields, and that's where I am now. But I did get my AMA again to go to an event. And I don't know if I'm going to keep doing that or not. We'll see. I bought 2 years worth, so I'm good for this year. I'm good till February of 22. Is when my AMA it will lapse, and we'll see what happens. By then, we might not have an AMA anymore. We might have FTA or whatever Josh ends up calling it. No, I don't have any Harley Davidson bikes. No, I've got a Honda and a Yamaha. rightly, and they're autonomous. You know, the self. You know, you push a button, they take off. You push a button and send them on a mission. They go somewhere you're not even looking at it. You know, it does it all on by GPS. You push a button, return to home, it comes home and lands. I mean, you know, that's the difference between what we do as a hobby and what they do with a pre-programmed autonomous flight drone. So they're two different worlds. They shouldn't be painted with the same brush, you know. So yeah, it's a, and that's what they don't understand. The bureaucrats, you know, the government, they don't understand this. They don't understand the difference. To them, there's no difference. So, yeah, Roy, that's not a bad idea. Of course, you know, your AMA is going to triple in price when you do that. You know, if we're forced to buy these, you know, remote ID pieces, you know, the AMA's not going to suck that up. They're going to, you know, charge you, you know, and it's going nowhere. Again, it's like putting a business card in a mailbox. It's unenforceable. You know, there are no mail police. Even Private Ryan, or Pilot Ryan, Private Ryan. Even Pilot Ryan said the same thing. You know, he's said it more than once. There are no mail police. It's pointless. It's not enforceable. It's just bullshit. So I'm done worrying about it. I'm just gonna fly my airplanes, and you know, the FAA can keep doing whatever they want to do. I'm not getting involved. I'm not going to support it. I'm just not gonna. Well, I think what's going to happen, and apparently one of the, I don't know if it was Fred Barron, somebody in the chat one night, we were talking. Apparently the autonomous Ubers, driverless cars, are already working out in California or someplace. And they've already had some accidents, you know, fatalities in these cars with no driver in them. So, what do you think is going to happen when they start delivering packages with drones that have no pilot in them? You know, and the thing comes over a yard full of kids playing football or whatever, and tries to land or whatever, however it's going to deliver the package. You know, and I've heard, oh well, they're going to lower it down with a rope. Well, you don't think a kid's going to run over there and grab the rope and pull the drone out of the sky? And, you know, kids do that kind of stuff. So somebody's going to get hurt or killed, and when that happens, that whole thing's going to be over. There'll be so many lawsuits that's this whole drone, you know, delivery system is going to be gone. And then there's also, they're talking about Uber, you know, flying Ubers. Okay? Autonomous quadcopters that you ride in. You're going to get in this thing, and it's going to fly you across town to your destination with no pilot on board. Now, which one of you guys is going to get into a drone with no pilot on board and let it fly you across town to wherever you want to go? I ain't getting in one. I don't know about you, but I ain't getting in one. So I don't see that going anywhere either. You know, the driverless car is one thing. You know, if you can read the newspaper on your way to work in the morning because the car drives there for you. I can see a lot of people getting interested in that. Because your feet are on the ground. But when it comes to flying in the air, I just don't see these drone Ubers working. I know I wouldn't get in one. So, you know, I wouldn't get in a driverless car either, personally. You know, if I was at the wheel and I put it in, you know, autonomous mode, whatever you want to call it, to drive me to work, at least I have the option of taking control of the car at any moment. I can override it and take control back from the car. That's a totally different idea than getting in a car that you're sitting in the back seat and the car's driving itself and you have no option to take control of the car and hope it gets you to where you want to go. No, I ain't doing that. So, right, exactly, Roy. They've been watching the Jetsons too much. You know, I don't see it happening. Not in my lifetime. You know, maybe 100 years from now, when, because first of all, to be perfectly honest with you guys, the only way it could ever possibly work is it would have to be everything. Okay, so no cars on the road that people drive. They all have to be autonomous. Okay. Because then they're all talking to each other and they all know what each other's doing. There'll never be another car accident. Because they're all going to be networked together. But as soon as you put one person that has their own mind driving in that mix, then you're going to have accidents. So the only way that it's ever going to work is we have to go from self-controlled, we-control vehicles to network-controlled vehicles. And it has to be 100%. If it's not 100%, it's not going to work. The only way you can keep from having accidents is if everything is on that network and everything's talking to each other. And that's that. Yeah, I want Spacely Sprocket. That's funny, Nick. So yeah, that's the only way it's going to work. And that's not going to happen in my lifetime. I don't know how long down the road we're talking here, but you know, until that happens, there's going to be car accidents, and then we're going to start doing this Uber crap. There's going to be Uber, you know, flying Ubers. There's going to be Uber accidents too, and you know, it's just not going to work. Yeah, Lee, I can see it happening one day, but we're talking hundreds of years from now. Star Trek Stardate, you know, 2386. You know, 300 years in the future. Yeah, maybe it'll probably happen, but it ain't gonna happen tomorrow. It ain't gonna happen in my lifetime. You know, we're way too far away for that to ever happen. You know, first off, Roy and myself, for certain, I know, have antique cars. You know, old muscle cars. That's what we're into. You know, what do you think's going to happen to all of us guys when the government comes to us and says you can't drive your cars no more? You know, you're done. You got to get on the network. You got to have a autonomous car. Your old antique hot rods, no longer. Got to take them to the scrapyard. Yeah. That's going to happen. Now, I say that because think about you older guys that grew up with record players and, you know, no television and, you know, that kind of stuff. And then your grandkids today that have never seen a record player. Do you think they care if they miss it or not? No, they don't care. They don't even want to look at one. They don't care. They have no interest in it. They weren't raised in it. They weren't brought up in it. They didn't experience it. It's not part of their history or life. That part of their world is gone. Okay. So if muscle cars, 300 years from now, when we've got all these flying cars and everything, and they're all on the network and everything, and then new kids come along, where are they going to be taught to love old muscle cars that aren't even illegal to drive anymore? So it's going to fade away over time, as we get more acclimated to new stuff. All the old stuff, it's going to go away, and nobody's going to miss it, because the new kids coming in now don't have any love of it. They want to play video games. They don't give a crap about old cars and shit like that. Now, there's exceptions, guys. I understand that, but we're talking 300 generations from now. They're not going to care. They're not going to know anything about it, and they're not going to care. So that's my take on it. What's yours? Yeah, museums at racetracks. Well, there won't be any racetracks. Christ, the way the sport's dying, my God, they can't get any butts in the seats at a NASCAR race even before COVID. Okay, so listen, I've been a NASCAR guy since the 70s. My friend had season tickets to the Daytona 500. Okay, back then, you couldn't get on a list to get on a waiting list to get tickets to the Daytona 500. I'm not shitting you. You had to buy the tickets a year and a half in advance. And there was a waiting list to get tickets back then. Okay? Now, Daytona holds 100 in the seats. 160,000, I think. And then that doesn't count all the people in the infield that are partying in their cars in the infield. That's seats. Okay? It's a big place. And you couldn't get a ticket. You couldn't get on a waiting list to get on a ticket. You couldn't get on a waiting list to get on a waiting list to get a ticket to the Daytona 500. Today you can walk in and get a ticket as you're walking in the place. There's nobody there. And I'm talking before COVID. I'm not talking now when there's nobody in any seats. But, last year's Daytona 500 had maybe 30,000 people there. Maybe. The seats were empty. You could walk in the day of the race, walk up to the ticket counter and buy a ticket. Okay? 30 years ago, you couldn't get on a waiting list to get on a waiting list to get a ticket. So the sport's dying. Okay? I don't see much more, there's just, I don't know if it's the rule changes that ruin the sport, or if it's all the old, everybody's retiring or dead that, were the big names in the sport. I don't know. There's 100 opinions on that, how it would go. But, for me, I know the rule changes that ruin it for me. Yeah, there's all kinds of abandoned racetracks all over the country. And, like North Wilkesboro, it comes to mind as one of the most famous old NASCAR tracks that's been abandoned for years because it doesn't hold enough people. It's too small, and the only way you can survive in this industry is you got to put butts in the seat. You got to put a lot of butts in a lot of seats, okay? So you got a track that holds 40,000 people, and then you got Daytona that holds 160,000 people, and the prize money to the driver is the same amount, all right? So how are you going to raise enough money to pay the drivers in a 40,000 seat venue when you've got a 160,000 seat venue over here? So that's where the tracks are going. That's why all these little tracks are all drying up and going away. So I don't know how far that's going to go, but I've seen the change, from when my buddy had seats that he had to pay. He hasn't even seen the 1980 race, and he's already paid for the 1981 race, and he hasn't even seen the 80 race yet. He's already paid for the 81 race. You know, that's what it was back in the day. You know, you had to pay for your next year's ticket, like in, you know, the race is, I think, in February, the Daytona 500, and I think by like December of 79, you had to pay for your 81 seat. And you haven't even seen the 80 race yet. But you know, it's still 79. You haven't seen the 1980, but you've got to buy your seats for 81. You know, that's how it used to be. So yeah, where's it going to be 100 years from now? Who knows? You know, there might not be any racing in it anymore anyway. You know, it's, you know, the world's changing, guys. Things are dying away. You know, all this old history we have. You know, kids today, they don't want to go outside and play. They want to play video games. Well, every kid on the block now is going to, he's not going to go to school and get a job. He's going to be a YouTuber. Make millions of dollars playing video games on YouTube. You know how many times I've heard that? How many, I want to see right now, how many of your kids, from you guys that are still in the room here, have said that to you? That they're going to grow up to be a YouTuber, make millions of dollars playing video games. I hear it all the time. You know, people with kids tell me this all the time. It's hilarious. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, again, you know, who knew? You know, -4? What does that mean? Right. EQ. Yeah, you know, you rarely ever get a glimpse of the grandstands when they're going down the back straight. There's no one in those seats. Those seats are always empty. Nobody goes and sits in those seats anymore. But, you know, back in the day, there was never an empty seat in the house. And I've been to 10 or 12 Daytona 500s. You know, because he used to take me every year. You know, he and I were always the ones that went. If his wife wanted to go, I didn't go that year, but that rarely happened. So most of the time, I got to go with them. And so yeah, I've seen a lot of racing at Daytona, and been there and seen the crowds and all the millions of people there. Well, hundreds of thousands of people there, and especially with all the people in the infield. And now I've seen what it's like today, where you can just walk in and sit down. So, yeah, the sport's changed drastically. So, but yeah, all the kids today think they're going to make millions of dollars, you know, playing video games on YouTube. You know, good luck. Right. Same thing. Bristol, same thing. Can never get a ticket to Bristol. That's one of the most popular races next to Daytona. And it was always sold out. Now, like, day of the race, you can walk in, get a ticket. Just walk in, buy a ticket, go sit down. And pretty much, you know, festive seating. Go sit wherever you want. No assigned seat like back in the day. We had a certain seat we had to sit in. Not anymore. Now it's, yeah, go find a seat wherever you want. You know. Yep. So yeah, it's yeah, there's big changes coming, guys, in all parts of our world. I think we grew up. I think us Well, I say that too, though, but I don't know what the future's going to be. I guess if we were living on, a spaceship, then I don't know. It's a good question. You know, like I was asking a kid that's in school right now. He's in high school. One of the guys that flies out of my field. Really nice kid. I said, "What are they teaching you in history class?" And anything about World War II? No, it happened, but no details about World War II. Nothing. I said, "What about the space shuttle accidents?" Yeah, they talk a little bit about it, not much. So what are they teaching you? So all the old World War I's not even mentioned. They don't even know anything about that. They don't even know that happened. You know, other than the fact that there's a 2. So they know there had to have been a 1, but who fought in it? Why? Were they fighting? No, they don't know. They have no clue. Not teaching that. You know. So let's look. Let's look 300 years into the future. We're all flying around on spaceships, Enterprise, Voyager, and you want to talk about the invention of the automobile. The what? Right? I mean, who's going to care? Who would want to know about it? I mean, if we would, because we grew up with it, but if we didn't, if we've never seen an automobile and we were born on a spaceship like Enterprise, and we want to learn all about history and cars and, you know, unless we have a holodeck to recreate that, which we probably will have, then that 1% of the people that want to see that will get on a holodeck and queue up an old, and go walk through it and live it, for 10 minutes to an hour or whatever. But yeah, nobody's going to give a crap. Orville and Wilbur, who? They invented the airplane. What the hell's an airplane? So yeah, yeah, I think, but like I said, all this crap that's going on right now we're not going to see it in our lifetime. It more likely, like I said, the only way it could possibly work is it has to be all or nothing. So either they abandon or abolish people-driven cars, period. There is no more, getting on the road and driving your own vehicle. You have to get in a network-controlled autonomous vehicle, and everything's on the network. And that's the only way you'll be able to get around, period. Public transportation or a network car. As long as there's people on the road that can think for themselves and make stupid mistakes, we're going to have car accidents. So, and I can just imagine how the lawsuits are going to go and who they're going to sue. The companies that make the autonomous cars is who they're going to sue. Because it's their fault that the car had an accident. You failed sex education? You thought they were talking about 6, and your answer was it comes before 7. No, that's not the right answer. Oh, no, okay, I failed. So. Oh, that's okay. So here we go again. I have 3 VCRs here, and a shitload of tape still. One of them's right there. It's just sitting there. It's a CD player. Wait. It's a CD player, an 8-track player, and a VCR. You know, and then I've got a stack of VCRs over there. Yeah, I've got my own little museum going on right here, guys. Between my antique radio and my antique 8-track player and listen, I've got, again, I kid you not, guys. I know you're not gonna believe this, but I have a record player in my bedroom in the house that has tubes in it. You guys remember the old tubes, you know, that light up and, yeah. So I got a record player it was my grandmother's record player. And it still works. And it has tubes in it. So you turn it on and you got to wait 10 minutes for it to warm up before you can ever play a record. Yeah. See, that's why you come to my show, EQ, because I'm entertaining. So how old are you, EQ? Eric, how old are you? Do you remember going to the hardware store with your tube out of your television or your stereo or whatever you were working on and having to put it in the test stand to test it, to see if it was bad or not? So you're 52. So you remember this. Okay, so you remember the old tube testers, remember? You had to take your tubes into the hardware store and you had to look it up and find out what hole you had to plug it into, and then you set the dials to the, and you press the button and the little needle either read good or bad. Do you remember that? Zenith, yeah, that's part of it too. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, honey Chuck. I was falling asleep there for a while, but I've come back to life. I'm good now. We're good. I'm giving a history lesson here tonight. Everybody's having a lot of laughs. Me talking about all the crap I have. Yeah, so your dad was in the CBs, right? So yeah, so right? So you had, so I still have one of those, a record player in the house that was my grandmother's. That still works, and it has those tubes in it. So I like old stuff. I'm not an avid collector. I don't have some great wealth of antiques that I'm going to retire on. I just have some old stuff that's in my family that I think is cool. So I keep it. I haven't gotten rid of any of this stuff. I just keep it for nostalgia reasons. It's never going to be worth anything. That record player in the bedroom might be worth something one day to the right collector, but this certainly isn't. I think this is a Sears brand. All in one. It's a stereo, AM, FM stereo radio, cassette player, 8-track players, turntable. It's got a turntable on it. It's a record player. So it's a record player, cassette player, 8-track player, VCR, AM, FM radio, stereo, all in one. You know. Yeah. So, and that was my dad's. So when he died, I inherited it. So I put it up on the shelf there. I've never turned it on. I'm sure it still works. My dad doesn't keep anything that doesn't work. You know, he don't try to fix it. He's not like me. He was like me. He fixed cars, but nothing electrical. If it was electrical, he didn't want nothing to do with it. He don't even want to look at it. If it stops working, it's in the trash. Go buy another one. I fix everything. There's nothing I don't try plumbing, electrical, whatever, electronics. Everything. I don't throw anything away. I fix it. Bad battery packs. Okay, so I was out at the flying field, and I picked up a bunch of these batteries that somebody discarded. We have a discard pile. And honestly, what they usually do with them, if they can, they try to charge them up. But if not, they take them out to the firing line and they shoot them. You know, you shoot one of these with a bullet and it explodes and there's flame and fire and smoke, and that's the fun they do with these. So they throw them in the pile. So I grabbed all these batteries that looked like they still had some life in them. And sure enough, they do. You know, like I powered up my quadcopter earlier and turned all the lights on. If nothing else, they've got good connectors on them. You know, balance leads. You cut them off, you got a battery pack that's got a bad balance lead. Well, now I got a good one. And I just solder it on, replace. So I keep this stuff because I repair a lot of batteries. I just built for my new HST Cessna, it requires a 2-cell battery pack on top of the 6-cell flight pack to power the radio and stuff. So I had a couple of 3-cell battery packs that had one bad cell in it. So I cut the bad cell out of it, made it a 2-cell battery pack. Now it can be used to fly my airplane. It'll power the radio to fly the airplane. So I do that a lot. Or I'll cut a bad cell out of one. Like these 2 packs are the same pack. They're both Turnigy 2.2, 2200 battery packs. So if there's a bad cell in each one of these packs, I can cut the bad cell out of one pack, take one of the good cells out of that pack, cut the bad cell out of this pack, and move that cell into this pack and make a good 3-cell 2200 pack again. I do it all the time. I've been doing it for years. I have so many battery packs that I've re-shrunk wrapped and made good packs out of again. So I'm a cheap bastard. I don't throw anything away. I keep everything. Oh, that was your mom or your grandma? Your mom. Wow, that's a great analogy there, Eric. That's cool. I would never heard that. That's so you're gonna have a great year, right? Because you're having such a good time tonight that next year, this year is gonna be a great year for you. I hope you're right. I hope you're right. I hope that works out. I've never heard that before, but I like it. That's great. So yeah, we're all gonna have a good year this year. Listen. I could go on all night. I got so much old stuff I could tell you about. It's unbelievable. Just because I don't get rid of nothing. I just like the old stuff. Not that it's useful. I just think it's cool. I've got a sewing machine table for a manual sewing machine. It's got a pedal board underneath it, right? It had a belt that came up to the sewing machine. And when you do this before electricity, so you pedal it. It's just one. It's not like this kind of pedal. It's just a big flat, like It's not a board, but it's a steel, like, and it pedals a wheel, you know, as you just, and it would run the sewing machine. I have one of those. I don't have the sewing machine for it, but I have the table that the sewing machine would go on. So it's decorative. It looks cool. I think it's all aluminum. It's metal. It doesn't look rusty. I think it's aluminum. So yeah, another piece of trivial antique I have. You know, and it's a good table. You know, and it looks cool. I think it looks cool. So, you know, you could certainly put an electric sewing machine on it. You won't have to pedal it, but it's a table for a sewing machine. You could put a regular sewing machine that you plug in the wall on it. Why not? You know. Yeah, bringing out. I don't have any of that. Yeah, the old washing and ring. You know, the rollers to wring out your. You know, yeah. No, I don't have anything like that. Um, my ex-wife did. She actually lived through that. She's a lot older than me, so she remembers outhouses and a pump to get water out of the well inside the house. You know, you had to pump. You know, you didn't turn a faucet on. You had to pump an old arm. We were just talking about that the other night when I was fixing my water thing. She was, yeah, we used to have to pump the water. You know, yeah, I know, yeah. And they had an outhouse and they had to pump the water in and no running water, no electricity. She remembers all that. So, thank God I didn't live in that era. Yeah, Honeychuck, you talking about this year being better? Yeah, it's not going to take much. You're right. You know, it ain't going to take much at all to make this year better than last year, for sure. So, you twisted your ankle falling off a dinosaur. No shit. Really? Weren't you holding on to the saddle? Oh, that's hilarious. So what else you guys want to talk about? I'm wide awake now. You want to hear some more old stories about RC airplanes, RC cars? Yeah, Nick, that's you're probably right. I want to say that this table. I think the word singer. You know, I was thinking it said Sears in it, but I didn't want to say that because I wasn't sure. But I think you're right. I think it says singer on that paddle. I think it's machined or well, it would have been machined into it. The word singer is in the on the paddle. You know, it's a big rectangular, and I think the letter singer is part of the paddle. So yeah, I think you're right. I think it does say that on it. It's out in the barn. Uh, okay, good subject. Let's talk about that for a second. I saw on YouTube, I think last night, there's a company that's making fallout shelters. And he says he has orders. He's so busy right now for people buying fallout shelters that he can't keep up with production. He's selling them by the truckload. I don't know. I mean, he's so busy, it's unbelievable. So why the hell are people buying fallout shelters? Right? You know, underground living quarters, you know, for when, you know, when the big rock hits us in 2025. So, any of you guys going to invest in a fallout shelter? Do any of you really want to survive that? Because I don't know if you guys saw the movie Armageddon. But if something like that happens, you know, like, what was it? Tommy Lee said, nothing will survive, not even bacteria. Okay? So the planet will be dead. Period. You're going to be living underground in your little fallout shelter. You can't go outside. You know, the radiation from everything, you can't go outside, you know. So you're going to be stuck in your shelter until you die. Do you want to live like that? Listen, wherever that rock's going to hit, I'm getting on the first bus to that location. I want to be at ground zero. I want to make damn sure I die. I want to see it coming and be over with it, because I don't want to survive that. I don't want to be in a fallout shelter for the rest of my life. No, punch my ticket. I'm out of here. You're still trying to get past Groundhog's Day. So this guy's building these fallout shelters, and it's an interesting video, guys. You wouldn't believe how beautiful these things are inside. Oh my God. You know, I mean, any of you ever seen Trump's airplane inside? Okay, well, minus the gold everywhere. That's what it looks like in these fallout shelters. I mean, they're lavish. It's unbelievable. They're gorgeous inside. Christ, I'd live in one tomorrow if I could get my hands on one. You know, like for free or something? They're beautiful. I couldn't believe the luxury inside these things. But for what? You know, there's not going to be any TV. There's not going to be any internet. There's not going to be, you know, it's all going to go away if that rock hits us. So what are you going to do in there? You know. Right, Y2K. Remember that? Remember that big hoax? Oh my God. Yeah, I remember that. Oh my God. Yeah, the year 2000. Oh my God. All our computers are going to just throw up and die, and the internet's going to crash, and that'll be it. It's over. Yeah. Okay. So, but yeah, that's... So yeah, if you want to watch that video, go on YouTube, look it up, man. It was interesting. I mean, this guy's talking about how busy he is, and you know how they construct these things. Some are square, a lot of them are round, like a submarine. You know, a tube, because structurally a tube is stronger than a box. So they're making them in tubes, like a big long submarine, a 40-foot long house. That's a tube. You know, it's cool as hell looking. So yeah, it was interesting. It was a good video. I was enjoying that. Yeah, it could be a war brewing again. You know, China's been threatening. You know, they're pissed off at us. They're pissed off at everybody. You know, I think they want to pull a Hitler and take over the world kind of thing. I don't know. You know, who knows? But yeah, there's enough places now that have nukes. If we do go to that kind of a war, nobody's going to survive. So again, now you're back in this fallout shelter again, and there's no life above ground. So now what do you do? Nothing. You can't go anywhere. Can't come out of your hole. I don't want to be in that. I'm not looking for a fallout shelter. I'm taking the first ticket to the Russian front. Take me to the Russian front. Somebody will shoot me. I'll be over with. So, Honey Chuck, what you fell on a concrete post? What did you break? Ribs, leg? What happened? That's when you start drinking. Hey, did you see the pictures of my broken back when I fell on the floor jack out here in the driveway? That was what, about 6 months ago, I guess. 8 months ago? No, it wasn't 8 months ago. 6 months. Yeah, I guess it was about 6 months ago. Yeah, for you newer guys like Nick, I tripped over a car battery in my driveway. My leg actually got hung up between a car battery and my bumper of my car, and I couldn't move my foot. So I was walking through when I stepped there, and then I went to go forward. So my forward motion already started me in the falling, and I couldn't pick that foot up because it was trapped between the battery and my car. So I fell onto a table that was sitting there that rolled me onto my back, and I hit a 4-ton steel jack stand, and broke my back. Broke my rib cage, but no, the part, not my spine, but my rib cage on my back. And I have never in my life been in that much pain. Oh my God. That was like unbelievable. Literally take your breath away. And that put me out of commission for 2 months. So, Mike, did you like fall forward with your hands out in front of you, hit the ground, and dislocated both shoulders? Is that what happened? Yeah. So I did a similar. So when I first moved to this property, the first week I was here, I'm flying this one on the property here, and I got it caught in a tree. So I have a 16-foot extension ladder. I took it out there and put it in the tree. I had it leaning against a big branch to climb up there to get this out of the tree. The branch moved, and it was the Keystone Cops. I'm holding onto the ladder as it's falling that way, you know, and I rode the ladder 16 feet in the air to the ground. Dislocated both shoulders. Couldn't move this arm at all. Nothing. I couldn't move it. Couldn't move my hand. I could move this arm from the elbow. That's all the movement I had. Couldn't move any. I couldn't pick my arms up. I tore all the ligaments in both arms. I didn't get the copter out of the tree. So I still wanted the copter out of the tree. So I went and got the chainsaw. And I cut the tree down. I could hold the saw because I didn't have to pick my arms up. Right? So I could hold the saw enough to lean over. And it was a small tree. You know, it was maybe this big around. It wasn't a big tree. But so I cut the tree down to get my quadcopter. So the next day I went. Thank God I started a car club 30 years ago because I met a lot of high people. You know, doctors, lawyers, and these friends of mine have saved me unbelievable times of, you know, health and lawsuits and all kinds of things. So I called my friend Howard and I said, he's an orthopedic surgeon. And I said, listen, I fell out of a tree and I can't move either arm. And he says, can you drive? Yeah, I could probably drive because I had this much use of. Yeah, he says, well, come to my office. So I went there and they put me in and they did an MRI of both my shoulders. And he says, okay, you don't need surgery. He says it'll probably heal just fine, but don't do anything. You know, don't try to lift anything. Don't just, you know, take it easy for a while. So I did. By the next day, I could move this arm. I could do this, and this arm I could pick it up to here. I couldn't go any higher than that, but I could get to here. And then the next day I could get both arms to here. And then, but it was painful and it took months and months to heal. And they're still not completely healed. I have to do a lot of. I'm sure I'm going to get arthritis in these joints. It's without a doubt. But I have to keep doing these exercises on a regular basis because this is painful right now. Just to do this is very painful. Both, you know, this part of my shoulders. And when I was cutting all these trees down, I would carry them to the wood pile, to the burn pile. You know, a piece of wood maybe this big around and this long, one in each hand, and I would exercise with those in my hand for weights as I walked to the burn pile to keep these shoulders moving. And I got to the point where it didn't hurt anymore. But I haven't done that now in, I don't know, 4 months or so. And now while I'm doing this right now, while I'm talking to you, it hurts. You know, both shoulders hurt. So Yeah, that's funny, right? So I did something like that. So I bought that new turbo timber, the UMX turbo timber, and I grabbed a battery. I think it's actually laying right here, isn't it? I thought it was sitting here. Well, anyway, I grabbed a battery and I plugged it in, and the lights came on and everything like it's supposed to. I'm trying to bind it to the radio. So it goes through the bind procedure and it binds. I got no throttle. And I'm like, well, fuck, what's wrong with this? Right? So I go get my regular UMX timber. And I plug it into that that's already been bound to the radio, and it all powers up, and I still got no throttle. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with these damn things now? The battery was dead. It was too dead. It had enough juice to power the fucking lights, but it wouldn't run the motor. So I'm scratching my head. I'm like, the hell's wrong with this damn thing? And then, you know, you know, and then finally, oh, the battery's dead. Oh, that's why it doesn't work. Oh, okay. So yeah, they both work. Yeah, so that was funny. Now I think you said earlier, EQ, that you've never bought an airplane you didn't have a problem with. Well, here's a good example too. Brand new. It's never been flown. My new UMX Turbo Timber. I had it in the car today. I was going to fly it. Too windy. Way too windy for that. But it was just sitting in the front seat of the car. Just sitting there in the front seat. You know, nobody's bothering. It's not touching anything. It's just sitting there. Nice and safe. And I go back in there to get my sunglasses off the dashboard, and the rudder had fallen off. It's a brand new airplane. And I look at it, and it barely had any. You know, they only taped those on the UMXs. It's, you know, they use like hinge tape, you know, to make a hinge, and there was like no tape. Like they hadn't even bothered to tape it on. It was, I don't know what was holding it on, but anyway, it fell off. Oh, great. I'm like, so, anyway, so now I got to fix that, and I haven't even flown it yet. I got to fix it. So, yeah, I've had issues with planes. I don't consider that a big deal. Listen, I knocked the tail off the old UMX, the rudder, you know, flying it stupid, doing crazy shit. So I put 2 Dubro hinges in it. Instead of taping it back on, I made it better, especially since it's got to carry the weight of the airplane on the tail wheel that's only hooked to the rudder, and the rudder's being supported by tape. No. So I cut 2 slots, and the foam's thick enough to put a hinge in it, so it worked fine. But I cut 2 slots in the rudder, in the vertical stabilizer, and in the rudder, and put 2 Dubro hinges in it, you know, epoxied them in, and boom. I mean, now I've got a solid tail and a solid rotor that can handle whatever. So I'm going to have to do that on the new turbo, because no, I didn't see that, but they've had 100% failure rate on that. I flew mine 6 or 8 times, my PT-17, before the rudder came off, but the rudder came off. It fell off. And same thing. It was just sitting in my house on the box next to the chair I sit in. And just sitting there, minding its own business, not even sitting on the tail wheel. The tail wheel was off the edge of the box. The bottom of the airplane was sitting on the end of the box, and the tail wheel was, you know, so there was no load on it. And I came in one day to sit down on the couch, and I look, and the rudder's hanging off, and I'm like, son of a bitch, because I already saw Air Marshal talk about he knocked his rudder off, and then there was another reviewer that knocked his rudder off, and I'm like, you know, I've got like 8 flights on mine. What are you guys doing to these rudders? And then mine fell off. So same thing. I had, I just slid it, put couple Dubro hinges in it, and good as new. I mean, it's not a hard fix, not a big deal, but it's just the idea of, especially my turbo, that's brand new and never even been flown, and I already have to put hinges on the rudder. So, oh well, it's part of the hobby. Just keep telling yourself that it's part of the hobby. Pulling it out of a bag by the rudder. Well, yeah. uh, yeah, which plane are you thinking about, Nick? Which 70 millimeter are you thinking? Oh, right. So of course we have. You know, your mind's distracted. Maybe you're just tired. Whatever. But yeah, you know. It's just it happens. It's part of being human. So I have steps that come out of my trailer, and there's a post. The guy put they're covered steps, so there's a roof over the steps. So there's you know joists coming down, and there's one at the very end. And if I'm carrying an airplane out tail first, as I'm coming down the steps, I always drive the rudder straight into that last post and smash, something. Either to break the rudder or knock it off. Now I got to go. It's a foam hinge. Now I got to go put hinges in it. Whatever. I've done that so many damn times. Trying to be careful, and just so I don't want to hit the wall over here, and I'm trying to stay away from that lattice there, and the bam, right into the post. All the time. So a 70 millimeter twin EDF? Is that what you're looking for? I think the only 70 millimeter EDF twin Motion has is the Freewing A10, the little one, the 4-cell. Um, it's about the same size as the new Flght one, you know, but it's a 4-cell bird, and the Flite one's a 6-cell bird. Well, you don't have to buy small planes to fly out of a small field. Um, is the airliner? Yeah, I think you're right. I think the airliner is a twin 70. They're not 80s. They're twin 70s. I think. I think you're right. Yeah, I forgot all about that. So he lost, and he's flying Spectrum, right? Yeah, I think you're right, Mike. I think, yeah, 620, no antennas, Spectrum. And listen, I have a new theory about Spectrum. Most of you guys know I don't like Spectrum. I think what's possibly going on, again, I have no evidence, just a hunch, just a feeling from my own experience. I don't think these radios come out of the factory tuned correctly. I think it's hit or miss. Because there's so many people that, oh, I've never had a problem with my Spectrum radio, and then there's other people like me that have nothing but trouble with their Spectrum radio, right? And if the transmitter's not tuned correctly on one radio and it is on another, the guy that gets the one that is tuned right never has any problem, and the guy that got the... So I think if you guys want to continue to fly Spectrum, I suggest you send your radio into Horizon. Listen, I got to tell you, the customer service on this is pretty damn good. They don't charge you any labor. They only charge you for parts. And they pay the shipping back to you. So all you're out of pocket is shipping the radio to them. And then if they have to put any parts in it, whatever the cost of the part is. But they'll tune the radio and make sure it's all up to snuff. So if you want to fly Spectrum, I recommend you send your radio into Horizon and have it tuned up. You know, just have them go over, even if there's nothing wrong with it and you don't think there's anything wrong with it, send it in anyway. Have them look it over, have them check it out. You know, the bill will be minimal. I mean, everybody I've talked to, you know, $14 here, you know, $18 here. It's been ridiculous cheap. Yeah, so Michael, I can't imagine an update having anything to do with a crash. Okay? The updates are only to, you know, change the way, you know, something in the radio operates, like how you set your flap to aileron mix, or, you know, that line. It's not a tune. You're not retuning the radio. You're not, you know. So yeah, I don't, you know, I don't think doing an update or not doing an update has anything to do with a crash. You know, that's totally different. That's just, you know, like when you do an update on OBS here, like Jeff in LA did, and then nothing worked. His cameras didn't work, his mics didn't work. Well, that's because you did an update, and all that stuff now has to be recalculated into the system. But, you know, when you're talking about a tuned radio, you know, updates don't change tuning. So, yeah, I don't think that's got anything to do with a crash. It's just how the radio is manipulated. You know, I've never done the updates on my Free Sky radios, and I've never had a crash with my Free Sky radios. Not a radio problem crash. Well, okay, there was one, but I know what it was, and I don't think my radio was at fault as much as his. But anyway, a guy walked right in front of me. I was standing right next to the runway, flying my plane. My plane was right over here, low, coming straight at me. And he walked right in front of me. And as soon as he walked in front of me, I got a down command, and it piled the airplane to the ground. Okay, so yeah, well, that could have happened. Yeah, well, okay. So an hour later, I'm flying a different airplane. Same scenario, but I was higher. Plane was in the same place, coming straight at me, Same guy with the same Futaba radio walks in front of me again, and the same thing happens. The airplane tried to dive into the ground. Luckily, I was higher that time and I saved it. But 2 times, identical condition, identical result. As soon as he walked in front of me and he was directly between me and the airplane tried to dive into the ground. So was that my radio out of tune, or is that his radio out of tune? I don't know. But that's the only time I've ever had a radio problem with my FrSky radio. I've had other issues, but it's never been a radio problem. That's the only confirmed radio problem I've had with my FrSky radio. It's almost 7 years now. So, other than that, I've never done the updates, because if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The radio worked. The first radio worked perfect. The second radio, not perfect, but I don't want to try to fix it, because I know what's going to happen if I fix it. They fix one thing and break 4 more. And right now, the only thing that's wrong with it is it verbally just says the wrong thing. Instead of it saying, I'm doing 68 miles an hour, it'll say I'm doing 68 gallons per minute, or 68 gallons per hour instead of miles per hour. The wording's wrong. The radio works correctly. It just says the wrong thing. They've got the mapping of the words incorrect. And if I want to take the time to fix it, I can manually go in and change it, but it'll take some testing. You're going to have to put something in there like meters per second, and then see it, and then play it and see if she says miles per hour. That's all it is. It's not a big deal, and I can live with that. And I've already fixed that in a few of my models, but not all of them. But other than that, it works perfect. It just says the wrong thing. The verbal commands that come out of it are wrong, because they've got the mapping wrong. I ain't fixing it, because like I said, when they fixed that update, they screwed up 3 more things. And the other things they screwed up could have been more critical. So I don't want to take a chance. So I haven't done the updates on either radio. The first one's perfect, and it works better than the second one, by far. So, and the second one, the only issue I'm having with it, as far as all the changes they made that they screwed up, it works, but it's a lot more work now to make it work. But it doesn't do anything wrong other than just say the wrong words. The number's always right. It's always, like, if it's 4 minutes, it says 4 hours instead of saying 4 minutes. Okay, well, 4 is the correct thing. I know it's minutes. I know it's not hours. But she says hours and it's really a minute. Who cares? I can live with that. I can, or there's no call at all, just 4. Just the number 4. 4. Oh. Okay, I got 4 minutes left, So I know what it's, because I'm already aware it's saying the wrong thing. I know what it is. So it's not a big deal. Right, Mike, but updates don't tune it. That's not what an update does. It doesn't have the ability to tune the radio in an update. Okay? And yes, obviously, antenna placement, it has a lot to do with it. If you're putting your antennas underneath the battery pack when you strap the battery in, not a good idea. So yeah, that has something to do with it. So, Eric, you're saying that you're flying a Detram radio from Dynam, and you've never had a problem with it? Is that what you're trying to say? Oh, exactly, Michael. It'll work faster, correct? Because they're programming. They're making. Listen, there's lines of code. Okay, if you're a programmer, you have to write lines of code, and for every line of code you write is one more millisecond of time it takes for the computer to read that code. So by doing updates, when they get smarter programmers that know how to program correctly, to write the same command in less lines of code, the computer reads it faster, the radio speeds up. Absolutely. That's very true. But as far as tuning it, no. Nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with tuning. So you're not going to crash an airplane because you didn't do the update. Will your radio work better? Yeah. In your situation, absolutely. You know, I have no experience with a Detram radio. Okay, I've never had one. Um, as you can see, all these boxes are Dynam airplanes. I like Dynam. Um, I've got a lot of their airplanes. I like their airplanes, but I have no experience with the radio. You know, could it be a good radio? It could be. I don't know. Yeah, I wouldn't. You know, I wouldn't just say it's crap. Just say it's crap. I don't know. I have no idea. Don't have any experience with them. Um, the reason I bring up the Spectrum is because I've seen a pattern over the years where some guys have no problem ever with their Spectrum radio, and other guys like me have constant problems. And it's and I'm talking about not problems with programming the radio or any of that crap. I'm just saying getting shot down. Interference, frequency interruption. Getting shot down. Some guys get shot down all the time. Other guys never get shot down. So that's why I say if you've got a Spectrum radio, send it in and make sure it's tuned correctly. Just for the couple of bucks it would cost to make sure, would be well worth not losing an airplane, especially an expensive one that you like. So, oh Christ, that thing. I hate it when this damn thing does that. Wow, this thing really jumped way the hell out of the thing. Way the hell out. What the hell happened? Trying to get caught back up. I just picked up a Dynam F-16 Thunderbird. It has no ailerons? How could it not have ailerons? That's weird. I didn't even know Dyna made an F-16. So yeah, I'm not even in the ballpark here as far as yeah, I'd never heard of that. Yeah, so um, listen, there's nothing wrong with putting the antenna outside the canopy if that makes you feel better, but the foam is not going to disrupt, the signal. You don't have to put the antenna outside the plane. There's nothing wrong with that. If you feel better doing it, do it. You know, but you know, a piece of foam is not going to disrupt the signal in any way. The signal goes right through the foam. So um, it takes something more substantial than foam. Like a steel building. You know, a sheet of steel. Yeah, that would disrupt the signal, but not a piece of foam. But listen, there's nothing wrong with putting one of the antennas outside the plane. So if you want to do that and that makes you feel better, do it. I'm not going to tell you not to. There's nothing wrong. It's you're certainly not hurting anything to put one of the antennas outside the airplane. So, absolutely. If that makes you feel warm and fuzzy inside, then just keep doing what you're doing. You know. Right, Mike, and that's why I'm suggesting. Of course, you've never had any issues, so you probably have one of those radios that is tuned, okay? And the module that's in mine that came from Spectrum must not be tuned, you know. But I haven't had. It's weird because I haven't had like the field I fly at now. I've been flying there for 4 years, and I've never had a glitch it's with Spectrum at that field until about 3 weeks ago. I landed my EC 1500, rolled to the end of the runway, turned off the main runway to well, it's not actually a taxiway, but it's just an area of the grass that's off the main runway. And I stopped the plane there. It was pointed over at the guys where they park. And all of a sudden the plane just took off. Wide open throttle, straight at them. I had the radio over my head, all down throttle, as anything I could do to stop it, and I had no control of it. It just took off by itself. I have no idea. It's never done that before. First time it's ever done that. Never had a radio hit with Spectrum at this field, the one I fly at now. The old field I flew at, with all this same equipment, got shot down 6 times. So, and this is just the Spectrum stuff I'm talking about. So that was the first time I'd ever had a Spectrum hit at my field, where I fly for the last 4 years. I have no idea why. Don't know what caused it. Don't know why it did it. I have no idea. So, when I lost the RV8 at that flying field down for the Boozer event, I had the radio installed professionally. Okay, one of the Flex and Aviation guys, who's a Spectrum guy, built the airplane for me, put the radio in the airplane for me, put dual satellite antenna receivers in the airplane, located them where he wanted to put them. I didn't touch nothing. Flew it all over my field, never had a problem. I go down there and I lose it, and it flies itself into the ground. All I was doing is flying straight and level, about 10 feet off the ground, at about half throttle, and it's just cruising along, and all of a sudden, I didn't command it to do this, it did this. It's all it did, just that. And I had nothing. And since the wings were slightly cocked, it started to descend. So it just flew itself into the ground, this slightly banked, slightly descent, and I had the radio, and I had nothing. I had no control of it, and it flew itself into the ground. 3 other airplanes hit the ground in the exact same spot mine did, all flying Spectrum. So, you know, luck, bad luck again, just who knows, you know. But that's the part of it that is why I don't fly Spectrum, or I'm not going to be flying Spectrum anymore. It's because I keep having a problem with my Spectrum. And I never have problems with my Free Sky, but I keep having these problems with Spectrum. And of all planes with dual satellite receivers set up by the guy that's the pro Spectrum Flex Innovations guy, sets this whole thing up for me, and still have a problem? Okay, well that confirms that it's not that I don't know where to put the antennas or, you know, any of that crap. You know, I didn't even touch this one. He did it. And that's the way he flies all his stuff. So, you know, that's all I'm saying. I don't know if I'm right about that. Maybe some of the radios are tuned and others aren't. You know, that they come off an assembly line and one guy does a quick, you know, that's close enough and sends it down the road, and the other guy really dials it in. I don't know. I'm speculating, but it seems weird how people that have problems with Spectrum keep having problems with Spectrum, and the people that don't, like you, don't. And the only thing I can think of is that certain guys are, when they're going down through the radios or tuning them, are taking more time to really dial it in, and other guys don't give a crap, and they're doing a half-ass tune and sending it on its way. You know, I know when I've had receiver problems from Spectrum, Horizon Hobby doesn't even question it. They just send me another receiver. Hey, I've got a receiver in this plane that's glitching all over the place. It's a brand new plane. Oh, no problem. We'll send you another one. Okay, so they know, and they're already prepared to replace it without even arguing about it. They don't even argue. No problem. We'll send you another one. So they send me a new one, and the new one isn't programmed. They forgot to program it. So the ailerons are reversed. There's no AS3X. There's no save. Nothing. It's just a dead receiver, a plain receiver, basic, you know, tune in it, and the ailerons are backwards. Well, you can't have an AS3X receiver with the ailerons backwards, so, you know, it's definitely the wrong receiver for it. Oh, no problem, we'll send you another one. So they send me another one, and they send me 2 servos with it to say, hey, we're sorry, we screwed up. Here's 2 free servos. So Horizon's acknowledging they know they have a problem with these radios. Yeah. And you know, and that, like I said, I just recently came up with this hypothesis. Hey, Air Marshal's back. Who do you think got me going on Spectrum? Who in the room right now would be the only guy in here that's firing me up about Spectrum? Other than you. So anyway, so that's what I think about it, Mike. I don't have any concrete evidence. I can only tell you my own experiences and then what I think might be going on. But the fact that when I get bad, and it's like 3 times I bought a bind and fly airplane. And the receiver was no good in the plane. Glitchy, not tuned. It's not doing what it's supposed to do.
And I call them up, and they don't even ask, well, did you try this? Or did you? No problem, we'll send you another one. Well, great. And all 3 times they sent me an untuned receiver. So I got a free receiver because I put it in something else. That doesn't, it's a receiver, it's a 636 receiver that doesn't have any AS3X in it or anything because they didn't tune it. They didn't program it, I mean. And then they send me another one to replace that one, and a thank you gift for, or a we're sorry gift, like a servo. Usually they send me a servo or two. So they're aware, because they don't even ask questions. They just, oh, we'll send you another one. So, you know. But that's my advice. If you ever have a problem with it, send it in and have them go over it. Their service, from what I've been able to hear, has been wonderful. They really do provide a good service on the radio. So even if you suspect you might have, send it in. Just send it in. It's peanuts of money. It's always less than $20. And they'll tune it. They'll go over it. They'll tune it. They'll make sure it's good to go, and they'll send it back to you. So yeah, just send it in. So. Yeah, I heard something about Pilot Roberts. So that was it. The new pits that what do they call that damn thing? The big pits or something? Or um, it's the one from Hobby King. It's a balsa pits. It's not a foam plane. I saw when they unboxed it and they were cooking sausage. um, So I didn't see him, put it together or fly it. I just saw the unboxing and the sausage cooking. Yeah, no, I don't want to fry sky. Right, that's what I was just saying. Dave, that if you're having any kind of issues with your radio, send it back to them and let them go over it. The service is great. It's cheap. They don't charge any labor. They pay to ship it back to you. I mean, yeah, absolutely. Um, but that's the only even when I crashed at the Boozer event, there were 3 planes went down the same spot, and all 3 of us were flying Spectrum. Um, so I don't know. I don't know what happened there, but yeah, if you're having issues with Spectrum, then I'd send it in and have them go over it. And if you're not, well, then you're good. You got one of the good radios that whoever tuned it on the assembly line did a good job. And somebody that didn't give a crap must have done mine. Yeah, now see, I've had several planes that the throttle calibration keeps undoing itself. I haven't figured that one out. Marshall, you got any words on that one? Why do I have to keep recalibrating an ESC on a Spectrum? Because my Pawnee Brave keeps coming out of and these are bind and fly planes. I have to keep recalibrating the speed control in that plane because it loses the I don't get full throttle anymore. And it's a super simple, quick, and easy thing, but why do I have to keep redoing it? Thought once it was calibrated, it was calibrated. Do you have any idea why it would do that? Because my Pawnee does it, my Corsair does it, which I have another question for you on that. I have a Corsair. It's from that other company that's under the Horizon name, that Staumbach or whatever it is, the German name. They only made the Red Bull Edge 540 and the Corsair in the Red Bull paint scheme. Came with a receiver. It's an FMS Corsair 1400 millimeter, but it came with a Spectrum receiver in it. Bind and fly. So, yeah, however you pronounce that, yeah. So, and this one I was in disbelief, Dave, for a year before I finally confirmed it. It's got gear doors, okay? And, there's a sequencer and everything. So I'm flying along, and out of the blue, for no apparent reason, the gear doors open. And then they close. Just like that. It's just a random thing, and the first few times I thought I saw that, I was in denial. I don't know, that couldn't happen. And then finally I saw it again. I mean, there was no doubt. I was right close, and there they are. They just came open. And no set time either. Sometimes they stay open for quite a while and then close. Other times it's real quick. Open and close. So, you ever seen that one before? Yeah, that's pretty funky, huh? Yeah, it's the funniest thing, and of course in Squawk or RC groups, we'll just rebind it. Yeah, right. And then it'll do something worse. That doesn't affect the way it flies. It's just funny to watch the gear doors open and then close for no reason. So I'll live with that. I'm okay with that. I don't mind. It's not going to crash the airplane or anything, so I'm not going to push my luck by rebinding it and cause another problem. But yeah, it was the first time, like I said, the first few times I saw it do that, I didn't pay much attention to it. But when I finally confirmed it did that, I started laughing. I'm like, well, ain't that the damnedest thing? That's funny as shit. No, it's... Dave, I don't know the answer to that question. I assumed it had a sequencer, but maybe not. I'll have to look at that. So they can program that into the receiver so that you wouldn't need a sequencer? You could just... It'll do the doors and everything from the receiver? Yeah, I assumed it just had a sequencer in it, but I honestly, I've never looked to see, honestly. I just assumed it's an FMS plane. It had a, FMS sequencer in it. Maybe it doesn't. Good call. I don't know. I haven't looked. I'll have to go look. But yeah, it's just a weird thing that happens with my Spectrum. That's the only plane that does it. The gear doors open and then they close for no apparent reason, and no set time that when it happens or how long it happens for. It's a very random thing. Yeah, I spent one day most of the flight with the doors open. They closed when it put the gear up, but then they reopened and stayed open for minutes. Probably 4 minutes. The doors just stayed open, and then they finally closed. It just got comical after a while. It was on an update. So, yeah, no, I know I didn't do that. It came with the 636 receiver in it, and I didn't do any fancy programming, so that's why I assumed it had a sequencer in it. But how the doors are opening, that's the part I really don't understand, is because there's only one plug. You plug the gear doors and the retracts into the sequencer, and then you only plug the sequencer into channel 5. So how can the doors open and the gear not come down? They're only on one channel. I mean, how can it command the doors to open and then close without having the gear go down? That's what I thought. It's just funny that it happened to be on a Spectrum airplane that it did that, but and like I said, it's never been a problem. It was comical when I first realized it was doing it, and I've never bothered to try to fix it because it doesn't do anything. I mean, I don't care if the doors open and close, other than it's kind of funny that it doesn't on its own. That's the part that's funny. Pilot air, of course. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. I wasn't holding my mouth right. You got to have your tongue stuck out halfway, not quarter or three-quarter, and then it'll work fine. Yeah. Yeah, losing the RV8 at the Boozer event after I had the radio installed by a professional. So there's no way I had the antennas in the wrong place or any of that crap. This guy's been doing this forever for Flex Innovations. He installed the radio and I never touched it, and I had still lost the airplane down there. So that's, that was the final straw. No, actually, Dave, they don't use the same. Well, they might use the same sequencer, but not with the same programming in it. Because the Corsair doors stay open when the gear's down, and the Mustang doors close when the gear goes down. So they're not the same. And I know that for a fact because I just ordered a bunch of them from FMS. I just got them in. So there are different delay times. You can get, I think, 6-second delay or 9-second delay, and you can get like I said, the Corsair doors stay open when the gear go down, so they don't close, and the Mustangs do. So there are differences. There's at least 4 different sequencers, depending on how much time you want between them and whether you want the doors to open or close. Stay open or close. So yeah, FMS don't have blue boxes. Yeah, I knew that. I think so, Nick. I think my Yak 130's blue box, which is a giant blue box. It's not that little one. Yeah, I'm sure that handles the sequencing and all that stuff is all handled inside that box. Because there's some pretty cool sequencing that goes on that Yak. Okay, so the doors all open when the gear goes down, but half of the doors close. The parts of the doors are split everywhere. So the parts of the door that are blocked by the struts stay open, but the rest of the doors close. Both the mains and the nose gear have different sets of doors. So they all open, half of them close with the gear down, and then when you put the gear up, the ones that are closed reopen, the gear goes up, and then all the doors close. So that's some pretty tricky sequencing going on there, and that I'm pretty sure that is handled inside the blue box. You're out of coffee. Oh no, John, that's horrible. What are we gonna do? Well, so that's one of the things that FMS has updated over the years, because the Furious Frankie model I just got, that's an old model. It's brand new in the box. I happened to run across it at a distributor that had it on the shelf. It was Killer Planes. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but these guys crash-proof their airplanes by putting a bunch of carbon fiber rods in them. So they buy the planes, they get them, they drill a bunch of holes inside. You don't see any; it's all hidden, and load it up with carbon fiber rods to strengthen the airplane. And then they resell the plane for a lot more money, because you're going to pay for the labor for them to install it and all the carbon that they're putting in it. So they had an old Furious Frankie version 7, not version 8, on the shelf that they had not crash proofed. It didn't have any of the carbon in it, so they sold it for the regular FMS price. And I really wanted that airplane, so I bought it. And the two things they updated between version 7 and version 8 was they changed the sequencer, because the doors stayed open on 7 on the gear, and they're not supposed to on a Mustang. So they changed the sequencer, so now the gears close. The doors close. And they added the battery tray. So now, if you guys have seen the new FMS planes, and now even a lot of the E-Flite planes have that plastic battery tray that locks in, and you slide it out, you strap your battery to it, then you slide it back in, and it locks in place. So that was a version 8 update on the Mustang. So those were the two things that were wrong with this Furious Frankie when I got it. I already fixed the gear door. I bought the new sequencer, that now the doors close. And as far as the battery tray, I actually have an extra complete battery tray set. So I will eventually put that in the plane. I haven't done it yet, but I will carve the foam and install that tray so that I'll have a full-blown V8, version 8 Furious Frankie. But neither one of those were deal breakers. I really wanted the airplane. So I've already fixed the gear door, and I still have to fix the battery tray. In the meantime, I'll just jam it in the foam the way they designed it to work in the first place, which sucks. It's a stupid idea, but that's the way they did it. So until I get around to installing that battery tray, I'll just keep doing it the old way. It's not a real big deal, but it does limit the kind of batteries you can use in it. If the battery's too small, the wrong shape, there's no way to strap it in. There's no straps. You just slide it in the foam. It'll flop around in there, which means if you do anything but straight level flight, the battery's going to either move back and move your CG back, or it's going to move forward and move your CG forward, and it's going to be a rough ride. So yeah, it's not a good system. And they knew that. That's why they changed it. That's why they've got a battery tray that you slide in and out, and it locks in the same place every time you put it in and out. So if you can put the battery on the tray in the same place each time you fly it and slide it in, when it locks in, it'll be in the same place. You can't live without a strap on. Oh, Dave. Dave. What are we going to do with you? You're just hopeless. Oh, my God. So why are you back up, Dave? Did you get up to go to the bathroom? Decided to see if I was still on? You got what? I have a lot of videos on new fancy things to make this weekend. Oh, really? You got to get them done this weekend because you go back to work on Monday. Woohoo! I suspect this isn't a work from home job, is it? Oh, it really is mostly work from home. No kidding. How'd you find this job? Did you go through an agency, a recruiter? Was it in the newspaper? He knows people. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, Air Marshal knows all the wrong people. No, Michael, the UPS deal is over. It was a seasonal thing anyway, but yeah, it's over. Wow. So that's even better. So this guy's worked with you before, so no surprises. He knows what kind of work you do. So this is a good thing, man. This is a job you'll probably have until you don't want it anymore. So, have you told James yet that you took this job? Oh yeah? No kidding. On a plane or a radio? Yeah, because you're a Spectrum guy, right? So you're not a you're not an E-Flight guy. You're a Spectrum guy. Oh, you can't say that. Okay. All right. Cool. Well, that's boy. Things are looking up for you, buddy. So 21's starting off great for you. You knew you're in what do they call it? Entrusted with Thursday releases now for Horizon, and you've got a new job with someone you know. Man, this is looking great. Good for you. That's fantastic, man. Yeah, I'd welcome that. Go ahead and tell me you can shoot me, easy. I'll come up there and bring you the gun. So Tug Hill, I don't think I've ever seen you here before. Is this your first time here? Absolutely, buddy. I'd rather be lucky than good any day of the week. So, yeah. Oh, well, that's even better yet. So, so you got a call from somebody that said, you know, we're sorry to inform you you didn't get the job, or you got an email, or what did you get? You know. Oh yeah, I didn't think that would affect anything between you and James. I just didn't know if you, I didn't know you'd gotten told you didn't get it. So, oh, you got an email. So I was wondering how James took it that you didn't get the job because I'm sure he wasn't privy to that information. Um, and I think he was probably looking forward to working with you. Why wouldn't he? So yeah, that's the only reason I asked is if he was bummed. So what part of the world do you live in, Tug Hill? Oh, Big Co wanted to do some stuff with you too. No, isn't that just how it is? When it rains, it pours, right? I mean, you're starving to death for how long, and now you get bombarded with all this crap at the same time. It's just freaking hilarious. New York? Oh, okay. So you're on the same time zone as me. What the heck are you doing at 5 o'clock in the morning? Yeah, that's funny. All right, Eric. We'll see you later, buddy. Happy New Year, man. We'll talk to you later. Yeah, Dave, that's true. So, who's your contact at Bitco? Are you going through that Chaz or Chase guy, or are you dealing directly with Dr. Chin or Jin? Yeah, I think it's Jin. Jing. RC Dame channel. What's up? Welcome to the show. Happy New Year. Yeah, look at, man, you're just going nuts with all this fun stuff. Holy crap. That's awesome, man. Oh, so you worked now? Have you been working with Bobby K at all up till now, or just straight with Jing? No, I just ran him over. Oh my god. Wow. Well, congratulations, Dave, all the way around, man. This wow, 2021 is just starting off fantastic for you. Good for you. That's awesome. So now, are you and Ryan both going to be doing Thursday releases now? The same day? Go Bills. That's funny. I don't know why you lost your wrench. That's a good question. I didn't. I didn't have any reason to take it away. So if maybe I did it accidentally, I'll give it back to you right now. I didn't know why you lost your wrench either. I was wondering that the same thing myself. So let me see if. Nah, what the hell? Where'd you go? Now I lost you. What the hell? Hang on. Let me find. What the heck happened here? Oh, there you are. All right, here. Okay, now you got it. Good morning, Northeast FPV. Happy New Year to you too, sir. Welcome aboard. This has been a crazy night. Yeah, I was just really wondering if you and Ryan are going to be doing at the same day. I mean, is there a chance that'll happen where you two are both going to be doing a new release on the same day? Um, the same product? Or, I mean, because that's going to get kind of goofy, isn't it? Of course, Dave. I certainly will buy all my Spectrum stuff through your link. Absolutely. All right, well, this will be fun to see how this goes. I can't wait to see how this turns out. This will be fun. Oh, man, thank you so much, Tug Hill. That's awesome, man. Thank you. Appreciate that. That was very kind of you, man. Thank you. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's true. Sorry about that. Yeah. It's too bad you didn't hook up with the Radio Master deal, because I'd have bought those from you. And he wasn't talking to me when he told someone to piss off. He was talking to somebody else. We just FU each other. whole different meaning there. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I forget who you told to piss off. Who did you tell that to, Dave? Was it GB or? How come you don't put the Banggood link in your description? Probably Ryan. Yeah, you're right. It probably was Ryan. Yeah, you should put that link in there. Why not? I mean, if you're going to have an Amazon account, why not have a Banggood account? What the hell? You know, you're not forcing anybody to use it. You're just offering it. You know, you should definitely put that up. Because Banggood smells like farts. You can tell what they smell like all the way from China? Really? Wow. Yeah, it's not the best place in town, but you know, what are you gonna do? Did you ask them for the link, Banggood, or did they approach you for that? Yeah, it's a hell of a nose he's got that he can smell it all the way from there. Oh, that's funny. No, that Cub's a good airplane. A lot of people like that plane. It yeah, that's got a really good reputation, that plane. And I love the new orange color. So that's that's a win-win for the new one for me anyway. I really like it. No, I don't have any plans to buy it for other reasons. Not that I don't like it. I do like it. It's a nice looking airplane. I just got too many got too many airplanes. Got too many more airplanes coming. Too many. Just got. I got to stop. So how does that work, Dave? You get to go on Amazon and pick the products you want to put on your store. You just randomly go out and look at all the stuff that they offer, or do you have to actually go get somebody that's not on Amazon and try to get them to come to Amazon? Yeah, there you go. Just crash more to make space. Wait a minute. That's not a good idea. That's not good advice. I could sell a plane or two. You know, that way I get a little cash and get rid of the plane. You know, that's from everybody I've talked to, man. They say the floats work great on the snow. So yeah, you should be just fine. You know, I used to fly up snow when I lived up north, but now that I'm in Florida, no more snow. But yeah, I mean, I've seen a bunch of shows where they're flying off snow with the floats, and they seem to work great. Wow, I'd put everything they sell on your storefront. What the hell? Ryan says people are buying dog food from him. Oh my god. uh, Ball gags.
Oh my god. Oh, jeez.
Teespring won't make beer mugs. Did they say why? That's weird. Unless they can't do glass. Beer mugs are usually glass, right? I mean, so... Yeah, everybody seemed to jump on the Teespring thing. Isn't there anybody else that does that kind of stuff? I mean, are they the only game in town, or are there others? Hmm. Yeah, it's weird. I wonder why. Goofy. I mean, who wouldn't want an Air Marshal beer mug? Yeah, I'm like, me too. I think let's call this let's call it a good show, because man, this has been great. 8.5 hours. I'll try it, Dave. I'm more likely I can't see it, but I'll try it. I always get the 404 snap. There was a problem. Oh, wait. It looks like I'm getting an Amazon. Oh, look at that. I've got it. Wow, that link worked. Wow, look at that. LiPo batteries and soldering equipment. Woohoo! Now, do you pick which suppliers of this stuff you want to deal with? Or, hey, I have a spool of that Kessler solder. It ain't worth a crap. It's laying right here somewhere. It doesn't have any, it's not rosin core. It doesn't, you know, it says it is, but there ain't enough in there to solder with. It's terrible. You know, got the big, it's in that same box and everything. It ain't worth shit. I don't know where it's at the moment. It was sitting right here. Oh yeah, I tried to use it the other day again just because I was like, you know, this stuff can't really be this bad, can it? And I heard, yeah, here it is right here. Yeah, and I heard good things about it. Ain't worth a crap. It melts, but it won't. It doesn't stick. It doesn't flow. It's terrible. So I got this spool from. I actually got it from Hobbytown. But this is the old Radio Shack brand solder. This stuff's awesome. Yeah, Radio Shack always had the best damn solder. Holy crap, that stuff works good. But yeah, that Kessler crap, phew, terrible. Is that nose for that jet held on by magnets? Oh, yes. Yeah, this is just a hollow, empty shell. But yes, there's two magnets that hold that on. So yeah, it snaps in place. Now this part you got to glue on. This is the fuselage. And I'm probably going to put 2 carbon fiber rods in here to put this together. So yeah, this part has to be glued. But yeah, the nose cone is held on by magnets. Yep. Well, yeah, if you're using a flux, you know, what do you use? A paste, or do you use a, you know, like a liquid in a, like a dropper bottle? What are you using? TNRC. Happy New Year, sir. Good to see you, man. Yeah, it's yeah, Ryan always says that. He always makes comments about, yeah, somebody's buying dog food and underwear, you know. And you know, he laughs that he's getting that kind of traffic. You know, but he has no idea who's selling it. Yeah, I can't believe we're still going either, TNRC. I was tired about 2 o'clock, I think it was, and I was starting to fade out, and then I got a second wind, and now we're just going strong, and people keep coming into the room. Um, it's amazing. Yeah, it's been a great New Year's Eve party for sure. It's gone. Uh, you know, we were joking about going along right up to Dave's RC show with it. Now it's starting to look like that might happen. Oh, did he put some more videos up? Really? What did he put up now? God, he's been going nuts lately with some videos. I'm trying to figure out where he got all these damn airplanes he's all of a sudden posting up. Oh, so Jeff's got an Avanti S. No kidding. F-15 Strike Eagle. Looks like that one was taken down either by him or YouTube. Yeah, that's pretty fun. Alright, let me get back to... Uh-oh. Oh. Let's get rid of that. Dave. uh, Yeah, I guess that would be considered a butt connector. A double-sided dildo, sure. Yeah, yeah, that's a great explanation or description. Yeah. No, Michael, it's been held up in permitting for a while, and now I've just got to draw a picture. I got to answer some stupid questions about the site here, and basically sign these forms in front of them that says I'm responsible for everything. Duh. And I have to draw them a picture to show them exactly where the garage needs to go. Now, what they've been doing for 2 months while they've had my blueprints that have already been signed off by engineers that they deal with and notarized and everything. So all the I's and T's were dotted and crossed, and they had them for 2 months, and now they want to know where I'm going to put the garage. So what the hell have they been doing with these documents for 2 months that have already been certified by engineers and now they, I mean, those would have been the only questions. Oh, okay, you're going to put up a building? Okay, well, we just need to know where you want to put it. And that's what they're asking me. But they've had the plans for 2 months to now ask me where do I want to put it. So I don't know. They're just pissing me off. But anyway, so I'm gonna go up there Monday and give them the last bit of paperwork. Hopefully this will be the end of it. And then as soon as I get the permit, I'm gonna schedule it. I'm not gonna wait till I dig the footer. I'm gonna schedule it. And I'll just make sure the footer, even if I have to pay some temp labor to dig it, I'll have it ready for them when it's time to put the building up. So whatever I got to do to make it happen, but I'm going to get it on the schedule the second I get the permit. So. Well, that might go the wrong way, Dave. You know, that could offend somebody. So, yeah, that's a touchy situation. I don't know. Yeah, 12S powered butt plug. Or double dildo. Yeah, there you go. It's 12S sex toys. Yeah. Yeah, Nick, I still got my tent. I didn't press. Well, I took it to the boozer event. Boy, everybody loved it there. They were impressed. Yeah. So I take it mine's bigger than yours. Tense, you know. Yeah, nuts to butts. Yeah, if you were doing that, you probably could get 50 people in there. No, no, I just had it set up in the front yard over here, um, just to test it out, to see how hard it was to put up and stuff. No, the building's gonna be farther to the south, and back behind the front of the house. It'll be set back from the house, and the tent was set up in front of the house. I mean, right in front of it. The garage is going to be next to and back. So, yeah, not in the same spot. The really cool thing about my tent is how small the duffel bag is that it fits in when you take it down. As big as it is, it fits in a bag the size of, oh God, what would be a good example of? Hmm. Yeah, what has this show gotten to? Oh, the same old thing. Yeah, when Air Marshal's here, it gets off the rails a little bit. Trying to think of something that everybody has. Uh, it's bigger than a bread box. Yeah, it's about that long, and it's about maybe a 1 foot square, and then about 18, 20, might even be 24. Yeah, so it's a foot by foot by 2 foot, and yeah, that big ass tent fits in that bag. It's amazing. Oh, you guys are so fun. It's hilarious. uh, so your new job, Dave. You said it's mostly from home. Are you going to have an office somewhere to go to when you have to go into the office, or do you work strictly home and then job site? Like go out to the campus? Yeah. That one's coming, Doug Hill. Because I'm going to have to store about 100. So I'm going to give you a good example of just how to do it. And where's the office at? Is it in Atlanta, or are you going to have to fly somewhere? I do keep all the boxes, but I have plans for the boxes, not as boxes. What I want to do is, I want to do like a, I don't know, a collage, or maybe a, I'm going to cut the fronts off of all the boxes. And then I'm going to glue them to a backboard of some kind and make like a wall, like the back wall of the build room or something. And all the boxes are going to be, you know, on the wall. Just the faces of the boxes. And then I'm going to throw the rest of the box away. But some of the boxes are two-sided. Like a lot of FMS ones, which I don't have. Yeah, I don't have my FMS box right here, but my one FMS box that the Mustang came in, the 1450 Mustang, on that side of the box there's a picture of the Mustang. You turn the box around and there's a picture of the Zero, the 1400 FMS Zero is on the other side of the box. So that same outer box can be used for two different airplanes. And which is kind of smart thinking. I mean, when you think about, you know, companies now are doing away with it. The new stuff I'm getting doesn't come with a display box at all. It's just a plane inside a cardboard box. You know, just a brown cardboard box. No cover, no display box. No, you know, these are all what they would be. You know, display boxes for inside a hobby shop. They're not doing it anymore. They're saving money by not doing all this artwork and all the printing. You just get a cardboard box with, you know, the name of the plane on the side of it. You know. So I saw my HSD jet came that way. Both of them. Actually, the 182 came that way. Both my Taft Hobbies Vipers came that way. The Pretentic brothers, you know, Captain Robert and Pilot, what is it, Blosh, or is it Captain Blosh also? I think they're both captains. Anyway, they did an unboxing of the P40 that I got. Mine, I must have got one of the last ones with the display box, because I've got a beautiful artwork box. They just got a cardboard box. You know, just a brown cardboard box. They didn't get the display box. And I'm assuming that my Corsair that's on the way will be here Monday. It's an LX models, and it's probably going to be in a plain brown cardboard box. It probably won't have a display box. So a lot of the companies are going that way now to save money. So, and that's fine. I mean, Motion's been doing it for years now. They used to, this was a Motion box here, this free wing box here, that's full color, that my old Crow came in. But now they just do that white, you know, box with a silhouette of the plane on it. You know, it's just a white box, white and gray. Not full color like this one. So yeah, they're all doing away with the display boxes and just going straight, you know, cardboard boxes. I have a garage separate from my house, and I can only get 55 in it with the wings off. How big's your garage? Yeah, but according to Bobby K, they do everything in house, so they're printing that artwork on the box themselves. They're building their own boxes and printing their own artwork and mixing their own paint, and you know, so that's pretty neat. HSD's the same way. They do all their own stuff in house. They've got CNC machines, make all their landing gear stuff and everything. I mean, they're doing it all. They don't job anything out. Everything from HSD comes from HSD. So, and they probably even make their own screws. You know, they've got CNC and milling machines there. You know, so yeah, chances are they are making their own screws. 14 by 60. Wow. That's like a tunnel. 14 feet wide and 60 feet long. Wow. That's crazy. How many garage doors? No, I didn't see that, Dave. I did see an email I got from them. I didn't read it. So that's probably what it was. I'm on their email list for sure. Yeah, but they've been doing some sales, but they're real quickies, like a 2-day sale. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't know what's going on there. Oh, I gotcha. Single door. You built it for your lawn tractor and snow blower. Okay. Yeah, I'm still on. Check 6. What's up, man? I haven't seen you for. Were you lurking earlier? The So my garage is going to be a 40 by 60. So I'm going to have tons of room to put airplanes in it. So you were lurking before 12, huh? Well, I'm glad you said hi. Happy New Year, man. It's good to see you. Yeah, mine's going to be heated and air conditioned, um, but not with the. I'm not going to be burning any wood in it or anything. Well, that's not everything. The parts aren't out of stock, just airplanes. Even the surface vehicles are not out of stock. They can't sell to the public anymore. The deal they have with Horizon, you can't buy direct airplanes from FMS. So that everything's listed out of stock because you can't buy it from them. You have to go through Horizon. You can buy parts from them. So if you want to order parts for an airplane, you can direct order parts from them. And then anything surface, like that new Katana crawler they have. What else did they have? They had something else. Oh yeah, that 6-wheel crawler. You can buy those directly from FMS, but you can't buy airplanes. Airplane parts, but not airplanes. So I just got 2 shipments from them. Some airplane parts, and I bought one of the crawlers, and some more airplane parts. So that's the deal. You know, the deal they have with Horizon is that they can no longer sell direct. I probably got one of the last planes they sold direct. I bought my pits direct from them, and it was on interstellar galactic back order forever till they finally I don't know, they must have told Horizon, listen, you know, we already sold it to this guy, we got to ship it to him. So I finally got it, but it took forever. Yeah, I don't know what deal they made with Horizon that they're. I mean, I get it. You know, I had a similar issue with one of my suppliers when I had my hobby shop open, and you know, they were selling to me, and then they were selling to my people direct, and you know, so they're direct competition with my sales. You know, so yeah, we had a big falling out over that. So I get why they want to do it. I'm just surprised because I've been buying airplanes from FMS direct for years, and I'm really surprised all of a sudden they would sign a deal with Horizon that would eliminate them from selling direct. I don't know. I mean, I get it. I understand why Horizon would want that, but I don't understand why FMS would agree to that. You know, sales couldn't have been hurting for the products they make. You know, I'm sure they had a huge number of people buying direct from them. So I don't know why they would have changed that, unless Horizon guaranteed them, you know, that they could sell more. I don't know. Weird, but I get it. I mean, I understand it from Horizon's point of view. I just don't know why FMS did it. But yeah, Horizon has a eBay account. You know, they sell parts on eBay all the time. Parts, planes, you know. So, yeah, I mean, how is that not a conflict? You know? Yeah, I don't understand Horizon's point of view either. You know, it just doesn't make sense. Oh, does Horizon sell on Amazon too? See, that's just, yeah, I don't get it. Hey, Dave, remember when you told me that, you know, maybe I'm not supposed to say that. Never mind. I'll, uh, I'll hold that one. Yeah, Nick, but Amazon doesn't take PayPal. I'm having a big problem with Amazon right now. I'm trying to buy something, and it won't. You know, I have a. You know, it shows in my account that I have a no expiration date credit card. So I bought 2 items, used my credit card, got a confirmation, you know, and then I go back and I have 0 purchase history and nothing pending, and no, you know, the items are not available, or they're available, they're not in my cart anymore, and you know, so they won't ship them, and I'm guessing it's because the credit card doesn't work, but it says no expiration date credit card, you know, and it gives me my list of available venues to buy through, and you know, so I don't know what's going on. So I was going to buy through PayPal, and Amazon doesn't take PayPal. Everything I buy on eBay has free shipping. I mean, rarely do I even come across an item I want that doesn't have free shipping. But if it's not free from that particular guy, I can go to another one where it is. So, you know, I never pay shipping from eBay. I take that back. I wouldn't say never, but even when I do pay shipping, it's like $1.99 flat rate shipping. You know, they just toss that in to get an extra $2 out of me. Um, yeah, it's never, you know, and I never have to pay any big shipping numbers or nothing. It's always free, especially on bigger ticket items. It's always free. It's on the really tiny little stuff that sometimes there's $1 shipping fee or something. So. Every time you know, there's so many of you guys that swear by Amazon, and
So I keep going there, like, let me look. These guys keep telling me Amazon's got it cheaper, blah, blah. And every single time I go to Amazon and then go to eBay, it's always cheaper on eBay. It's always cheaper on eBay. Not once have I found something cheaper on Amazon. Now, I have found stuff on Amazon that's not available on eBay. And that's what I'm dealing with right now. That steamer that Barry is talking about that I want to get. Nobody's selling it on eBay, but it is available on Amazon. So, and that's how this all got started. So, really, have you got some kind of special account on Amazon, Nick? Because I don't have that option on Amazon. They won't let me pay with PayPal. Because I'd already bought it the first time. I wouldn't even have tried to use my own credit card. I would have just... You're going to send me a Cleveland steamer. Oh, God. Well, there's one thing on eBay you can do, which I've been doing a lot lately. When I run into a situation like that, you know, if you spend a certain amount of money on eBay, you get free shipping. Doesn't have to be with the same company. You know how you have buy it now or add to cart? Just put it in your cart. And then go buy an RC, with those bolts, go buy something for your RC stuff, a battery, whatever. Whatever it says up in the corner there, you're X amount of dollars away from free shipping or whatever. Just go spend that money somewhere else. Buy RC stuff, batteries, whatever. And then you'll get the free shipping. Now, it's not always true, but it's true a lot of times that I never knew. I never put that together that I could, well, wait a minute. I can just put this in my cart. And I only need $50 to get the free shipping, so let me go get a battery pack or something. And I started doing that, and it works every time. So, give that a try next time. See if you could, because I hate paying shipping too, especially when the shipping's more than the part. That really pisses me off. So, but a lot of times, if the dollar amount is a certain amount or above, then they disperse the money. You don't have to take care of that. They do that. Everybody gets paid, and the shipping's free. So, yeah, it's definitely. I just assumed it. If I have to get $50 worth of shipping, I got to buy it all in one place. Nope, you don't. You can buy from anywhere, as long as you've spent $50 on this buy, and they'll distribute the money. Or whatever the dollar amount is, the shipping will be free. Oh, so you had to call MasterCard and and then they cleared you for PayPal? Oh, okay. I didn't even know you could do that. All right, well, that's something to think about. Thank you. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Um, yeah, I definitely, um, the service is good. I mean, I've bought a few things on um, Amazon that I had problems with, and the return was simple. I'll give them that. It was definitely easy return. No ifs, ands, buts kind of thing. But other than that, I haven't been that impressed with Amazon. I always, like I said, I always find it cheaper on eBay. And I haven't seen any stellar, extra quick delivery service time from, the Duck, whatever the company's called. So, anyway. Alright, guys. We're coming up on 9.5 hours. Oh my God. So I'm going to call it. Happy New Year to all of you guys. What did you buy? Where they packed a what? A hand warmer? Oh my God, I can't wait to see what this was. Oh, you'll even pack it with a hand warmer in the box to keep it fresh. Yeah. So you're talking about my Cleveland steamer. Yeah, okay. Oh, God. Oh. Yeah, now that's a way around that. You having a debit card from PayPal. So yeah, that's a good roundabout. Yeah, I don't have that, but yeah, that'll definitely work. All right, guys. So I'm calling it. Thank you so much. I had tons of fun tonight. It was a good show. We had a lot of fun on New Year's Eve. So happy New Year to all of you. Let's make this year a better one for sure, guys. Be safe, be careful, enjoy your day. Most of you probably have the day off, so enjoy your day. I'm gonna go catch some sleep, so we'll talk to you guys later. Have a good night, man, or a good morning.